Welcome to Inferno Part 4, The Vault by T.K. Leigh, the breathtaking conclusion to a searingly emotional saga that has kept listeners riveted from the very first spark. In this final installment, love, lies, and legacy come to a head in a fiery storm of revelations and reckonings. As old wounds bleed into the present and long-hidden truths ignite new dangers, the final flames of the Inferno threaten to consume everything. It's a story of redemption, sacrifice, and the kind of love that refuses to die even when the world burns around it. If you followed the journey this far, prepare for a finale that will break your heart, heal it, and leave a mark that lingers long after the last word. And if you're new to the vault, there's no better time to discover what lies behind the fire. This is more than the end of a story. It's the final descent into the heart of the Inferno. Are you ready to unlock the truth? Inferno Part 4, all rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form without written permission from the publisher, except by a reviewer who may quote brief passages for review purposes. If you are reading this book and you have not purchased it or won it in an author-publisher contest, this book has been pirated. Please delete and support the author by purchasing the ebook from one of its many distributors. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental or, if an actual place, are used fictitiously. The publisher does not have any control over and does not assume any responsibility for author or third-party websites or their content. The author acknowledges the trademarked status and trademark owners of various products referenced in this work of fiction, which have been used without permission. The use of these trademarks is not sponsored, associated, or endorsed by the trademark owner. Published by Carpe Per Diem, Inkta Tracy Kellum, 25852, McBean Parkway, 806 Santa Clarita, CA 91355. Edited by Kim Young. Kim's Editing Services. Quotes from The Divine Comedy by Dante Alighieri, Reveneta, Carey Translation, 1814. Quotes from A Midsummer Night's Dream by William Shakespeare, 1600. Quotes from Hamlet by William Shakespeare, 1603. Cover design Dana Leah, designs by Dana. Cover image copyright Qixon 2018. Used under license from Shutterstock.com. Copyright C 2018 T.K. Leigh Tracy Kellum. All rights reserved. To Stan and Harper Lee. Sempre y per sempre. Always and forever. No matter what. Part 4. Burn. Through me you pass into the city of woe. Through me you pass into eternal pain. Dante Alighieri. The Divine Comedy, Inferno. Canto 3, Chapter 1, Dante. Secrets are ingrained into us from the minute we're born. They're part of our daily life. They're the foundation of some of our most precious childhood memories. Santa Claus, the Tooth Fairy, the Easter Bunny. Our parents insist these things are real, that they come into our homes, leave us gifts, then disappear. Why? To keep the hope alive, to keep us safe from the cruelties of the real world, to protect us. Maybe that was all I did, too. Maybe that was why I kept what I knew to myself to protect her, to keep her safe, to keep her mine for just one more minute, one more breath, one more heartbeat. Now, as I stare at her through swollen eyes, the pistol aimed at my heart shaking in her trembling hand, I know it's over. That the number of heartbeats I have left is limited, all because I thought I was doing the right thing. I've made my peace, I strain to say, but the agony I struggle to breathe through is no match for the torment covering every inch of her. Her cheeks are pink from the tears she has shed for me, for us, for the loss of everything she thought to be true. Her chin quivers, a loud gasping sob falling from her mouth as she presses her finger against the trigger. Out of instinct. My eyes squeeze shut when the sound of a gunshot pierces the space. Fate has finally given me exactly what I deserve. Chapter 2, Eleanor, 2 months earlier. Warmth wrapped around me as I slowly roused from sleep. Content to stay cocooned in this feeling of peace for the rest of my life. This was heaven. This was what people fought wars over, what people searched for their entire lives: security, happiness, love. And I finally had it. I finally found exactly what I needed, although I didn't realize it until it was right in front of me or across the aisle of a Boeing 777. Buongiorno, mia cara. Dante's raspy baritone murmured as the scruff of his chin scratched my shoulder blades. His hand pressed against my stomach, pulling me even closer to his body. Even a whisper of air was too much distance between us. Brushing my hair over my shoulder, he exposed my nape. The closeness of his breath to my skin caused it to prickle. A chill crawled down my spine, which was at complete odds with the heat coursing through every inch of my body, like a wave covering the sand at high tide. When his lips finally met my flesh, his kiss tender, sensual, but still setting me off the way only Dante's touch could, I melted into him, basking in everything this man was to me. He was my darkness and my light, my madness and my sanity, my joy and my anguish. How do you feel this morning? A little sore. My lips curled into a devious smile as I recalled the past 36 hours. We'd spent most of the previous day in this hotel room, making up for all the lost opportunities we'd endured the past several months. The only time we left was to go to my apartment so I could pick up a few things I would need, although Dante insisted clothes weren't necessary, and they hadn't been. It's been a while since I've had this much sex. Although I couldn't see his face, I could picture him smiling. I need to keep my woman satisfied. He ground his hips against my back, the feel of his erection making me squirm. You certainly did. He ran a finger down my spine, tracing a delicate pattern on my skin. What time do we have to be at Mila's this morning? I glanced at the clock on the nightstand, seeing it was almost 8. At 10, I groaned. Then we need to get moving. I closed my eyes, groaning even louder. Can't I just stay in bed with your fine ass all day? I'll let you tie me up and use me as your sex slave. As amazing as that sounds, he nipped my neck, sending another jolt straight to my core. We need to leave our bubble at some point. I like our bubble, I protested. As do I. He forced me onto my back, hovering over me. I'd love to keep you all to myself, but I want to show you off, too. He paused, his dark eyes peering into mine with an unrivaled eagerness. He leaned on his elbows as his fingers grazed my face like a blind man who could see for the first time. I want the world to see us together, to know I'm yours and you're mine, and nothing will come between that. He slowly lowered his lips to mine, a sigh escaping me when they met in an unhurried kiss. I ran my fingers through his hair, hooking a leg across his back as he explored my mouth, like it were the first time he'd ever kissed me. Everything with Dante felt like the first time, like we were learning about each other all over again. And I'm not doing it just to improve my approval rating, like that pathetic excuse for a human you were forced to date and almost marry. He ran his tongue down the curve of my jaw, my neck, my chest. I threw my head back, allowing him better access. I don't want to parade you around in front of our friends, then treat you like you don't exist behind closed doors. He took a nipple between his fingers. It pebbled under his erotic touch. I intend to show you off as the princess you are in public. When the warmth of his breath drew near my nipple, my breathing increased. I writhed, each second that passed an eternity as I braced for more. Then fuck you like the siren you are in private. His mouth clamped over my breast, his tongue swirling, licking, sucking. I arched into him, panting. Too soon. He pulled back. I opened my eyes, his devious gaze peering at me with wanton lust. He tossed the duvet from his body and slid off me. Standing up. Come. Time to shower. I threw my arm over my head. You're seriously walking away from me. It shouldn't have come as a surprise. This man had been a tease since the moment we met. He loved the build-up, the chase, then the thought-erasing climax that resulted from all the tension. I'll never walk away from you, Eleanor. But we're on a tight schedule today. He swooped me up, carrying me into the bathroom. After placing my feet on the floor, he headed toward the shower, turning the water on. I propped myself onto the vanity, pulling my lower lip between my teeth as my eyes raked over his naked physique. Broad shoulders, sculpted chest, defined abs, muscular arms and legs. I still couldn't believe he was here, that I was here, that we'd finally found our way back to each other. I wanted to pinch myself to make sure I wasn't dreaming. But as he strode toward me with determined steps and grabbed the back of my neck, our bodies clashing against each other, I knew this wasn't a dream. I could feel this wasn't a dream before I had a chance to utter a single syllable. His mouth covered mine, his fingers combing through my hair. His kiss made me weak, greedy, desperate for more of him, to feel his hands scald my skin, to feel his teeth graze my thighs, to feel that flame ignite deep in my core as he thrust so savagely yet temperately inside me. "What was that for?" I asked when he pulled back. "A woman deserves to be made breathless first thing in the morning. You always make me breathless." "Dante." My voice was barely louder than a whisper. He took my chin between his thumb and forefinger, tilting my head back. Over the past few months, I woke up too many times wishing I could get back some of those moments I wasted. I would look at the side of the bed that had become yours, the mattress still holding the shape of your body, wondering if I could have done something different so you'd still be there. He brought my mouth close to his. "Never again. As long as you're with me, I'll never let you start the day without showing you how much you mean to me. That is my promise to you." I swallowed hard, soaking in everything about him. The fever in his gaze, the deep tone of his skin, the specks of gold in his dark eyes, his full lips, all things I'd never take for granted again. I didn't think it was possible to fall in love with you even more, but I'm pretty sure I just did. Being with you has taught me that anything's possible. He placed a soft kiss on my nose. "Now, come. Time to wash all that sex off your body." When he tried to retreat, I wrapped my legs around him, preventing him from doing so. He cocked his head, a coy look about him. "Since we're showering anyway, may as well make it worth it. Don't you think I reach between our bodies?" Palming his erection, he inhaled sharply, his muscles tightening, his jaw clenching. "You drive me crazy, Eleanor." That's the point. I brought my mouth back to his, nibbling on his lower lip. He groaned, his fingers digging into my hips as he lifted me up, carrying me into the shower. He pressed me against the tile wall, my legs still wrapped around him, both of us letting out a sigh of satisfaction when he entered me, as he brought my body higher and higher, momentarily soothing the fire in my core. All the worries that had consumed me the past several months were nothing more than a distant memory. I no longer obsessively thought of my father, about his role in Lily's death, about whether Cynthia Edelman was dead, about Brock's connection to all this. None of that mattered right now. Maybe if I had allowed my brain to remain in control, if I hadn't given in to my heart, my body, my urges, things would have been different. I would have seen through the smoke and been able to stop the freight train that was slowly gaining more and more speed. But I was finally back in the clouds with Dante, where I wanted to stay, where I deserved to stay. But fate had other plans. Chapter 3. I'm in the kitchen. Mila shouted when she heard us walk into her house later that morning. "Did that thing you call a car finally die on you?" "Why do you ask?" I met Dante's eyes, giving him a conspiratorial wink as we followed the sound of her voice. She was busy whipping up pancakes for the girls and didn't even look up, although she'd somehow noticed the SUV we'd arrived in, which Dante had borrowed from his driver. In retrospect, I probably should have warned Mila I'd be bringing him with me, but I wanted him to meet the real Mila, my Mila, the only person who'd supported me through all the ups and downs in my life. I didn't want her to act differently because of who Dante was. That car parked out front. She turned, heading toward the refrigerator to grab a carton of strawberries. "It's much better than the piece of crap you were dry." She faced us, her eyes nearly bulging out of her sockets as she stared at Dante by my side. "Fuck me," she muttered under her breath. I had a feeling it took every last ounce of resolve for her not to drop the strawberries all over the floor. Dante chuckled and I couldn't help but beam. "She means that literally," I joked, then turned my attention back to Mila, who still stood with her mouth agape, struggling to make sense of why Dante Luciano was here, with me, in her home, the last she knew. I'd gone to my parents' house Friday night. I'd left her at the bar saying as much, but she had no clue what happened after I ran out on my mother's dinner party. I still couldn't believe it myself. "You have some serious explaining to do, Ellie," she scolded, her eyes glued to Dante. "I know I do, and I promise to tell you everything. But first, Dante, this is my best friend in the whole world. Mila Novak, Mila Dante Luciano. Hey. Piacere di conoscerti." He approached her, placing a kiss on both her cheeks. I caught the expression on her face, unable to stop from giggling as her eyes fluttered into the back of her head, a rush of exhilaration seeming to wash over her body. He stepped back, leaving Mila still frozen in place. Then she sighed. God, that was better than sex. "I'm sorry," I said to Dante, shaking my head at Mila's bold personality. She'd always been the yin to my yang, where I'd always been somewhat reserved and methodical. Mila was outspoken and spontaneous. She followed her heart instead of making lists of pros and cons of each decision, as I'd always been prone to do. It wasn't until I stopped letting my brain rule my life that I'd met Dante. As long as I'd known her, Mila had insisted I needed to follow my heart. Now I knew she was right. "There's nothing I can do about her. She's right." She went back to the pancake batter, adding a bit more flour to thicken it up. "There's nothing anyone can really do about me. I am who I am." "I should be glad then," Dante said. "According to Eleanor, you were the one who encouraged her to go to Rome. It came to me in a vision," she explained, like it was completely normal for someone to have these so-called visions. "I had a dream the night of Ellie's bachelorette party. Granted, it could have been because I fell asleep watching TV and 3 coins in the fountain was on. But I dreamed Ellie was in Rome with a handsome stranger." She stopped stirring the batter, staring at the ceiling in contemplation. "In fact, I never really saw the stranger's face." She returned her eyes to us, shrugging, but I saw Ellie as clear as day. She threw 3 coins into the Trevi fountain, as well as the engagement ring Brock the cock gave her. He looked at me, his eyebrows furrowed. "Brock the cock," he said slowly, "one of her many nicknames for him." I explained, then turned back to Mila. "And your vision," I began, using air quotes, "was a bit off. I threw Brock's engagement ring off the balcony of my hotel, and I only threw 1 coin into the fountain." She looked up, winking. "For now." I shook my head, my face heating from what Mila inferred, recalling Dante's explanation of the legend of the Trevi fountain. 1 coin if you'd like a return trip to Rome, 2 coins if you're looking for love, 3 coins if you're hoping for wedding bells. It was certainly too soon in our relationship for any sort of discussion about wedding bells. We still had a lot we needed to figure out, not to mention all the business with his daughter's death and my father's potential involvement in it, a topic both of us had been all too happy to avoid discussing over the past few days. "Just promise me one thing." "What's that?" I asked, humoring her. It was easier than arguing. "You get married in Italy." She leaned closer. "I need a break from these kids. Mila, we've only known each other a few months." I laughed nervously, glancing between Dante and her. "There won't be a wedding anytime soon." She gave me a bemused look, flitting to the refrigerator and grabbing a bottle of champagne. "Not according to the dream I had last night." "Mila," I cautioned, uncomfortable about the direction this conversation had taken, able to sense my unease. Dante wrapped his arm around my waist, pulling me against him. He kissed the top of my head, squeezing my hip in a soothing gesture. "Don't worry, Mila. When the event arises, we'll be sure to have one of the ceremonies in Italy, just for you." I turned to him to tell him he meant if not when, but stopped myself when I noticed his gaze locked on mine, his eyes bright, a glow about him. I couldn't resist him when he looked at me that way, telling me how much he treasured, adored, and valued me. It was a stark contrast to the way Brock and my parents glared at me, as if I were an inconvenience, someone they had to put up with, not someone they cared about. But all joking aside, Mila interrupted. We both snapped our eyes back to her. Having forgotten where we were for a moment, a smile lit up her face. "I'm so glad you're here." "I'm glad I'm here, too," he offered, turning his eyes back to mine. "There's nowhere else I'd rather be," blowing out a satisfied sigh. I raised myself onto my toes and placed a soft kiss on Dante's lips, not caring that Mila stood less than 2 feet away. I couldn't remember the last time I'd felt this happy, so at peace with my normally tumultuous life. It was probably when I met Dante's family, and they welcomed me into their fold with open arms. Now I was able to return the favor and introduce him to my family. My parents didn't count. They had never been family to me. They didn't love me. Not like parents should, but Mila always did, regardless of whether or not we agreed on certain things. She never thought Brock was good enough for me, but she'd always supported my relationship, despite her own reservations. When I told her we were engaged, she offered a hug of congratulations and help planning the wedding. Her only words of warning being, "If you're sure this is what you want, I'll support you." And that was what family was supposed to do. Support you, motivate you, love you, not antagonize you, berate you, insult you. "Mommy," a small voice called out. I pulled away from Dante, turning around to see Ashlyn and Harley walking in from the backyard. Stephen behind them. He came to an immediate stop when he noticed Dante at my side, his reaction almost similar to Mila's. Auntie Ellie, Ashlyn exclaimed when she saw me, having no concept of who Dante was. In her mind, I was the celebrity, not the strange man standing in their kitchen. I crouched down as the 2 girls rushed toward me. I hugged both of them, kissing their strawberry blonde curls. "When are you going to move back in?" Ashlyn asked. "I miss playing with you." "I miss playing with you too, Peanut. But I needed to live closer to my work. I'm here every Sunday, aren't I?" "We can play then?" "Promise." Cross my heart. I made a crisscross pattern over my chest, then stood up. "Who's that?" Ashlyn asked, pointing at Dante. "This is my friend, Dante. Dante, this is Ashlyn and Harley, Mila's little girls." Harley tugged on my jeans, then raised her arms, up, smiling. I bent down and picked her up, situating her on my hip. Dante met my eyes, a flicker of something new in his gaze. Then he looked to Ashlyn. "It's nice to meet you, Ashlyn." He turned to Harley in my arms. "Harley." "You talk funny," Ashlyn observed. "That's because he's not originally from here," Stephen explained, stepping from behind the girls and holding out his hand. "I'm Stephen." "Dante," he responded, shaking his hand. "I know." He laughed politely, then looked back at Ashlyn, her green eyes furrowed in confusion. "He's from Italy and grew up speaking a different language. Because of that, he has an accent." She pinched her lips together, placing her hands on her hips as she considered Stephen's answer. Seemingly satisfied with his explanation, she turned to Dante. "Can you teach me?" I gazed down at her in awe and a little envy. She was too young to care what people thought about her. She didn't think before she spoke. She just said whatever popped into her mind. I miss those days. Then again, I doubted I'd ever been like that. "Sure." He knelt down so he could look into her eyes. "Say ciao, mama." "Ciao, mama. What does that mean?" "It means hi, mama. Teach me something else." She bounced excitedly on her feet. I admired him as he comfortably interacted with little Ashlyn, as if it were second nature. I supposed it was, before Mila had her kids. I'd always felt somewhat guarded around children, not knowing what to do or say to these little humans who seemed to constantly need your attention. But when Mila had Ashlyn and I watched her grow up from the tiny newborn, who was permanently attached to her mother's breast, into the rambunctious and talkative 4-year-old she now was. Interacting with her had become second nature to me, too. "Say ti amo?" "Ti amo," she replied, a little slower. "What does that mean?" "It means I love you. So now you can say that to your mama and Babbo when they tell you." "What's Babbo?" "It's what we call our fathers in Italy." Beaming, she looked up at Mila. "Ti amo, mama." Then she looked at Stephen. "Ti amo, Babbo." She started to scurry away, then looked back at Dante. "How do you say? When will the pancakes be ready?" We all erupted in laughter, Dante's smile reaching his eyes. "We'll work on that one next time." Chapter 4. So you mean to tell me the 2 of you met as the result of a coin toss? Dante took a sip of his Bloody Mary, stealing a glance at me as we all sat around the dining room table. We'd just finished our brunch, which consisted of a vegetable frittata and potatoes. Mila was a nervous wreck at the thought of cooking for the Dante Luciano, but she did great, as usual. She'd always been an amazing cook. During our younger days, she spent just as much time in my kitchen with Gloria as I did. Between our housekeeper and her own mother, who was a Polish immigrant, she learned how to cook from the best there was, and it still showed. "We sure did," Mila answered, brushing a few tendrils of her strawberry blonde hair behind her ear. Ellie and I had planned to go on one last trip before we both went our separate ways for college. I couldn't decide whether to go to Santa Barbara or San Francisco. Ellie wanted to make a list of pros and cons, like the type A personality she is. "She's type A," Dante joked. "I never would have guessed." He flashed me a smile. I nudged him in the side with my elbow. "You'll pay for that later," I warned. "I hope so." His eyes heated momentarily. Then he returned his attention to Mila. "So you flipped a coin instead?" "She did," I answered. She said something along the lines that I needed to stop thinking so much and just roll with the punches. "And I'd give you the same advice today, my darling friend." She raised her champagne glass. "Anyway," I said in a drawn-out voice, "she tossed a coin and we ended up in San Francisco, where she met Steven. A bunch of college buddies and I had taken a day trip into the city." Steven explained, "I was finishing up my last year at Berkeley, and I was about to start my first year at San Diego State." Mila smirked at me. We knew it wouldn't be easy, that there would be times that absolutely sucked. But we also knew what we felt for each other wasn't something most people found, even though we barely knew each other. Too many people say love at first sight doesn't exist. But the instant I met Steven and he opened his mouth, she shook her head, the same dreamy look she wore all those years ago crossing her face, as if no time had passed. Was it love? I'd like to think so. Our souls connected in a way I never thought possible until I met him. She grabbed his hand, smiling at him, then looked back to us. And we're still just as in love today, even 10 years later, even with deflated boobs after nursing for the better part of the past 4 years. "And we won't talk about the state of my hoo-ha after pushing 2 kids out," Mila, I admonished, my face reddening. I looked at Dante, who simply chuckled at how open she was. He didn't seem nearly as embarrassed about my friend's words as I was. "What?" "It's true. You don't have kids yet, so you don't know what it's like. But once you do, yours will look like a damn crime scene. 2. Harley's almost 2 and sex is just finally getting back to normal again." I buried my face in my hands, my ears burning with embarrassment. "TMI. Mila. TMI. I returned my eyes to hers, fighting back my smile. "Sometimes I wonder how we're still friends." She stood from her seat, clearing a few of the dishes. "Because you'd be lost without me. I'm your compass, always pointing me north." I held her gaze, drawing in a contented breath. If it weren't for Mila's prodding, I probably would have walked away from Dante after I ran into him at his restaurant. I never would have propositioned him. I never would have spent a week in the clouds with him. I never would have known what true happiness was. She often joked about being my compass. I always humored her and let her believe she was. As I sat at our traditional Sunday brunch, Dante at my side, I began to believe she was onto something. "Let me get that." Dante stood and took the dishes from Mila's hands, much to her surprise. "You cooked? I'll clean." "You don't have to. You're a guest here. All the more reason for me to clean up." "I'll give you a hand," Steven said, standing. "Typical house rules anyway. Mila cooks, I clean." "Which is great, because it's honestly my least favorite thing." "Then you ladies relax," Dante insisted. "We won't be long." He placed a kiss on my cheek. Then, dishes balanced in his hands and on his arms, he headed toward the kitchen with Steven. Just before they turned the corner, Steven glanced over his shoulder and wiggled his eyebrows. We both shook our heads, stifling our laughter. Once we were alone, Mila turned to me. "Oh, my God, Ellie." She grabbed my hands, pulling me up from my chair and into the living room. dodging Ashlyn and Harley as they played on the floor, too immersed in their Lego project to pay any attention to us. He is perfect. She plopped down onto the couch, covering her heart with her hand. I joined her, struggling to bite back the grin wanting to crawl across my lips. He is, isn't he? Her dreamy expression immediately vanished as she sat upright, facing me. Now that we have a minute to ourselves, you need to tell me what happened in the past 48 hours. Last I knew, you went to your parents' house on Friday. What happened between then and now? I want to know everything. I stared off into space, my mind still spinning with the events of the past few days. It still didn't seem real to me. I did go, but when I got to their house, I opened my mouth, drawing a blank about how to properly convey what came over me that night. It was like someone else was pulling the strings and making me act in a way I normally wouldn't. Like fate had a hand in it all along. I don't know. I realized I was still under that woman's thumb. "It's about time," Mila shot back. I hadn't even been there a second before she immediately berated and belittled me. I just snapped. I've spent the past 28 years of my life trying to make that woman happy. A woman who will never be happy. A woman who gets off by trying to make everyone around her just as miserable as she is. I knew if I didn't do something, if I didn't distance myself from her hate, that would eventually be me. It didn't matter that I made a few snarky comments here and there during dinner parties, or drank scotch, or drove a car she would never approve of. I still showed up whenever she told me to. I came back here to separate myself from my parents, to cut the chains. But they pulled me back in, and I let them. If I kept doing exactly what they expected of me, I'd never get the new start I came back to get. I finally realized all of that, so I left. "You went to USC," she lifted a brow. "Yeah, but everything that could go wrong did." I laughed at the memory, although I didn't find it amusing at the time. I proceeded to tell her about the traffic, the roadblock, parking in a tow-away zone, then twisting my ankle when my heel got caught in a crack. "Oh, my God, are you okay?" Her eyes widened and she glanced at my foot in concern. "I didn't do any real damage. I put some ice on it and took a few ibuprofen. I'm fine now." "Good, so what happened next?" When I finally got to the theater, limping, my hair a mess, it was too late. Dante had already left. Of course, when I headed back to my car, I found it had been towed. "Oh, Ellie," Mila covered her mouth. After all that, I couldn't help but think that fate was pushing back, that it wasn't the right time. Stephen rounded the corner at that moment, heading toward us with 2 fresh mimosas. After handing them to us, he planted a kiss on Mila's temple, then disappeared back into the kitchen. My heart warmed at the sound of Dante and Stephen conversing so easily. When we were alone again, Mila turned back to me. "So if you didn't catch him at his appearance, how did you find him?" I was about to call for an Uber to take me home, but I didn't want to go there and be faced with reminders of everything I was convinced I'd never have again. I just needed a minute to be alone, to let myself hurt. Then maybe I could finally move on. I was so ready to stop all of it. But something pulled me toward the rose garden by the Colosseum. I raised my fresh drink to my mouth, taking a long sip. "You walked?" I nodded. "On a twisted ankle. It was only a few blocks." I shrugged. As I sat in front of the fountain, my phone alerted me to an Instagram notification. "Oh." She clasped a hand over her heart again, melting against the cushion. I didn't want to look, but when I finally did, it was a picture of me, sitting in that exact spot, with a line from Shakespeare's A Midsummer Night's Dream. I have goosebumps. "Ellie, look." She held her arm in front of me, showing me where her fair skin had prickled. I think I might just cry. What was the quote? I stared out the front windows at the trees blowing in the breeze. I took another sip of my drink, trying to hide the brilliant smile that always seemed to form on my lips whenever I thought of Dante. "I'll follow thee and make a heaven of hell, to die upon the hand I love so well." I knew those lines by heart now. I had a feeling I always would. "That's beautiful." "Ellie," she wrapped her arms around me. "I'm so happy for you. Just do me a favor." I pulled out of her embrace. "What's that?" "Don't think too much.
I'm not.
I know you, she interrupted. Her eyes narrowed on me, as if she were scolding an errant child. You're making lists in your head of all the possible reasons this won't work. Stop it. Like I said all those years ago. Roll with the punches. You've made lists your entire life. Where's that gotten you? Nowhere. I sighed dejectedly. Absolutely nowhere. The only time I've ever been happy is when I was in Rome and stopped thinking about living up to everyone's expectations. And that's what you need to do here, too. Okay. I squeezed her hand. Okay. Pardon the interruption. Dante appeared in the living room, approaching us. We need to get going. Your appointment is in 90 minutes. Appointment. Mila turned to me with wide eyes. For what? Hair and makeup, I answered nonchalantly, finishing my mimosa and placing the glass on the side table. Hair and makeup. She furrowed her brow. Hair and makeup for... She trailed off as realization washed over her. You're going tonight, she shrieked, tackling me on the couch. I fucking hate you and love you at the same time. Daddy Ashlyn gasped. Mommy said a bad word. We all burst out laughing. Yes, Ashlyn, Mila began, regaining her composure as she raised herself from the couch. Mommy did. But don't you ever repeat what I just said, she admonished, then turned to me. I want a full report tomorrow. And you'd better believe I'll be watching the red carpet pre-show. Of course. I stood up, taking Dante's outstretched hand as we walked toward the entryway. And you'll be here next Sunday, Mila pressed, following us. Same time. I looked at Dante, searching his eyes. I didn't even know how long he planned to be in LA. We hadn't talked about any of that. I'm in town all week to work with the other writers and producers on the upcoming season, so we'll both be here, if that's okay. You'd better believe it is. Mila flung her arms around him, then did the same to me. After we said our goodbyes to Steven and the girls, we headed down the driveway. The second the door closed, I heard Mila shout, "Oh my God!" It was followed by her rambunctious squeals of joy. I glanced at Dante, a wide smirk on his lips as we approached the dark SUV. Don't let that go to your head. We stopped walking and I turned to him, crossing my arms in front of my chest. She does that to all the guys I bring to brunch. He rested his hands on either side of me as I leaned against the door. You bring a lot of guys to brunch. Hundreds, I answered, as if it were nothing. Oh really, he pushed, pressing his body against mine. I met his eyes, swallowing hard as I slowly shook my head. You're the only one, I admitted in a small voice. Brock, never. He crushed his lips against mine, preventing me from finishing my thought, erasing the words from my mouth, from my memory, banishing them to oblivion, where all memories of my past belonged. Chapter 5. I zipped up my dress, stepping into the same strappy stilettos I'd worn to the gala, then faced the full-length mirror in the bedroom of the suite at the Beverly Wilshire that had been my home over the past few days. Heat radiated in my chest, in my limbs, in my smile as I stared back at my reflection. I almost didn't recognize myself. My dark hair was curled and pinned back in a style very reminiscent of 1940s Hollywood, my makeup complementing the look. My hazel eyes were highlighted with dramatic gray, shadowing I'd never be able to recreate. My cheekbones accented with a bit of rouge, my full lips a bright red, contrasting my fair skin. I'd never felt or looked so glamorous. All afternoon, as I was pampered and primped in preparation for tonight's event, I kept smiling to myself, thinking how I could certainly get used to this lifestyle, to having people cater to my every whim. Sure, I'd grown accustomed to living in the spotlight, being the daughter of one of the senior-ranking members of the UN Senate. But this, being with Dante Luciano, was a different kind of notoriety and fame. With my father, people had simply mentioned they'd seen me at one of his campaign stops or at the inauguration on TV. When the attendants at the salon and spa found out I was accompanying Dante Luciano, I basked in their envy, biting back my smile as they swooned over his deep, accented voice. One I had the distinct pleasure of hearing moan my name, murmur the most toe-curling, salacious things, whisper words of unwavering devotion. It all seemed too good to be true. Part of me was waiting for the bottom to drop on this, too. I smoothed the lines of the sleek black dress with lace and jewel overlay, kicking out my leg slightly to check the slit. Then I secured the diamond necklace, which accented the sweetheart neckline, drawing attention to my cleavage. I recalled the first time Dante saw me in this, how his eyes raked over my body, how he could barely keep his hands off me. I hoped it produced the same effect tonight. Drawing in a deep breath, I turned from the mirror, the butterflies in my stomach flitting their wings as I opened the door to the living room. When I emerged, the subtle sound of Ella Fitzgerald's voice welcomed me. I scanned the area, looking for Dante. I smiled when I saw him out on the balcony, leaning his forearms against the railing as he admired the view, as if able to sense my presence. He spun around, his entire expression brightened as he strode toward me. I remained fixed in place, unable to move, to think, to breathe, the sight of him in a tuxedo rendering me speechless. I wanted to pinch myself, thinking there was no way this could be real, that I must have imagined the past few months. I didn't know what I'd done to deserve this man's love, his desire, his passion, but I wasn't going to question it. I would gladly take it and bask in it, no matter how long it lasted. His dark eyes leered at me as he closed the distance between us, making me feel more wanted and alluring than any man ever had. He loomed over me, our gazes locked. My heart thrummed, my insides all knotted and twisted as my mouth grew dry with the unwavering hunger in his stare. Reaching for him, I adjusted his bow tie. "You look rather dashing this evening, Signor Luciano," with a coy smile. I ran my hands down his chest, settling them on his waist, pulling him toward me. I hovered my mouth close to his neck, my voice becoming throaty, wanton, carnal. "Even if you don't win tonight, I'm pretty sure you'll still get lucky afterward. I don't think I'm going to be able to wait that long." He gripped my hips, his fingers digging into me. I gasped, the pain causing a dull ache to fill me in the most tantalizing way. "You look incredible, Eleanor. Your eyes, your lips." His hold tightened even more as he pressed himself against me, his erection prominent. God, those lips. I want to see them on me. Giving him a demure look, I stepped back, keeping my eyes trained on his. I loved that he made no attempt to hide his attraction to me, hide how much he craved me with every waking moment, and I made no attempt to hide those things from him, either. "Be a good boy, and maybe you'll get a taste." I made a show of leisurely licking my lips. He clenched his fists, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down in his throat. "Oh, I plan on getting more than just a taste." He closed the distance between us once more, cupping my cheek. I melted into the contact, closing my eyes and basking in the feel of him, the smell of him, the nearness of him. He ran his thumb along my bottom lip, the simple gesture causing a ball of need to form in my core. I want the whole pie. My breath hitching, my eyes flung open to meet his lustful stare. Then he abruptly retreated, leaving me a mess of hormones, and grabbed 2 flutes off the coffee table. "Champagne." He held one out toward me. "Tease," I shot back. "You love that about me," he reminded me with a smirk. "Yes, I do," doing my best to appear as if he didn't affect me the way he did. I took the glass from him, staring into his eyes, the tension between us mounting with every second. "Salute!" He raised his glass. I mimicked his motion, our flutes clinking. "Salute!" I brought the champagne to my lips, the bubbles dancing in my mouth. "This dress looks just as stunning on you as I remember." His eyes remained unwavering. The way he stared at me made me believe he could strip away my secrets, leaving just the nuts and bolts that made up my soul. For the first time, I wanted him to know all those things, to see me for who I was, to see the girl who never felt she deserved to be loved, to see the teenager who always did what was asked of her, hoping her parents would finally love her, to see the woman I'd become because of his love. I no longer wanted to hide those things. I no longer felt as if I needed to, but I think there's something missing. A wry smile crossed his face. I looked over my ensemble, wondering what I'd forgotten. I thought I had it all. The shoes, the necklace, the earrings, the clutch. I met his eyes, furrowing my brow. What do you... I shook my head. Not saying a word, he stepped toward the wet bar and grabbed a velvet box. He paused briefly, the corner of his lips turning up into a slight smirk. My limbs became jittery as he returned to me, each step seeming to last an eternity, my eyes glued to the box in his hands. He came to a stop in front of me and removed the cover, revealing a thick, cuff-like bracelet, adorned with diamonds, the sun hitting the stones causing a myriad of colors to reflect on the walls of the suite. Just above the bracelet sat 2 diamond stud earrings. Although stud wasn't quite the right word for these stunning pieces of jewelry, each had to contain at least 20 diamonds in a circular pattern. I brought my eyes back to his expression soft, a peaceful glow about him as he admired me. Dante. I stammered. I wasn't an expert in the price of diamonds, but this jewelry must have cost him a fortune. I don't know what to say. They're beautiful. You deserve to be spoiled with the best diamonds money can buy, to shine everywhere you go. He placed the box back on the wet bar, removing the bracelet and securing it around my wrist. Then he unfastened the earrings I currently wore and replaced them with the stunning diamonds. Normally, I would have insisted on doing it myself, but there was something about the idea of Dante dressing me in jewels that got my blood pumping even more. You didn't have to do all this for me. I stared at the bracelet on my wrist, my eyes glassing over. You work hard for your money. You don't have to spend it on me. He palmed the small of my back, pulling my body to his, taking the champagne flute from me. He set it on the bar. But I want to spend it on you. There's no one else I'd rather spoil than you, amore mio. He cupped one of my cheeks in his large hand, gingerly brushing his thumb over my skin. Sei la mia vita. I cocked my head as I draped my arms around his shoulders. What does that mean? It means you are my life, and I want to be yours too. Dante, I began, my throat thickening. I wanted to tell him he already was, but how could I give him that reassurance when there was this giant elephant in the room we had yet to discuss? I know there's a lot we still need to talk about, he said, always seemingly able to read my thoughts. And we will. But I wanted a few more days in the clouds with you before we had to face reality. My lips parted, and I peered into the eyes that always seemed to gaze at me with more love and adoration than anyone in my life ever had. I prayed that love would be enough to temper the storm I feared had already begun swirling around us. Will we make it? I asked, my voice cracking with emotion. Of course we will. He ran his finger down the line of my face. Never underestimate the power of fate. She made sure we found each other. It's going to take a hell of a lot more than just a few bumps in the road to tear us apart. I narrowed my eyes. I think this is more than just a few bumps in the road. How can there be a future between us when every time you look at me, you'll see my father, the man who... Shh! He hushed me with a finger over my lips, lingering for a long moment. I couldn't help but wonder why he was avoiding this topic. If it were me, I'd press the subject in the hopes of uncovering more information. We don't know anything for certain. And you forgot the most important thing. What's that? He lowered his mouth to mine, leaving me with a soft, full kiss. Love is always more powerful than hate. He pulled back, turning from me, and for the record, Eleanor, when I look at you, I don't see your father. I never have and never will. All I see is the woman who made me believe in love again. Don't ever think otherwise. I opened my mouth to argue, but was cut off when a loud knock ripped through the suite. Ah, that must be Bradley. Who? My driver, he explained, turning from me. Well, he's more than just a driver. Like your American version of Antonio. You could say that, he winked, then proceeded toward the foyer and pulled the door open, revealing a man I estimated to be around the same age as Dante. He gave off the impression he was former military or law enforcement broad shoulders, strong muscles, formidable stance, buzzed hair. Good afternoon, Mr. Luciano, he said, entering the suite, coming to an immediate stop when he saw me standing in the living area. When I heard his distinct, gravelly voice with a Midwestern accent, I was immediately transported back to that day at Dante's Tuscan villa. His voice was one I'd never forget, one that made me rethink everything I thought I knew about my father. Good afternoon. Bradley, I'd like to introduce you to Miss Eleanor Crenshaw. She will be accompanying me tonight. Bradley's eyes seemed to study my every move, unnerving me, like he could tell what I was hiding from Dante with just one look. I wondered if he could... Pleasure to meet you, Miss Crenshaw, he said, his tone curt. You too, I replied softly, straightening my spine, doing my best to act as if this man didn't completely unsettle me. He studied me for a moment longer before turning back to Dante. There will be quite a bit of traffic. I suggest we get going. Of course. Dante looked at me, a devilish glint in his eyes. He turned back to Bradley. Miss Crenshaw just needs one more minute. We will be down shortly. Certainly, sir. I will be waiting in the limo. He retreated from the suite. The instant the door closed, leaving just Dante and me, my body noticeably relaxed, tension rolling off my shoulders. Dante studied me, his brows gathering in. Are you okay? I nodded quickly, avoiding his eyes. He strode toward me, cupping my chin and forcing my gaze to his. Eleanor, what is it? Nothing. I plastered a fake smile on my face, resting my hands on the lapels of his tux. I'm just a little nervous. I bit my lip, hoping he believed my lie. What could I tell him? That something about Bradley seemed off to me, but I couldn't quite pinpoint what that was. It sounded ridiculous. You have nothing to be nervous about. It's just like any other event you've been to. He placed a soft kiss on my nose before stepping away, finding my shawl on the couch. He draped it across my shoulders, then lowered his hand to my back, leading me toward the door. Except all the cameras and lights as everyone wonders who I am and why I'm with you. Why would they wonder that? Because I'm a nobody. Just a once promising lawyer who's now hanging on to her career by the skin of her teeth, who drives a car that was made the same year Friends ended, who lives in a studio apartment that's smaller than the bedroom in this suite. Eleanor, he soothed, cupping my cheek. None of that matters. Not to me. Don't let them win. I furrowed my brow. What do you mean? Your parents? I may be wrong, but I have a feeling they've done everything in their power to convince you that you'd be nothing without them. That the only reason you've enjoyed the relative success you have is because of their influence. When I remained silent, he gave me a soft smile. Breaking free from the hold they've constructed and manipulated for nearly 29 years isn't going to be easy, but you've already taken the first step. You're making your own way. You could just have easily gone groveling back, but you didn't. You persevered, even when you didn't think you'd ever find a job again. His eyes grew intense, his voice brimming with passion and reverence. That's why I'm with you, Eleanor, because you're a survivor. You're strong, you're courageous, you're resilient. All reasons why I couldn't help but fall hard for you. All reasons I continue to fall in love with you all over again every single day. I sighed, reveling in his words of encouragement as I craned my neck and braced myself for his kiss. His lips brushed against mine and I melted into him, losing myself in him. It was exactly what I needed at this moment. His reassurance that his love for me was real, was true, was pure, that it would survive even the most tumultuous storm. My mother's going to blow a gasket if any photos of the two of us arise from tonight. A smile cracked on my lips as I pulled away. He cocked his head, studying me with an inquisitive gaze. How so? I gave him a playful look, stepping back. Eleanor Crenshaw, the daughter of the great Senator Crenshaw, beacon of political conservatism, being seen on the arm of a man who wrote a book spouting socialist ideologies and who embodies what's wrong with this country. According to her anyway. Well then, Dante held his elbow out for me. Let's give them a show they'll never forget. I hesitantly looped my arm in his. What did you have in mind? You'll see, he replied with a wink, pulling me out of the suite and down the hallway toward the elevator. But I plan on making them blush with how I won't be able to keep my hands off you. They may just have a heart attack from all the vulgar and lewd things I plan on doing to you all evening. He narrowed his gaze on me, his expression growing heated, carnal, wicked. If you think the gala was fun, I have even bigger plans for you. Bigger. I raised my brow as the elevator doors opened. I stepped inside, turning to face Dante. He slowly nodded, licking his lips in a lascivious manner. I felt the hair on my nape stand on end, a shiver rolling down my spine. Bigger. This evening will be one long act of seduction. My beautiful Eleanor. He leaned closer, nuzzling the crook of my neck as he inhaled my scent, releasing a greedy moan. I plan on making you come several times before we even make it back here. In public, I panted, almost ready to fall apart from the thought alone. He stepped back, his eyes unwavering. As long as you do as I say this evening. He lifted a brow. If you don't, I won't let you come. Moisture immediately pooled between my legs at the thought. From the beginning, I'd been attracted to his dominance, his power, his passion. Tonight was no different. Maybe this was exactly what I needed to quiet the thoughts fighting for attention in my head, telling me nothing had changed between us, that a relationship would never work. Maybe I just needed to surrender complete control to Dante and let him take the lead. A full night of power exchange, I pinched my lips together, giving him a demure look. He slowly nodded, his pupils dilating. I've been fantasizing about this for a while. In one quick motion, he spun me around so my back was to his front. Then he gripped my neck, forcing my chin up. My heart pounded in my chest as I was held captive by this man, his breath on my skin making me impatient with need. By the time the evening is over, your parents are going to wonder where innocent little Eleanor has disappeared to. Will wonder who the confident, bold, enigmatic woman on my arm is. He nipped at my neck, his teeth grazing my skin, sending a delicious shiver of anticipation through every inch of me, leaving no part of me unaffected. They'll see the real Eleanor. The Eleanor you were always meant to be, but were forced to hide. The Eleanor they all secretly wish they could be, too. He ran his hand down my chest, his fingers brushing underneath my breasts, before settling on my hips. Tonight isn't about me being in control. It's about guiding you, letting you open your mind and spread your wings even more. Okay. I bit my bottom lip, my breathing ragged as I nodded quickly. Say the words. This only works as long as I know you're on board. Yes, Dante, I exhaled. When the elevator slowed to a stop, he abruptly released his hold on me, stepping away. Good. The doors opened and he held his arm out to me. I drew in a deep breath, trying to steady myself, my legs weak. My brain raced with thoughts of what awaited me tonight. All I knew was I no longer felt nervous about the prospect of being seen with Dante Luciano at an award show that millions of people would be watching on their televisions. I was alive with anticipation about what he had in store for me over the course of the evening. When I remained motionless, he narrowed his eyes at me, his expression borderline severe. It shot a pang straight to my core, causing my pulse to race even faster. I loved the harshness and brutality I saw. I knew I shouldn't, that it was wrong, but was it? The more time I spent with Dante, the more I saw the respect and admiration he had for me. The more I knew nothing about this was wrong. We were two consenting adults engaging in a delicious game of foreplay, and Dante loved foreplay. Snapping back to the present, I put one foot in front of the other, slowly swaying my hips. I passed Dante a coquettish look as I hooked my arm in his. Good, Passerata. I cocked my head at him. Passerata? What does that mean, little sparrow? Because tonight, you're going to soar. Amore mio. He placed an affectionate kiss on my forehead, then faced forward, smiling at all the people gawking at us as we made our way through the lobby of the Beverly Wilshire. Some bystanders pulled their cell phones out to take our photo, and my confidence began to waver a bit. Was it really necessary to put on a show just to piss off my mother? Hold your head high, Passerata. You are a beautiful, fearless woman, he murmured, noticing my hesitation. He grabbed my hand that was hooked in his elbow. Let the world see what I see. Let your parents see what I see. Let me help you break those chains and set you free. His encouragement was all I needed. I allowed a small smile to cross my face, but it wasn't one of the fake smiles my mother taught me to wear, not too bright, not too glum, just enough to give off the impression of being interested. This smile was real, vibrant, unwavering, because I'd finally found something I never thought was possible: happiness. Beautiful, he whispered, running a careful finger down the curve of my face. Grabbing my chin, he tilted my head back. I'm going to kiss you now, and you're going to kiss me back as if it were the last time you'd ever kiss me. As if dozens of people weren't watching and snapping our photo. As if it were just us. Because when I'm with you, that's all I see, all I think about. I want that from you. Okay, Passerata. Licking my lips, I nodded. Yes, Dante. Good girl. His mouth slowly descended toward mine, my heart rate spiking with each drawn-out second as I waited to be kissed by this beautiful, passionate, enthralling man. I didn't know if it was the anticipation of feeling his lips brush against mine, the tingle that spread through my body when he pulled me firmly against him, or the way his deep baritone said those two words to me. I felt like a ball of clay, and he an artist, molding me into a masterpiece worthy of being admired and revered. When his lips finally landed on mine, I let out a moan of satisfaction, curving my body into his as I hooked my arms around his neck. He leaned into me, running his tongue across my lips, requesting entry. I couldn't deny him even if I wanted to. I opened for him, his tongue caressing mine, his kiss erasing every last hint of reluctance I had. His hand traveled down the length of my body, settling briefly on my hip before continuing its journey, landing on my ass. I jumped when he squeezed, instinctively attempting to squirm away. It only made him squeeze harder, hold me tighter, kiss me more passionately. I gave up the fight and matched his eagerness, kissing him like he wanted, like we were all alone. Seemingly satisfied, he gradually pulled back. My eyes remained locked on his. Any other time, I would have lowered my gaze, embarrassed I'd just done something so intimate with dozens of people watching. I'd been raised to believe certain things should remain private, that respectable people didn't kiss in public, at least not the way Dante had just kissed me, consuming me, marking me, telling everyone here that I was his, and he mine. I no longer found any merit to the things my mother had ingrained in my head about how civilized ladies should act. I loved the man peering down at me. Why wouldn't I want the world to see that love? Shall we? He asked, lifting a brow. Yes, he beamed, returning his hand to my lower back as he led me out of the lobby and into a waiting limousine. For the first time in my life, I didn't blush as I passed all the people who just bore witness to our moment of passion. I held my head high, swaying my hips, wrapped in the warmth of Dante's love and devotion. If this was just the beginning, I couldn't wait to see what the rest of the evening had in store. Chapter 6. A long line of limousines snaked off the 110 down Flower Street, slowly heading over to Figueroa to be waved into the secured area by the theater where tonight's event was being held. As I sat beside Dante in one of those limos, my imagination ran wild with who could be in front of or behind us. I'd been so caught up in the whirlwind of finally being with Dante again, I didn't even pause to consider I'd be surrounded by celebrities. I prayed I didn't make a complete fool of myself if I came face to face with one of my favorite actors. Doing okay. Dante squeezed my hand in his, forcing my attention away from the window and back to him. Shouldn't I be asking you that? I gave him a sly grin. You're the one nominated for an award. That doesn't matter to me. Why not? I tilted my head at him. I don't do what I do for recognition, he answered, as if it were obvious. I do what I do because I enjoy it. I love traveling and experiencing new food, new cultures, new people. It makes me more forgiving and compassionate. I think being able to share my journey with other people in the hopes they learn something from the people I've met and places I've been, that's what makes my job rewarding. Not the accolades and commendations, but the thought that maybe I've opened someone's eyes just a little bit. That's probably why you've won the past 4 years. Because you're humble. Because you do what you do even if no one watched your show. He chuckled, his lips slowly curving up at the corners. I don't know about that. I'm pretty sure the network would have canceled me a long time ago if that were the case. True. I glanced out the window as the convention center came into view, then looked back at Dante. Do you have a speech written? No, really, I've never written a speech. I guess I'm a bit superstitious. The first time I was nominated, I didn't want to ruin my chances by being too sure of myself. And I won. So, every year, I don't write a speech. He reached into the inside pocket of his jacket, revealing a cocktail napkin with a list of names on it, mine at the top. But I do bring a list of people I want to thank, in order of importance, in case I do win. He winked. Order of importance. My forehead winkled as I considered his words, staring at his barely legible scrawl on the worn napkin. My name's on top, because you're the most important person in my life. I opened my mouth to respond, then snapped it shut, hesitating. What is it? Dante pushed. Nothing, I replied quickly. Eleanor. He grabbed my chin, forcing my eyes to his. He narrowed his gaze, his expression challenging me. Remember our deal earlier? He leaned toward me, feathering his lips against my cheek, the tiniest hint of a charge rushing through me. You do as I say tonight, and you'll be rewarded. Unless you don't want to play anymore. He cocked a brow. I vehemently shook my head. No, I do. Then tell me what you were going to say. I sucked in a breath. When did you write this list? I shifted my gaze back to the napkin in his hand. It looked as if it had been in his pocket for weeks, maybe months. When my show was nominated, he answered in a very matter-of-fact tone. Which was when? Mid-July. Mid-July, I shook my head. But what? That was only a few weeks after I walked away from you. Just a few weeks after we met. And like I told you the day we said goodbye, I will always love you, no matter what. You're an important part of my life. Isn't it too soon? Too fast. Even now I paused, then added, Don't get me wrong, I'm flattered to be on your list, but at the top, Eleanor. He licked his lips, gathering his thoughts. I need you to understand something about me, something you probably already know, but it bears mentioning. I'm not like everyone else in your life. When I feel something, I say it. After everything I've been through, after losing Lily, then Ali, I vowed to always tell someone how I felt about them. If you wait, you may never get the chance. His voice wavered, his composure cracking momentarily. I would have given anything to have the chance to tell Lily I loved her one more time. He swallowed hard. I have a chance with you. I will always tell you how I feel, how much I love you, how important you are to me. It doesn't matter if you return those feelings. I'm not saying it to earn a favor or hope to gain something from it, as you're accustomed to. I'm saying it because it's the truth. It makes me wild with rage to think your parents made you believe no one could love you without an ulterior motive. That no one would ever simply just love you for you. Because I do. And I always will. Never question my loyalty or devotion to you. I promise never to give you a reason to doubt me. Just lower your guard and let me love you. Ben, speechless. I stared at him, my lips parting as I struggled to come up with an adequate response. How could I possibly say anything meaningful to that? To this man who poured his heart out to me with no hint of hesitation. Instead, I simply replied, Bene. Bene, he said once more, clutching my hand in his as Bradley stepped out from behind the wheel. I whipped my head to the window, seeing we were at the end of our line, all the limos in front of us having dropped off their passengers. Now, it was our turn, our time to shine. The door opened and Bradley stoically held his hand out to help me from the limo, although I sensed a bit of reluctance on his part, careful not to get my heel caught on the hem of my gown. I emerged into the bright California sun, pulling my shawl closer to fight against the slight chill in the September air. I remained motionless for a moment, mesmerized by the frenzy surrounding me. I recalled the many times I lounged on the couch with Mila as her eyes were glued to the television during these specials. Never did I think I'd be walking that same red carpet with a nominee. A hand fell on my hip and I looked to my left, Dante standing by my side. "Are you ready?" "I suppose," I answered, trying to mask my nerves. He tilted my chin back, forcing my eyes to his. "I won't leave your side. I promise. It's my job to take care of you. I'm not some meek little thing in need of protection." "Dante," I reminded him, "I am more than aware of that fact. But tonight, I want to take care of you. I don't want you to have to worry about a single thing. I want you to be able to stop thinking and just enjoy life for a few hours." "Okay." He stared at me, the devotion in his dark pools all-consuming. "Okay," I squeaked out. "Bene." He pulled back. "Andiamo." He steered me through the media circus, bright lights competing with the luster of the sunshine on this perfect afternoon. Once we were allowed access to the red carpet, I stared in awe at the atmosphere. I couldn't help the smile that built on my lips as I remained on Dante's arm, soaking it all in. It looked just like it did on TV. Stars wore perfectly tailored tuxedos and designer gowns, some of them stretching the envelope. I may have been a bit biased, but Dante was the best-looking man here. He had a sort of rugged appeal. He'd shaven, which made him appear a few years younger than he was, but his hair still had a disheveled quality to it. What made him more attractive was the way he looked at me, even here, surrounded by Hollywood's elite. He had a way of making me feel like the most beautiful person in the room, and tonight was no different. Noticing my eyes surveying the lines of his face, he smirked, leaning down to feather his lips against my temple. "What are you thinking, Passerata?" We stopped walking, and I met his fiery gaze. "Sembri molto carino," I answered, practicing some of the Italian I'd taught myself over the past few months, telling him how handsome he looked. "Sei così bella, amore mio. Tu sei l'unica donna che vedo." "What does that mean?" I asked, my cheeks flushing as I listened to Dante murmur Italian in my ear. There was something so seductive about the sound. He could have been discussing something as mundane as taking the garbage out, but the tone of his voice made my toes curl, the hair on my arms stand on end. "That you're beautiful, that you're the only woman I see." I sighed at his words. He'd told me this exact thing on numerous occasions, even as recently as the past few hours, but I still wasn't tired of hearing it. "Now, shall we go make all the reporters and photographers wonder who this beautiful treasure is on my arm?" I grinned, stepping out of my shell. "Let's give them something to talk about. That's my girl." He gripped my hip, leading me through the area, stopping every few feet to pose for the myriad of photographers present. At first, I attempted to step away, thinking they wouldn't want me in the shot, but Dante kept his firm hold on me, not permitting me to leave his side. It bound another piece of my heart to him. Just as we were almost clear of the red carpet area, a heavily made-up blonde reporter for one of the entertainment news stations shoved a microphone in his face. "Dante Luciano," she said, the lilt in her tone making it sound as if they were old friends. Lights shined on both of us, a cameraman inching closer and closer. "Are you feeling confident about adding win number 5 to your collection?" "We'll see," he answered, a bright smile on his face. This was the Dante Luciano the rest of the world knew. It wasn't my Dante Luciano. I counted myself truly lucky to know who he was when the cameras stopped rolling and the lights turned off. A wise woman once said, "What's meant to be will be." He glanced at me. I gave him a small smile, recalling his mother telling me those exact words. Then he looked back at the blonde. "If I'm meant to take home number 5, I'm sure it will happen. It's been a bit of an exciting year for you, hasn't it? We heard a few rumors about your crew being shot at when you were on location in Beirut." My eyes darted to him, my pulse increasing. I hadn't heard about that. Then again, I hadn't really gone looking. I knew what he did for a living, what his show was about, but it never dawned on me that he may get hurt, or worse. That was just the media blowing it out of proportion. He answered without missing a beat. "A kid found a gun on the street and thought it was a toy. Our equipment suffered more damage from the few stray bullets than myself or any of the crew. So you'd go back? Without a doubt. She smiled a fabricated smile. Then her attention shifted to me, her brows furrowing slightly as she tried to figure out who I was. And your date this evening? She looked back at Dante. Someone from back home. No, he said, a twinkle in his eyes as he gazed upon me. She's an American I had the pleasure of running into this summer when she visited the Eternal City. This is Eleanor Crenshaw. Crenshaw? She turned her attention back to me, her eyes widening as realization covered her expression. Of course. The daughter of Senator Crenshaw. She laughed. He must have a few choice words about your relationship with Dante Luciano. Considering their political opposites, Eleanor's a grown woman who is more than capable of making her own decisions. He responded before I even had a chance to offer a rebuttal. But rest assured, you will all be seeing much more of her in the months and years to come. His lips formed into a tight line before saying, Have a good evening. He placed his hand on my lower back and steered me away from the reporter. I cocked a brow at him once we were clear of the cameras. Years, if you'll have me. Dante, shh. He hushed me, covering my mouth with his kiss full, deep, bewitching. For a moment, all the voices in my head shouting the reasons I shouldn't get my hopes up about a future with Dante had grown mute. In its place was his deep baritone, murmuring words of affection, urging me to see him and only him, to forget about my past and only think about the present. I told you, tonight isn't about thinking. We'll do all that later. Tonight is for you to enjoy yourself. Shut your big, beautiful brain off for a few hours and let go. Okay, I murmured, still breathless from his kiss. Good. He gave me a sly smile, guiding me into the theater that was abuzz with even more activity. Attendees mingled in their gowns and tuxedos, imbibing in champagne under a gilded ceiling and lavish chandelier. My surroundings reminiscent of the heyday of Hollywood. Do you need to use the restroom beforehand, he asked. I'd recommend it. Actually, yes. This way. He led me through the lobby, stopping outside the ladies' room. I'll only be a minute. I was about to turn from him when he stopped me, yanking my body against his. His sudden movement nearly took the breath from me. I want you to do something for me, he murmured in a seductive voice that made part of me want to rip off my dress and have him pin me against this very wall. I swallowed hard. Yes, I want you to bring me your panties. My breath hitched and I blinked, peering into his dark, hooded eyes, smiling a playful smile. I raised myself onto my toes, brushing my lips against his neck. I felt a shiver roll through him. Loving that I had such an effect on him. I'd rather you take them off. His grip on me tightened. As do I, he answered, his voice almost a growl. But remember our little game. You do as I say, and you get rewarded. I'd love nothing more than to bend you over and rip those panties off with my teeth. But that will have to wait until later. So go in there, do what you need to do, and bring me your panties. He cupped my ass, squeezing hard. Do you understand, Passerata? All I could do was nod in response, rendered mute. Ben. He released his hold on me, and I began to walk away. I'd only managed a few steps before I felt a hand grab my elbow, my eyes widening as I was tugged against his body again. One more thing. Eleanor. Yes, I swallowed hard, my heart in my throat as heat bloomed on my cheeks. He leaned toward me, peppering kisses down my jawline. Are you wet right now? My chest heaved as my cheeks heated. I was sure my appearance had grown flushed over the course of the past few minutes. Licking my lips, I closed the distance between our mouths. Soaked, I whispered. He clenched his jaw, then released me from his hold. Go, now, with a smile. I turned from him, glancing over my shoulder. Satisfaction coursed through me when I saw he was barely maintaining his composure as he watched me with an unwavering gaze, blowing him a kiss. I ducked into the restroom, my body trembling in the best way possible. I walked past a long row of stalls, although stall wasn't quite the right word. Each toilet was in its own small room. I stepped into one toward the end, locking the door behind me just as I felt my phone buzz in my clutch. I retrieved it, seeing a text from Dante. TikTok, Passerata. my cheeks flushing. I hurriedly went about my business. When I was done, I crumbled my panties into a ball, shoved them into my clutch, then stepped out of the stall, heading to the long line of sinks to wash my hands. As I emerged back into the lobby, Dante's eyes raked over me, a devious glint in his gaze. He slowly walked toward me, a scintillating dominance in his stride. "I believe you have something for me." He cocked a brow. "I do." I opened my clutch, doing my best to discreetly remove the bright red lacy panties and hand them to him. He made no effort to hide them. Instead, he brought them up to his nose, inhaling a long breath. My eyes widened and I reached to take them from him, shooting a nervous glance at everyone surrounding us. What if a camera had picked that up? He grasped my wrist, preventing me from ripping them out of his hands. "Don't. You have no idea how much I want to bury my face between your legs. Eleanor, this is the next best thing." "But people might see you." I chewed on my lower lip. "Let them. I don't care. In fact, I want them to see me, to see us." Smiling deviously, he arranged my panties in the breast pocket of his tuxedo jacket, ignoring the horror crawling across my face. I knew there was no winning this battle with him. I'd be lying if I said the idea of him using my panties as a pocket square didn't excite me even more than I already was. "Just promise you won't whip them out when you go up there to make your acceptance speech." I placed my hands on his lapels. "I make no guarantees for my behavior tonight. I never can when you're around. You bring out something inside me." He clasped my hand, leading me across the lobby. "What's that?" We followed the crowd, everyone getting ready to take their seats for the start of the awards. It's hard to explain. He tugged me closer as we navigated our way down the long aisle toward the front of the theater. A strange sort of protectiveness. "I want everyone to see you with me, but I want to throttle every man who even thinks about looking at you in a way I don't like. I want everyone to know you're mine." He leaned toward me, his lips close to my skin, heating my flesh. "That only my cum has ever filled you. That only my teeth have ever tugged on your nipples. That only my tongue has ever licked your pussy." My breathing grew ragged as I tried to maintain my composure. Cameras and lights everywhere. Any number of photographers could have snapped my picture and seen how flushed and unhinged I was just from Dante's words. I was ready to haul him out of this theater. Award be damned. "If you keep going, I may just come right now," I murmured, feeling lightheaded. "You'd better not. Not unless I say so." He narrowed his gaze as he slowed to a stop about 8 rows from the stage. "Remember our game, as long as you're still willing to keep playing." I lifted my lips to his. "I never want it to end," I said against his mouth. "Good girl." He paused, then pulled away, acting as calm and unaffected as usual as he turned his attention toward several members of his production team who had already arrived. He introduced me around, all of them saying something to the effect of, "So this is Eleanor," to which Dante simply smiled, tightening his hold on me. When the show was about to begin, Dante pulled me into my seat beside him right on the aisle, which increased my suspicions he was probably going to win. The lights dimmed, and I was immersed in a mesmerizing display of talent. I normally hated sitting through speech after speech, but being here in person was completely different. It was inspiring to sit mere feet away from some of the most gifted people in this industry, to hear them talk about how they never thought they'd get here, how they truly believed some higher power intervened and made it all possible. "Are you enjoying yourself?" Dante leaned toward me during one of the music breaks, resting his hand on my thigh. I could have been wrong, but I was fairly certain he had the slit in the skirt elongated, so it ran almost all the way up to my hip. I met his eyes, smiling. He leaned even closer. "Do you have any idea how difficult it is to sit next to you knowing you're not wearing any panties?" I studied his demeanor, the epitome of composure and poise. But what his behavior masked. His eyes couldn't. The fire, the heat, the unmistakable urgency I saw making me breathless with a yearning of my own. He reached for my shawl that was draped haphazardly at my side, arranging it over my legs. My eyes widened as his hand slithered beneath the sheer fabric, sliding under the slit of my dress, urging my legs apart. I held my breath, staring at Dante, my inner voice telling me this was wrong. He simply smirked, leaning toward me once more. "I want to feel you, Eleanor." The sensation of his breath so near my skin sent a ripple through me and my muscles relaxed, my legs parting slightly. His finger lighted against my center, and a sigh fell from my lips. "I know you want this too." I did my best to maintain the little composure I had left. My body wound tight from the lead up to this moment. I'd wanted Dante to fuck me in the elevator of the hotel. Hell, I was ready to crawl onto his lap and straddle him while we waited in that long line of limos. Once we'd arrived here, having to stand at his side and see him smirking at me all evening. My panties stuffed in the pocket of his tuxedo jacket. I was ready to lose all control. I needed to lose all control. "Tell me you want this," Dante whispered, his voice still demanding. "I want this," I murmured back. He released a subtle groan, his nose grazing my neck, inhaling. "They're getting ready to announce the nominees for my category," he said, his voice still a low whisper as he continued rubbing my slickness all over me, inserting a finger, then another, stretching me. I moved against him, my hunger for release overpowering all sense of reason or propriety. With each word, each kiss, each whisper of his desire, everything my parents had ingrained in my subconscious was slowly being dismantled by this amazing, passionate, sensual man. "The cameras will be on us for a moment when they do so." His rhythm increased. I have no intention of taking my hand away. I held my breath, gripping the armrest tighter as my body loomed perilously close to the peak. "And I have no intention of doing so until you come, even if they announce I'm the winner. I'm not going up there until you come all over my fingers, and every time you see me lift my hand to my nose, you'll know it's your scent I'm inhaling, your scent I'm getting hard over." I bit back the moan that wanted to fall from my lips, moving with more urgency, but still trying not to be obvious about what we were doing. This man was going to be the death of me. Death by orgasm sounded like the best way to go. Though, somewhere in the recesses of my mind, I heard the announcers come on stage to introduce the category Dante was nominated in. One of the cameramen approached, crouching down in the aisle to get the shot needed. This only forced Dante to fuck me with his fingers even harder. I tried to pretend the camera wasn't there, to act as if my obviously flushed expression wasn't about to be plastered all over television screens across the country, while Dante had his hand between my legs. To act as if my parents weren't about to throw a fit of epic proportions when they realized I was with him. None of that mattered right now. All that did was making Dante happy, and giving him my orgasm would make him happy. They began announcing the nominees, and Dante clutched my chin with his free hand, forcing my eyes to him. "Look at me. Just see me. No one else right now. Only you," I breathed, keeping my gaze locked on his, even when he broke away to smile at the camera as they announced his name as a nominee. I didn't look away until one of the announcers said those familiar words. "And the winner is..." The seconds seemed to stretch as one of the celebrities on stage opened the envelope, then smiled at the audience. My body climbed higher and higher, my motions becoming more and more frenzied as I chased my orgasm. Dante Luciano, for no stone unturned. My breathing becoming even more ragged, my muscles clenching. I bit my lip to stop myself from screaming from the ecstasy shooting through me, my body quivering around Dante's hand at the same time as the audience erupted in applause, shooting me a devious smile. His hand lingered between my legs for a moment longer. Then he withdrew. He slowly stood, turning to me and bringing me to my feet, although my limbs felt shaky as my orgasm still swelled through me. I tried to give him space, to let him bask in this moment of victory. It was his. He worked hard for this and deserved the spotlight. Instead, he folded his arms around me, crushing my body against his lips moving against mine, leaving me breathless. Much to my surprise, I made no move to push him away for fear the world would witness this exchange. In fact, I wanted them to see us, to see that this man was mine and I his, to see how much he loved me, how much he craved me, how much he burned for me. I curved into him, running my hands through his hair as I felt the final chain my parents had shackled around me incinerate with the heat of Dante's kiss, the ecstasy in his touch, the admiration in his love. Chapter 7. God, this thing is a lot heavier than I imagined it would be, I said as I stepped into the suite, a little tipsy from all the champagne I'd consumed throughout the evening. First at the post-awards ball, then at one of the many after-parties we'd attended in Hollywood. I should have been exhausted, considering it was after 2, but I felt energized. I didn't want the night to end. When Dante didn't say anything in response, I whirled around, my breath catching from the magnitude in his stormy eyes. The fun, light atmosphere I'd enjoyed as we stumbled from the limo and into the lobby of the hotel, laughing at something I can't even remember, had vanished in a flash. It was like Dante had flipped a switch the instant we crossed the threshold into the suite. And based on everything I knew about my enigmatic, seductive, duplicitous man, that was precisely what happened. Eleanor. He strode toward me as I remained locked in place, anxiously awaiting his approach. I had the good fortune of seeing Dante in so many different scenarios. The cocky Italian who hit on the woman across the aisle from him on the plane. The sensual man who opened my mind, body, and heart to what was possible. The tortured soul who cried in my arms at the memory of his daughter, and the passionate man who kissed me in a way I'd never been kissed. But none of those compared to the way his tumultuous gaze locked on mine as he slowly stalked toward me, a hunter taunting his prey, a monster chasing his mark, a killer pursuing his next victim. With each step he took, my heart pounded against my chest, threatening to burst through the walls, keeping it trapped. I didn't know why I was so nervous, so on edge, so jittery. Dante and I had been intimate more times than I could count. He'd been rough and commanding with me since the very beginning. But there was something drastically different about this. The game wasn't over yet, when he was just a whisper away, his eyes glaring down at me like I was an errant child. He reached for the gold statue in my hand. I allowed him to take it. I wanted to look away, but couldn't, as if his mere presence had commanded my gaze to remain on his. He ran a finger down my cheek, my teeth chattering from the chill enveloping me, pinching my chin. He forced my head back, his scrupulous stare seeming to analyze every inch of me. "Tell me, Eleanor," he began, licking his lips. "Yes," I breathed. "Did you enjoy yourself tonight?" "Yes, Dante." His lips drew near mine, his breath sweet from the liquor he'd consumed. "What did you like most about it?" My eyelids fluttered closed. The heat, the fire, the burn of his mouth so close to mine causing desperation to wash over me. I needed him to kiss me, to feel his hands on my flesh, to surrender to him completely my body, my heart, my love. "When you kissed me after they announced you were the winner?" "Oh, really?" He released his hold on my chin, his motions quick as he gripped my hip, spinning me around so I faced away from him. I wanted to turn back and peer into his eyes, so I could feel his lips on mine, so I could rake my fingers through his hair. He pressed his hand against my stomach, forcing me into him. "What did you like about it?" "The way you didn't try to hide me, that you weren't ashamed of being with me, that you had no problem letting the world see how much you want me." "Not want. Eleanor." His lips met the crook of my neck. "Need." His grip on me tightened, arms pulling me even harder against him as his teeth grazed my skin. "Just like you need me." I smirked. "A little confident of yourself, aren't you?" "Perhaps." He reached up, his hand lightly clutching my throat. The heat of his skin on mine, coupled with the slight pressure he applied, caused my pulse to soar. His hand floated from my neck, smoothing down my collarbone, then landed between the groove of my breasts. "But based on the way you've been eye-fucking me all night long," he grabbed my nipple between his fingers, tugging, forcing a yelp from me. It didn't matter that my dress acted as a barrier between my flesh and his hands. The ache was still as pronounced as it would have been had I been naked. He lowered his mouth back to my neck, clamping down with his teeth. He made no move to be gentle, to be loving, to be merciful. He was the Dante I'd met on the plane, The Dante who slammed me against the brick building in an alley in Rome when I knew nothing about him. The Dante who recklessly fucked me in the bathroom of a museum. I loved the affectionate, doting Dante. But damn if I didn't crave the erotic, salacious version of him. One thing is certain. I could almost hear the smile in his tone. "What's that?" I panted, his hold on my nipple only tightening. I reached behind me, scraping my hands through his coarse hair, needing something to hold as I struggled to breathe through the welcome throbbing. "I own you," he snarled. I swallowed hard, moaning. The old Ellie would have thought that was so oppressive, so barbaric, so degrading. But this new, enlightened person I'd become didn't. I knew Dante loved me, respected me, admired me. I also knew he had a carnal need to claim me as his. I'd realized that about him from the very beginning. And I wanted to be branded by him, wanted his mark left on me, inside and out. "Say it." His hand shifted to my throat once more, his lips skimming my neck. I felt lightheaded, my chest heaving as I struggled to make sense of the need filling me. I was desperate to feel Dante's skin on mine, to kneel before this man and make him feel as admired as I had all night. "You own me," I murmured. When he loosened his hold on me, I used the opportunity to turn around and face him. I grabbed his hand in mine, placing it over my heart. "You own this. You have since the very beginning." The animalistic craving in his gaze faltered momentarily, my words cracking the armor he wore. I stepped away from him and reached behind me, slowly lowering the zipper on my gown, shrugging out of the straps and allowing it to pool at my feet. I stood in front of him, wearing nothing but the jewelry he bought me and my shoes, my panties still tucked in the breast pocket of Dante's tuxedo jacket. Approaching him once more, I took his hand in mine again. I moved to bring it back to my breast, then caught him by surprise when I forced it between my thighs instead. "And this is all yours." His eyes darkened with pure unmatched hunger, a greed unlike any I'd seen consuming him. "Say it again," he demanded as he played with my folds, spreading my wetness around. "It's yours." "What is—" He pushed a finger inside, setting off sparks as he fucked me with his finger. It wasn't gentle or restrained by any stretch of the imagination. He was a man on a mission to make me come as fast and as hard as he could, to rip my orgasm from me, to make me surrender completely to him. "My pussy," I breathed, closing my eyes as my brain thought about one thing and one thing only, the way Dante had the ability to bring me so much pleasure with just a few carefully measured strokes. My insides warmed, my legs becoming weak. The only thing keeping me upright was Dante's hand glued to my back, pinning my body to his. "Damn straight it is," he hissed. "I'm the only man who will ever fuck this pussy again." "Yes," I moaned, the increased frenzy of his motions pushing me higher and higher. "What were you thinking about when I finger-fucked you during the ceremony earlier? How I knew it was wrong but wanted even more." I didn't even pause to contemplate an appropriate response. I didn't have to. Dante never judged me, never demeaned me for giving voice to my desires, my needs. Instead, he guided and nurtured them, making me realize exactly what I wanted. How I wished we could have a repeat of the last time I wore that dress. "The museum," he asked coyly. All I could do was nod. My body wound tight. It didn't matter that I'd been the welcome recipient of an incredible orgasm just a few hours ago. My body hungered for its next release. "Did you like it when I bent you over and fucked you?" His motions slowed, and I groaned, desperate to feel him harder, faster, deeper. "When I stuck my finger in your ass?" "God, yes," I moaned, his rhythm decreasing even more. I pulsed against him, but he tightened his grip on me, holding my orgasm captive. It was his way of reminding me who was in charge, and I was all too happy to relinquish complete control to him. If the orgasm I had earlier was any indication, I had a feeling the next one would shatter me, all because I was able to shut off and stop thinking for a minute. Nothing mattered right now. Not the unanswered questions in our past, not the uncertainty of our future. All that mattered was the present, being here with Dante, surrendering everything else to him. "Thinking about that just made you wetter, didn't it?" I nodded. "Why?" What did you like about that? Everything. His fingers lingered between my legs, but were now barely touching me. I racked my brain, trying to come up with something. Anything, so he'd touch me again. So he'd make me come again. What specifically? Eleanor, tell me. Just everything, Dante. A chill washed over me, the warmth no longer between my legs as Dante pulled his hand back. I opened my eyes, watching as he raised his hand to his mouth. Slow, torturous, agonizing. He darted his tongue out, about to taste my arousal on his fingers when he suddenly changed course, bringing them to my lips. Suck, he ordered. Holy shit! My adrenaline spiked as I kept my eyes glued to his. I brushed my tongue against the tip of his finger, barely touching, the contact light. Then I wrapped my lips around them, tasting me and him. The combination making me burn, making me want to crawl on top of him, our two bodies fusing together, never to be parted. He forced 2 additional fingers into my mouth. I eagerly took them, swirling my tongue, sucking them deeply, fully, wanting every last drop. Enough, his gruff voice cut through the silence as he ripped his fingers from my mouth. Enough, I peered up at him through coquettish eyes. Lowering my hand to his waist, I palmed his erection, the bulge in his pants unmistakable. I thought we were just getting started. Dante. He clutched my wrist, preventing me from teasing him any further, and tugged me against his hard body. Before I had a chance to catch my breath, he grabbed the back of my neck, his mouth bruising mine. His kiss was rough, jarring, turbulent, piercing my soul and penetrating my heart with the way he devoured me, the way he held me, the way he needed me. Desperate for more of him, I tore my lips away and reached for his belt. Again, he caught my hands, stopping me. What do you think you're doing, Eleanor? Undressing you. I was a mess of hormones, blind to everything else. I need to feel you. Inside me. Above me. Below me. However you want it. I don't care. Just let me feel you. I pleaded. This man could make me beg without asking. Make me burn without lighting the match. Make me submit without demand. Not yet. I knew those words were coming, but I didn't want to hear them. I'd never felt so reckless, so rash, so unlike myself. Dante liked foreplay. I often wondered if he preferred it over the actual act of intercourse, but I didn't want foreplay. This whole evening had been foreplay. My lungs burned to breathe him in. My throat ached to moan his name. My insides heated with the promise of what was to come. Please. My hands landed on his wide shoulders, tugging the suit jacket down his arms. I'll do anything. Dante, My eyes floated to his, passing him a demure look. I need you to fuck me, Dante. My fingers trailed along his bow tie, my lips sensually kissing that sweet spot between his neck and shoulder. When he seemed to lose himself to the moment, I yanked the tie from his collar before unbuttoning his shirt. I'd only gotten through 3 buttons before he stopped me. Eleanor, he said through a tight jaw. Yes. He studied me for a prolonged moment, both of our chests heaving in near unison. Go to the bedroom, grab the eye mask from the nightstand and put it on. Then lie down and wait for me. Don't get off that bed. Do you understand? His tone was even, at complete odds with the way my heart pounded in my chest. I remained motionless for a moment. Then he barked, "Answer me!" Yes, Dante. I spun from him, doing as he asked, as he demanded. Slipping into the bedroom, I found the mask, then turned down the covers and settled onto the mattress, pulling the mask over my eyes so I couldn't see anything, just like the other night when he had me wear this very eye mask. My other senses became heightened. My skin ached with a dull throbbing. I found myself constantly squeezing my legs together to get some relief. A part of me thought about touching myself to dampen the pressure that was ready to explode, but I didn't. I wanted Dante to have my orgasm, to own all of them, just like he owned me. The minutes ticked by, my racing heart a metronome keeping time as I waited and waited and waited. When I was about to storm into the living room and berate Dante for being an insufferable tease, I felt the bed dip, a warm body slithering up mine. I moaned, my muscles relaxing as teeth grazed my skin, licking, sucking, admiring. I couldn't see what he was doing, didn't know where he was looking, didn't know where he would touch me next. But I didn't need to see his eyes to know they were cloudy with lust. His pupils dilated with anticipation. "Good girl," he said as I arched into him, his mouth clamping over my nipple. "You follow direction exceedingly well. I was expecting a bit of pushback from you tonight, but you played along quite nicely, especially now." He dragged his tongue across my breast, taking his time, savoring the taste of my skin. "Did you think I was going to make you wait for me all night?" The thought had begun to cross my mind. I answered, "I was about to drag you in here." "Tisk, tisk, tisk." "Eleanor." "That would be breaking the rules," he said coyly. "I asked you to come into the bedroom and stay here. Not stay here until you couldn't take it anymore. Then come get me." The heat of his breath hovered close and I craned my head, aching to feel his lips on mine. But he remained just out of reach, the pressure becoming unbearable. "Do you know what happens if you don't follow the rules?" What I swallowed hard, my throat becoming dry. "You'll be punished." His fingers found my nipple and he squeezed, causing me to scream, more out of surprise than pain. It didn't hurt, not like it had the first time he'd done this same thing. Now, it was incredibly pleasurable, even satisfying, as if it quenched a hidden yearning that had been suppressed for years. "Now, Eleanor," he continued, releasing his hold on me, leaving me a panting, unhinged web of need. My brain had turned into complete mush. My sole motivation was to do anything I had to in order to get him to keep making me feel, to keep propelling me higher, to keep pushing the limits of how far I could take this. And I wanted to take it all the way. Maybe it was the champagne. Maybe it was the ambiance of the evening. Maybe it was the game we'd been playing. Whatever the reason, I wanted Dante to dominate me. I wanted him to control me. I wanted him to punish me. Despite all my preconceived notions of power exchanges, giving this to him made me feel powerful, fierce, commanding. "What do you think a good punishment would be?" "Whatever you want to do to me," I replied in a barely audible voice. "Do to you." A lithe finger snaked from my collarbone down my sternum, stopping just above my waist. My muscles clenched, anticipation of what was to come keeping me on edge. The instant I felt him between my legs, I feared I would shatter into a million pieces, unable to find all of them to put myself back together again. Maybe I didn't want to be put back together. Maybe I needed the missing pieces. Maybe Dante was my missing piece. "But you haven't misbehaved." He lowered his mouth to my stomach, his tongue circling my navel, soft, warm, wet. "Maybe I want it anyway." "That's not the way the game's supposed to be played." I arched my back, pushing my pelvis toward him as his mouth leisurely trailed a fiery path down my stomach, hovering so close to where I needed him, blinded by lust, my need to feel ruled my actions. Reaching down, I ran my fingers through his hair, a tiny moan of appreciation rolling from his mouth. "Do I need to tie you up?" "Too," he mused, firmly gripping my hand. A rush of adrenaline coursed through me at the thought of being bound, unable to move, to see, completely at Dante's mercy. "I wouldn't complain," I said coyly, squirming as the heat of Dante's mouth grew closer and closer to my center. I held my breath, waiting for that first flick of his tongue, that first drag of his fingers. But it never came. "Dante." "Yes, amore mio." "What are you doing?" "Admiring you," his deep baritone answered, the heat of him still so close to me. "Please, Dante, please." "What? You know what?" "Yes, I do." His hands gripped my thighs, bruising, marking, claiming. He raked them down my legs, his hold only becoming more severe, more greedy, more agonizing, slow, tedious, torturous. "Eleanor." His voice was almost a growl as he reached my feet and carefully slid them out of the heels I still wore. "Yes, I'm going to grab your hand and help you up." "Up, but..." Before I could utter another syllable, his mouth was over mine, swallowing my words, capturing my protest. I stiffened momentarily, then melted into his welcome assault, deepening the exchange. His kiss stole my breath and arrested my heart. "Remember our game?" he murmured against my lips. "Yes, Dante," I answered. I would agree to anything he wanted if it meant he'd kiss me like that again, leaving me soulless, motionless, thoughtless. Good. I felt the bed dip. Then he grabbed my arm, helping me to my feet, my breathing increasing. He led me a few steps, then stopped. Based on what I knew of the layout of the room, unless my direction was incredibly off, we were probably standing right in front of the French doors leading to the balcony. I could almost see the twinkling lights of Los Angeles 14 floors below us. His hand pressed against my lower back and he crushed me to him, his body still clad in his tuxedo. A warmth danced on my lips and I held my breath, anticipating his kiss. "Do you trust me?" he murmured, ghosting his mouth over mine. Without hesitation, I answered yes. "If it's too much, just tell me. Just say game over." I swallowed hard, like a safe word. "I suppose." He ran his thumb across my lips. "Have you ever used a safe word before?" I asked, unsure what had possessed me to do so. Perhaps I was just curious about his past. We never discussed previous lovers all that much, at least not in detail. I never pressed him, probably because, for the longest time, I didn't think it mattered. I had every intention of never seeing him again once I left Italy. Now I found myself curious as to his own history. I won't lie to you, Eleanor. Before I met you, I had used them on occasion. Why are you just using them with me now? A seed of doubt planted in my brain. Because I knew you were different from everyone else. My expression fell slightly. A soft chuckle rumbled from his chest, and he pulled me tighter against him. His lips found my neck, his motions delicate, gentle, loving. Believe me when I tell you it's a good thing. From the minute I set my eyes on you, my heart knew you were so much more than a woman I would lose myself in for a little while in order to deal with all the things in my life I had no control over. You make the past not hurt as much. Then why? He pressed a finger over my lips. This is for you. For me, I shook my head. I don't understand. Do you trust me, Eleanor? Of course. Then trust me when I say this is all for you, to make you feel more powerful than anyone in your life has ever allowed you to feel. He released his hold, a chill washing over me. Then the French doors opened, the chill becoming even more pronounced as the crisp September air hit my naked flesh. Dante's hand found mine, and I made no move to protest when he led me onto the balcony, completely bare and exposed to the world below. Dante was right. Something about this did make me feel bold, undaunted. I could only imagine how I would feel after whatever else he had in store. In my old life, I stayed away from the unknown, preferring to have every minute of my day scheduled, having a plan for every situation I may find myself in. But here, the mystery, the unknown, the promise of what was to come only heightened my confidence. When his lips whispered against my temple, my breathing grew ragged. "Get on your knees, Eleanor!" His voice sounded demanding once more. Without questioning, I slowly lowered myself to my knees, Dante helping me. My legs were a little unsteady, nerves filling me. I had a million questions on the tip of my tongue, begging to be unleashed. But that was the old Ellie. She needed to know exactly what would happen. She needed to know the location of every piece of patio furniture, how many cars lined the street below, how many windows in the hotel were lit, wondering if anyone would catch a glimpse of our interlude. This new Eleanor didn't care. This new Eleanor did something that had never come easily to her before. This new Eleanor trusted. Yes, I could come up with 1,000 reasons why I shouldn't trust Dante, but I did. I hoped it wasn't foolhardy of me to do so. As my knees hit the balcony, I was surprised to be met with a soft cushion instead of the cold cement. I couldn't see, but I could visualize my surroundings from the little bit of time I spent out here, lining the entire perimeter of the expansive suite. It was wide enough to fit an 8-seat patio table, several lounge chairs, and a couch, all with plenty of room to spare. Dante's fingers traced the curve of my face, and I drew in a shaky breath, every muscle in my body tightening. "Don't be nervous, Passerata," I can't help it. I laughed apprehensively. I don't do well with the unknown, which is exactly why I want to do this with you. Why I want to give this to you. You may kneel before me right now, my beautiful Eleanor. He cupped my cheek, the feeling of his flesh on mine warming me. But I worship at your feet, praise your very presence, lay prostrate before you. You are my queen, my goddess, my inamorata. Never forget that. All of this, what we're about to do, is for you. You are in complete control, not me. Capisci? Yes, Dante, I breathed, darting my tongue out to moisten my lips. Ben. He dragged his finger down my neck, across my collarbone. The fire in his touch lit a blazing path down my arm. He grabbed one wrist, then the other, pinning them behind my back. My heart drummed in my chest, the sound deafening, piercing, powerful. If I could hear it, surely Dante could as well. Instantly, he was behind me, his front to my back, his arousal noticeable against me. He must have been kneeling now, too. From the moment I laid eyes on you, he began, his voice deep and fevered. A soft silk material looped around my wrists, my breathing increasing exponentially as I pictured what I must look like right now, kneeling on a cushion on a balcony of this luxury hotel, blindfolded, bound, completely at the mercy of another person. I knew you were dangerous. His hand found my neck and he forced my head back, his fingers digging into my skin. I panted, his tone a mixture of predatory and kind at the same time. Dangerous, I struggled to say. Yes, dangerous. I knew once I heard your voice, peered deeply into your pained eyes, allowed myself to fall into you, I'd never be the same man. He released his hold on my throat, his hand skimming down my body, growing closer to my breasts. Like you, Eleanor, I had a plan, and you were not supposed to be a part of that plan. His fingers lightly squeezed one of my nipples, the pink bud pebbling under his touch. It wasn't rough or callous as I expected it would be. Harder, I pleaded. The slightest hint of a groan rumbled from his throat, as if he was at war with himself, as if he wanted to prolong the game, but at the same time, bury himself in me, mark me, claim me, brand me, do whatever he had to in order for the world to know I belonged to him, and he me. This wasn't supposed to be my life. This wasn't supposed to happen. What I arched into him, throwing my head back as he ran his hand down my stomach. I wasn't supposed to fall in love with you. Then why did you... My voice was breathy, husky, full of need. Because of fate. Because she knew I needed this. That I needed to love again. That I could have everything I'd ever dreamed of in you. What's that? I swallowed hard, a hint of unease filtering into my brain. A tiny voice reminding me that I wasn't nearly as experienced or adventurous as Dante seemed to be. Before I met him, I'd never even been on top during sex, let alone kneeling, blindfolded and tied up. What if he just wanted me now because I was new and exciting? A shiny plaything. What if he got bored? What if I couldn't live up to what he wanted? What he needed? You, now and forevermore? Even if I need to end the game, I asked in a timid voice, with haste. He removed the mask from my face, scrambling in front of me so he could peer into my eyes, questioning, concerned. Is it too much? He searched my face, frantic. I pressed my mouth to his, ripping his words from him. His body stiffened, confused. I ran my tongue along his lips, coaxing them open. Finally, he melted into me, our kiss sweet, soft, tender. I pulled away so he could see the determination in my gaze. Put it back on. Dante. Then I lowered my eyes, portraying a more subservient version of myself. When he made no move to slip the mask back over my face, I lifted my gaze to his. Please, sir, I added, then lowered my head even more. With a groan, he raised the mask, returning it to my face, my world dark again. It was quiet on the balcony. The only sound that of my breathing pierced with the occasional car whistling by at the late hour. Emboldened by his love, concern, and my desire to be able to live up to what he needed. I murmured, "I want to taste you." My muscles tightened as I licked my lips, desperate to please Dante, to make him experience the same high I did every time he drove into me. He cupped my cheek in his rough hand. I melted into the contact, the warmth like a comforting bath, easing all my worry, washing away my sins, I pray to God every day and thank him for you. Mia bella passerota. His thumb ghosted against my lips and I opened eagerly, my tongue darting out to taste his skin. I heard him draw in a shaky breath, even the muscle in his finger tightening as I sensually sucked on it, giving him a preview of what he could expect. I thank him for your love. I heard the faint rustling of clothes, a zipper lowering, causing my heart to soar in my chest. Then he removed his thumb from my mouth, leaving me greedy for more, an addict ready to claw at her skin for her next fix. For your devotion to me. The sound of fabric hitting the balcony made its way to my ears. And for this beautiful fucking mouth, he pressed his erection against my lips. I was all too eager to open for him. When I did, his hips thrust with a fevered rhythm. The sudden motion caught me off guard, my body stiffening as I struggled to keep pace. He ran his finger down my cheek and jaw. Relax your muscles, Passerata. I want you to taste all of me. I drew as deep a breath as I could, doing my best to follow his instructions. He wrapped his hand around my hair, guiding me. Yes, he hissed. I could almost picture the bliss and ecstasy rolling over his face, his eyes closed, his jaw clenched, just like that. He continued pushing into me, driving a little deeper each time. I relaxed my fists, the rest of the muscles in my body following suit. With his next thrust, he hit the back of my throat, the growl coming from him making me feel more alluring, more alive, more complete than anything else in my life. Shit, Eleanor. He groaned, his erection becoming rigid. He slowed his motions, but I continued, finding my rhythm, relaxing my throat with each drive to take even more of him as he grew bigger and harder, veins bulging, muscles throbbing. He released a strangled cry, then quickly let go of me, stepping back, a chill washed over me. Did I do something wrong? I asked softly, lowering my head. I was desperate to feel him, to taste him, to please him, apart from his labored breathing. It was silent. Then I felt his lips on mine, his tongue plunging into my mouth, exploring with haste, with need, with unmatched hunger. He pulled away, panting. Quite the opposite. I was about to lose it. Eleanor, and as much as I want to shoot my cum down your throat. There was a brief pause. I'd rather shoot it in here. His hand rested on my stomach, then traveled past my hip bone, my muscles clenching as he lifted my folds, spreading my wetness around, licking my lips. I gingerly shifted my legs farther apart. Then what are you waiting for? Before I knew what was happening, he grabbed my elbow and helped me to my feet. He quickly loosened the silk material binding my wrists behind me, then resecured them in front of me. He raised my arms, hooking them around his neck, and lifted me, carrying me. I counted his steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I couldn't tell which direction we had walked. All I knew was we were still outside, with me enclosed in his secure embrace. He nuzzled my neck, inhaling a long breath. Do you trust me? Why do you keep asking me that? It's very important that I keep hearing you do. That's the only way this will work. I trust you, Dante. He carefully lowered my feet before gripping my hips and placing me on a smooth surface. I would have given anything to be able to feel around to see where I was. I could have been on the dining table, the built-in wet bar, one of the side tables, the wide ledge of the balcony. God, I hoped I wasn't on the ledge. My heart rate picked up, my entire body tightening. Don't let go, no matter what. Dante, I couldn't mask my panic. I love you. Eleanor, I would never do anything you couldn't handle, anything that would put you in harm's way. I need you to understand that everything I've done since you walked onto that plane back in June, every decision I've made, has all been to keep you safe. I opened my mouth to respond, his words laced with 1,000 hidden meanings. It's all been to keep you safe, he murmured, pushing into me before I could voice any further hesitation. All concern about what his words could refer to disappeared almost instantly. My brain and mind consumed with only one thought, with feeling, with experiencing. One hand palmed my back, his other tangled in my hair. I had no idea where I was, whether I was somewhere safe and secure or dangling precariously off a 14th floor balcony. But even if I were poised on that ledge, I knew I was safe and secure. I would always be safe and secure as long as I had Dante. I arched into him, pulsing against him with more intensity, more urgency, more everything. I was close, so close, my muscles clenched, my toes curled, a heat burned low in my stomach. A match struck, flaming my need. I didn't think I'd ever get my fill of this man. It didn't matter how much he gave. I would take and take, greedy, needy, ravenous. Able to read my body, he clamped his mouth on mine, stealing a kiss, a thief swindling an abiding victim. Come for me. Eleanor. Now, he growled. At the same instant, he removed the mask from my face, my eyes widening as my fear became a reality. My grip on him tightened, pulse skyrocketing as I struggled not to watch the eye mask leisurely float 14 floors below me. Dante grabbed my chin, forcing my eyes back to his. Don't look at anything else. Just look at me. Only see me. He drove into me with hunger, need, everything. Waves cresting and crashing inside me. My body catapulted higher, any fear I'd momentarily felt leaving me as I came hard, fast, violently, my legs tightening around his waist, wanting more, wanting all of him, moaning, screaming, shattering. That's right, baby, Dante grunted, chasing his own orgasm. I met his eyes, noticing the tie around my wrists had loosened from all the friction. My heart racing, I broke free from my bindings, keeping my gaze trained on Dante as I clutched onto his biceps, gingerly using his arms to steady me as I leaned back. Eleanor, what are you? I trust you. I interrupted. You gave me my wings. My words came out breathy as I placed my hands behind me on the wide ledge. It felt like I was in another world, another time, another universe. Now I want to fly. He muttered something in Italian, his rhythm relentless as he fucked me on the balcony of a luxury hotel in Los Angeles, the stars fighting to be seen among the twinkling lights of the city. You are mine. His voice was strained, grunting a word with each thrust. Say it. I'm yours. I own you, God. It was so barbaric, so demeaning, but so satisfying to hear those words leaving his mouth. It was true. This man owned my body, my heart, my soul. Say it! I closed my eyes, leaning even farther back, my body on the precipice of falling over the edge with him. You own me, Dante. His body tightened as he cried out my name, a warmth spreading through me. I clenched around him again, this orgasm even more intense, more powerful, more violent. Instantly, he pulled me into his arms and away from the ledge, out of harm's way, pausing to catch his breath. I rested my head against his chest, my heart drumming in time with his. Neither one of us said a word as he held me, taking a moment to allow us to come down from our high. Then he carried me back into the suite and placed me on what had become my side of the bed, pulling the luxurious duvet over me. My body still tingled with the aftershocks of my orgasm, but I was exhausted, my eyes struggling to stay open. The other side of the bed dipped, and Dante's arms were around me once more, enveloping my small body. His fingers grazed my nape, unfastening my necklace before delicately removing my bracelet and earrings as well. I adore you, amore mio. He brushed my hair behind my ear, leaving a soft kiss on my neck. You're not so bad yourself, I murmured in a tired voice, a satisfied grin pulling on my lips as I melted into the mattress, sleep just a blink away. Blink. I'll take that as a compliment. It was quiet for a moment before I said, Dante, Can we play that game again sometime? I really liked that game. I felt him harden against me. Of course, my beautiful Eleanor. Now sleep, my queen, my goddess. He pulled me even closer, his lips lingering on my nape. I'll be your knight in shining armor and slay all the dragons that find you in your sleep. I briefly stilled, wanting to ask him what he meant by that, but my brain refused to tell my mouth to open, my voice box to say the words. I drifted off, spiraling far away from the glitz and glamour of this fake life I'd been living with Dante as dreams I wouldn't realize I'd been having for several more weeks tormented me, making me cry out, scaring Dante more than anything else, more than walking in on the mother of his child with a needle in her arm, more than holding his mother's hand as she drew her last breath, more than watching a child-sized casket be lowered into the ground. Maybe if he had said something, if someone had, I would have figured out the truth long ago. Then again, maybe that was precisely why no one had told me. Chapter 8. A loud chiming tore through the room, waking me from a dead sleep, every inch of me sore from the previous night's calisthenics. At first, I ignored the relentless sound, but when my phone began ringing once more, I blinked my eyes open, staring at the screen. I should have expected this. When I started to answer, Dante grabbed my arm, preventing me from doing so. Don't! It's my mother. I insisted. She won't give up until I talk to her. I glanced at the screen just as the ringing stopped, seeing I had 6 missed calls from her, and that I'd also slept through my alarm. Shit. I shot up in bed, steadying myself against the sudden dizziness that overcame me. What is it? Dante asked groggily. I have to be at work at 9. How much do you make? Not enough, I mumbled. I'll pay you triple, quadruple, I don't care. Just stay with me. I have clients who need me. I can't just not show up. He lowered his hand to his waist and stroked what I could tell was his hard erection. I need you, too. A salacious smile crossed his face, his grin lazy. I playfully shoved him, but he grabbed my wrist, yanking me back down to the mattress. He pinned me on my back, my hair sprawled out on the pillow behind me. You were the most beautiful woman there last night. He curved toward me, grinding against me, eliciting a moan, but I expected as much. You're the most stunning and alluring woman on the planet. His lips met mine. His kiss was tender, soft, unhurried as he took his time, showing me how much he needed me. And you're all mine. Yes, I breathed, raking my hands through his hair. All yours. All mine, he repeated just as my phone incessantly chimed once more. I dropped my hand to the mattress, pushing away from Dante. She won't give up until I answer. If she doesn't get an answer, she'll track me down. I'd rather have this conversation over the phone. With a heavy sigh, he reluctantly released his hold on me, allowing me to sit up. I took a minute to compose myself, then adjusted my face. Regardless of the fact that she couldn't see me, it was a habit. Good morning, Mother, I said in as bright and chipper a voice as possible, wondering if she could tell just by my tone what sinful and debaucherous things I'd done the night before. Then again, she didn't need to hear it in my tone. We'd given the world quite the show, from the way Dante gripped me possessively during his red carpet interview, to the way his hand never left my exposed leg during the ceremony, then to the way he kissed me the instant he was announced the winner. He'd left no question as to his need for me. Do you have any idea what I've been dealing with over the past 12 hours? She said immediately. Her tone hurried, incensed, frantic. Ever since the television coverage of you with that man, I've been on damage control for your father. Do you have any idea how bad this looks? That his own daughter is? Well, I can't even say it. Decent people don't speak of the things you engaged in last night. This is an election year, Ellie. I don't give a fuck, I retorted, my voice condescending. I could picture her eyes widening from my response. I would have paid a huge amount of money to see it firsthand. Well, You should, Mother. Maybe it would loosen the stick that's been up your ass the past, at least 28 years. That man. Do you know he's a... She lowered her voice, as if speaking a horrible truth. Liberal, so am I, she scoffed. No, you're not. Ellie, this is just a rebellious stage. You made your point. You didn't want to marry Brock. He wasn't right for you. We should have listened. This is not a rebellious stage, I answered, making it sound as if this whole conversation was old and tired because it was, go ahead and pull my voting record. You'll see I've never voted for a Republican candidate. But your father and Brock, like I said, I've never voted Republican. It was silent for a moment as she stewed on this information. You are so ungrateful. Ellie, after everything I've sacrificed, you just keep telling yourself that. Whatever you need to do to make yourself feel good. You didn't sacrifice anything to raise me. You hired someone to do it so you didn't have to. So what? Because I had duties and obligations, you now want to get back at me by slutting it up with a man who represents everything that's wrong with this country. My spine immediately stiffened. My voice caught in my throat at her words. All the confidence I'd felt immediately waned. Slutting it up, I repeated, unsure I'd really heard her correctly. Dante bolted out of bed, instantly standing in front of me, trying to goad the phone out of my hand. I shook my head, biting my lower lip to stop it from trembling. I looked away. I didn't want him to see the unshed tears forming in my eyes. I didn't want him to witness how small this woman made me feel. I didn't want him to look at me like I was weak, like I was broken, like I was being ripped apart at the seams, degraded, beaten, then tossed into the garbage, like the way my mother always made me feel for failing to live up to her impossibly high standards. Exactly. We paved such a bright future for you. Got you into one of the best law schools. Got you a job at the top law firm in the state. Molded and groomed you so you'd be able to make a name for yourself here in California. Then hopefully Washington to carry on the family legacy. But you decide to throw it away so you can be paraded around like some made-up whore in a designer gown. My hands shook, every muscle in my body tightening, my face heated, jaw clenching, hand balling into a fist. I tried to come back with an argument of my own, but words evaded me. I'd reverted to the same broken girl this woman always made me feel like. Because if you continue down this path, that's all you'll amount to, she continued, not even pausing for a breath. Someone who spreads her legs in exchange for money, for gifts, for your 15 seconds of fame. Eventually, he'll tire of you, just like Brock. And what will be left? Nothing. Before I could even utter a word in response, Dante ripped the phone from me, the veins in his neck throbbing in a way I'd never seen, his face red, his lips turned up into a sneer. Listen to me right now, he bellowed, making me jump. I'd heard his demanding, powerful voice before, but nothing like this. Not even when he'd walked into his apartment to find Brock cutting off my oxygen. Something inside Dante had snapped, unmatched rage bubbling inside him. Don't you dare say anything like that to Eleanor again. I don't care who you are or how powerful you think your husband is. I will make it my mission to dismantle everything you have. Is that a threat? I heard my mother's shrill voice crack over the phone. No, Dante answered very matter-of-factly. It's a promise. I love Eleanor, and I will not let anyone hurt her, including you. She's an adult capable of making her own decisions. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but she chose me. And as long as she keeps choosing me, I'll be right beside her. He grabbed my chin, forcing my downturned eyes to his, showing me all the compassion and grace I needed to feel at that moment. Licking his lips, he finished, because I will always choose her. He slowly lowered his mouth, his lips whispering against mine. Sempre e per sempre, he assured me, his voice low so only I could hear it. I opened my mouth, about to respond in kind, wishing his loving words were more powerful than my mother's hate-filled diatribe that had polluted my heart, that had tainted everything I'd experienced the past few days. Staring into Dante's eyes, his concern for me overwhelming. I almost believed that love was stronger than hate. Then my mother's demeaning voice sounded through the phone again, spouting more vitriol, and I broke down even more. I quickly tore away from Dante, hurrying into the bathroom, wishing I could just disappear. I turned on the shower and stepped inside, not caring that the water wasn't quite warm yet. I sat against the cold tile, pulling my legs into my chest, allowing my tears to finally fall. This was too real. Dante and I had only lived in the clouds, in a fantasy world, in a bubble where our love would be enough to endure even the roughest storm. But that wasn't reality. That wasn't my reality. This was just a reminder that maybe our love wasn't strong enough to survive when the fantasy collided with the real world. Almost immediately, I heard the creak of the door opening. "Leave me alone," I whispered, never feeling as vulnerable as I did at that moment. As much as I would have loved for Dante to wrap me in his arms and promise me everything would be okay, I couldn't. Not now. I didn't want him to think I needed him to wipe away my tears and protect me. I didn't need him to take care of me. I could take care of myself. "Eleanor, I raised my head, my eyes on fire as I glowered at him, my body shivering from the cold water cascading over me. "Get out. I don't need you to slay my dragons. Dante." I lowered my head back to my knees. "Please," I begged, my voice quivering as I fought back my sobs, hating that he bore witness to my mother's hostility and how it affected me. "I need to slay my own dragons. Otherwise, she'll keep me locked in the tower forever." When I didn't hear the door close, I looked up again, meeting Dante's concerned gaze. His lips were parted, his brows gathered in as he silently pleaded with me to let him fix this. "Please." I struggled to say past the lump in my throat. "I don't want you to see me like this. I meant what I said." His voice shook with emotion. "I'll never stop choosing you. I'll never stop fighting for you. I'll never stop doing everything in my power to give you the happiness you were never given as a child, to give you the love you were never given as a child. Don't shut me out because of her. Don't let her win." I opened my mouth, wishing I could give him the reassurances he needed, that I loved him, that this was always and forever for me. And maybe it was. But what if our forever was only a month, a week, a day? What if the heat I felt pulsing through my body last night, as I perched perilously on the balcony ledge, was the dragon's breath coming dangerously close? What if she already has swallowing hard? I swiped at my tears, teetering as I stood on my shaky legs. I adjusted the temperature of the water, turning away from Dante. "I need to shower and get to work. I'm already late." "You can't be serious." "What do you mean? We didn't get to bed until after 4. You can't expect to function on such little sleep." Grabbing the loofah, I squeezed some body wash onto it, then glanced over my shoulder. "I have to." Then I faced forward once more, still able to feel the burn of his eyes studying me. It's the only thing in my life that's ever made sense. Whenever my mother or Brock made me feel worthless, like I would never be good enough for their high expectations, I would remind myself that at least I had my work. I need my work. He was behind me instantly, ripping the loofah out of my hand. He spun me around. "Let me be enough. I don't want you to go to work today." "But I want to." "But you don't need to. I can provide for you. You don't need to stay here and be a victim to that woman's hate. You can start over again in Italy, with me." I blew out a breath, briefly closing my eyes. I knew this conversation was going to rear its ugly head at some point. As much as I loved the idea of running away with him, of leaving this life that had never brought me anything but pain, I feared it wouldn't work, and I'd be left even more broken and beaten than I already was. "Dante, my clients need me. I can't just leave them." "Your client's at a job. I can tell by the lack of life in your eyes that you hate." He lifted a brow. My lips formed a tight line, my tone becoming severe. "I'm not just going to ignore my responsibilities to them. So, if you'll excuse me, I need to shower so I can get to work." "No, Eleanor." "Not like this." His voice turned demanding. "You can't." I blinked repeatedly. I can't," I said again, my voice rising in pitch, becoming increasingly irate with each word. "Just because I let you tell me what to do last night doesn't mean I'm going to let you control my life." He stepped back, increasing the distance between us, trying to soothe my anger with his placid demeanor. This was the final straw. I snapped, my nostrils flaring. a fire washing over me. My face heated. The vein in my neck throbbed. You don't get to come in and order me around. You don't get to decide what's best. My lips curving in disgust. I approached him, my hands landing on his naked chest. His expression was wide, torn, confusion and hurt clouding his eyes. Game over. Dante. I pushed him away, turning around to resume my shower. Closing my eyes, I remained still for several protracted moments, praying he wouldn't push the subject any further. Finally, I heard the door creak, signaling his departure, and I released a grateful breath. Chapter 9. A strained silence filled the back of the dark SUV as Bradley drove north from Beverly Hills toward Encino to drop me off at work, since my car was probably still in some impound lot. I glanced at Dante, his brows furrowed, a sort of melancholy air about him. His eyes lacked the vigor and vitality they normally exhibited around me. The corners of his lips turned down into a small frown. The instant he left me alone to shower, guilt found its way into my subconscious. He just wanted to do everything he could to make me happy. Work did make me happy. At least it used to. Now I wasn't quite sure. Sucking in a breath, and a little bit of pride. I reached across the seat and grabbed his hand. He flung his eyes to mine, the slightest hint of a smile forming on his lips. Like the lack of my skin on his all morning had been excruciating. My mother went to Harvard. I began, running my thumb across his knuckles. I looked at our joined hands, marveling at how small mine was compared to his. My skin was smooth and fair, my nails painted a deep red. His hands were rough by comparison, his fingers long and thick. It was just another reminder how different we were. Did I ever tell you that? He slowly shook his head. I faced forward, still keeping my fingers wrapped around Dante's. My dad was smart, but not nearly as intelligent as my mother. He went to Cornell. It's a good school, but it's certainly no Harvard. Her maiden name is Wilson. Her father was a longtime U.S. senator before he ran for and won the governorship here in California. She had political aspirations too, but because she's a woman, no one in the party leadership took her seriously, relegating her to the sidelines pretty much her entire life. I can't help but think that's why we never had a typical mother-daughter relationship. I don't think she wanted to be at home, to have a family, to be the one supporting another person's career at the sacrifice of hers. I met his eyes once more, my voice catching. I don't want that to be us. He tightened his grip on my hand, bringing it to his mouth as he placed feather-like kisses across my knuckles. It won't be. I promise, he urged. We'll figure it out. How I asked, giving voice to the concerns that had floated around my head since we'd reconnected Friday night. Concerns both of us had done everything in our power to avoid discussing. You live in Italy, Dante. I live here. If being with you means moving here, consider it done. I shook my head, licking my lips as the weight of his words hit me. But I can't ask you to leave your family. You're not... He reached for my seatbelt and swiftly released it, pulling me across the seat toward him. He cupped my cheeks in his hands, bringing my face a breath from his. What's it going to take for you to see that you are my family? I don't care what I must do. Move mountains, walk across the desert, turn water into wine. I'll do it. What if I'm not enough for you? Stop it! He cradled my head against his chest, treating me to the melody of his drumming heart. Don't let your mother's words poison what we have. You're more than enough. You're more than I could ever ask for. You're more... The car slowed to a stop and I glanced out the window. The familiar entrance to the building where the law firm was located appearing in front of me. Without a word, Bradley jumped out of the SUV and headed around to open the door. I hated leaving things this way, but maybe some time away from the fog of Dante would help me figure out what I wanted. At this moment, I had no idea what that was. Once Bradley opened the door, I stepped onto the sidewalk. Dante clambered out behind me, grabbing my hand in his. When we approached the entrance, I slowed my steps. Turning to him, I peered into his forlorn eyes, wishing I could give him the reassurances he needed. I wanted to. Hell, I remembered how miserable I was the past few months without him. I loved him, and he'd never given me any reason to believe he didn't love me. Still, there was something preventing me from jumping back into my fantasy world with Dante. Something in the flicker of his eyes made me second-guess everything. I just need some time. Dante, I need my routine. It's the only thing that's ever made sense to me. I need this right now. He looked down at me with longing, bringing his hand up to my face. I leaned into him, our skin fusing. I'd walk through fire for you. I swallowed hard, giving him the only answer I could. The only answer that seemed true. I know you would. I raised myself onto my toes, brushing my lips against his so he wouldn't see the uncertainty in my eyes. Sempre e per sempre. I really hope so, Eleanor. I pulled back, searching his face, wondering how he could see the battle raging inside me. I don't care what it takes to be with you. His expression turned fiery, his hold on my hands tightening. I'll do it. Just don't push me away because you don't think you're enough. That you don't think you deserve me. You deserve much more than what I can give you. I'm the one who's undeserving. He licked his lips, passion brimming in the lines around his eyes. Not you. I won't let her win. Not when it comes to you. Okay. He grabbed my chin, forcing my gaze to his. I opened my mouth, ready to rattle off my mental list of reasons why we were just setting ourselves up for failure. But as I stared into his eyes, I told myself we would cross those bridges when the time came. The most important thing right now was the love we shared. And I did love him. I just hoped it would be enough. Okay, I breathed. Okay. He placed one last soft kiss on my forehead, then stepped back. We'll talk more this evening, as much as I've enjoyed all the other activities we've been engaged in. A salacious smile briefly formed on his lips before his expression turned serious once more. It's important we actually talk. Yes, it is. What time should I pick you up? 5. He grabbed my hand and brought it to his lips, his kiss light, the promise of something more. You're more too, Dante, I said, not wanting him to walk away without knowing that I did care about him. His mouth curved into a smile as he slowly lowered my hand. That's all I want. To be more for you. He paused, then straightened his expression. Have a good day at work. I'll be thinking of you all day. Me too, I murmured in a soft voice, then turned from him. A bit of reluctance in my steps as I headed into the building. Part of me wanted to jump back into the SUV with Dante and forget about the real world for a little bit longer, to have one more day in the clouds. But we needed to face reality, and this was my reality. A 9-to-5 job, a crappy apartment, a stack of bills to be paid, a mother who never loved me, and a father who I felt like I didn't even know. After nodding a greeting to the building security guard, I headed into a waiting elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor. When it began its ascent, I pulled my phone out of my purse to see what I'd missed over the past 12 hours, while I allowed myself to be immersed in Hollywood glamour. As expected, there were a few missed texts from Mila. I shot off a quick message to her, asking if she'd be able to drop the kids at her mom's so she could meet me for lunch, to which she was only too happy to agree. Once the doors opened, I shoved my phone back into my purse, continuing down the hallway and through the large glass doors of the law firm. The instant I crossed the threshold, the bubbly blonde receptionist, Maggie, jumped to her feet and rushed toward me. Holy crap on a cracker, you know, Dante Luciano, taken aback by her sudden assault. I immediately stilled. I knew there would probably be questions, but I expected them from the media and my mother. I guess I didn't consider the people I worked with would probably see the infamous kiss that, according to Mila's text, was the big headline coming out of last night. No wonder my mother was so pissed. What's he like? She continued without even taking a breath. God, that kiss. I wish my boyfriend would kiss me like that. She placed her hand over her heart, sighing. A blush bloomed on my cheeks as I recalled the feel of Dante's lips on mine. The way he kissed me as if millions of people weren't watching. The way he didn't care that they were. The fact that the world bore witness to our kiss didn't bother me at the time. It shouldn't bother me now, either. But all I heard was my mother's voice in the back of my head telling me I wasn't enough, that I'd never be enough. I thought I'd cut the chains binding me to her and my father. Now I wasn't too sure. How did you meet? In Italy, I answered. It was the only question I wanted to answer. So, you're together then? Like, together? I opened my mouth, uncertain as to how I should answer any questions relating to Dante Luciano. I wasn't sure what he wanted me to say. Hey, Elle? Blake interrupted, saving me from having to respond. He stepped into the reception area, a folder in his hands. I studied it, wondering if it was anything of interest. By the glint in his eyes, I had a feeling he'd found something. Do you have a minute? Of course. I turned to Maggie, smiling as I excused myself, following Blake down the hall and into his office. He made sure to close the door behind us, then led me to a small leather couch against the far wall. I noticed a pillow and blanket shoved into the corner between the couch and the wall, and raised an eyebrow. Sleep here on occasion, he shrugged. Sometimes. He sat down, gesturing for me to do the same. I obliged. I found a few things. My heart rate picked up, my hands becoming chilled. I'd asked for Blake's help to try to make sense of what was going on with my father, doubting anything would come of it. As much as I wanted closure, I didn't know if I was ready to hear, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that my father was the man responsible for Lily's death. I didn't know what I wanted to hear. I looked into whether there were any suspicious events around the vicinity of Barnes Pharmaceuticals in the weeks leading up to Cynthia Edelman's death. Like you requested. He paused, opening the file. There were several. He handed me a police report. I immediately began flipping through the account, as well as various witness statements. That's from the day she died. I briefly met his eyes before returning my attention to the report. An 85-year-old man fell asleep at the wheel and drove onto the sidewalk, injuring a handful of people. The report indicates he suffered from Alzheimer's and shouldn't have been operating a motor vehicle. They slapped him with a fine and let him go. But when I looked into him, I found a transfer into his account of a few $1,000s the day prior to the accident. I lifted my gaze back to his. You think he was paid to do this? The thought has crossed my mind. I also accessed exterior security cameras a few of the area businesses had. I found this. He held out a grainy black and white photo that appeared to be a video screenshot. I took it from him, scanning it. A small white sedan had rammed into the brick storefront of a restaurant. A scene of chaos. People were scrambling to safety, some of them with torn pants and cuts on their faces. And in the middle of the melee was a woman who looked alarmingly like Cynthia Edelman, her eyes wide in terror as she glimpsed over her shoulder. Everyone else seemed to be focused on the car that had careened into the building. Not Cynthia. Her attention was elsewhere. I handed the photo back. Do you have any other footage that would allow us to see what she's looking at? He released a defeated sigh. Not yet. But I'm working on it. She saw something. Or someone. And it scared her. That could be the clue we need to blow this whole thing open. And the rest, Blake turned his attention to the remainder of the papers in the file. More accidents. A few suspicious packages left at popular restaurants or coffee shops. All places where Cynthia's bank statements confirmed she had dined around the same time. He shook his head, his shoulders falling. I'm not sure what's going on. I can't say with certainty that someone was trying to kill Cynthia. But I do think someone was trying to scare her, send her a message. I nodded, my brain trying to compartmentalize this new information, so she wouldn't talk about what she knew. It appears that way, with so many seemingly failed attempts on her life. I doubt anyone actually wanted her dead, at least by their hands. Did anyone else know she was in communication with Mr. Luciano? That she was going to share what she knew with him? Only my father. He tilted his head at me. When did she tell him? I don't know. All I know is Cynthia was blackmailed to cover up something going on at Barnes, but she was done remaining silent. I grabbed the file, sifting through the police reports, noting the dates. These go back a month before her death. She didn't reach out to Dante until a few days before she died. Just a day or so after she got that threatening email. True, but I reviewed your notes. You indicated she noticed something suspicious going on, not only at her pharmaceutical company, but at others. A slight increase in deaths over a short period of time before they leveled out. Perhaps someone wasn't happy with what she'd been able to figure out and hoped to scare her into silence, but that was all she figured out. Other than that, she didn't know what else was going on. That could have been enough to raise someone's concerns that she eventually would figure it out, or would share that information with someone who could. He pulled a photo out of the file. It had to be at least 30 years old, taken at some Capitol Hill function. Men were dressed in tuxedos, women in gowns, holding overflowing champagne glasses, all under the glitz of golden chandeliers. And in the center of the photo was someone who looked like a much younger version of Cynthia. She wore a long black gown in the style of that decade, her dark hair pinned to the top of her head, a few loose ringlets shaping her face. Her skin was milky against her plump red lips, and beside her, James Harrison. This doesn't mean anything. This photo was taken 30 years ago, I said, playing devil's advocate to myself as my mind came up with dozens of scenarios of what this picture could prove. Cynthia Edelman did a congressional internship for one of the Republican members of the House of Representatives. So you said, but when I looked into Cynthia's background, I found nothing to indicate she did a congressional internship. In fact, I found her background to be extremely limited and sparse up until about 25 years ago. I furrowed my brow, heat washing over me. What are you insinuating? I'm not insinuating anything. I'm telling you. Cynthia Edelman's real name is Lauren Hall. He pointed to the familiar face in the photo, then placed a copy of a dated driver's license belonging to Lauren Hall beside it. This woman. And she wasn't an intern for just any representative. She was an intern for none other than James Harrison. As you can tell, he continued, placing photo after photo of Lauren Hall, or Cynthia Edelman, in front of me. Many from events where she was on James Harrison's arm. They were photographed together quite often. He lifted a brow. He's always had an inclination toward the fairer sex, I muttered, stopping just short of sharing what I knew about his relationship to Dante. Do you think the secret she's being blackmailed over is that James and Lauren had an affair? I paused when I came to a photo of Lauren and James, as well as my father. He looked so young, so happy, so full of life. His hair was dark and thick, long before the stress of the job turned it gray. While James was dressed in a sleek suit and crisp tie, my father was in stark contrast to the usual appearance of a politician unbuttoned shirt, revealing a few tufts of chest hair, sleeves rolled up. He had a sort of Hollywood quality about him. That was what helped him get elected. He was devastatingly handsome with a smile you couldn't help but swoon over. The people of California ate it up back then, and they continued to do so. I looked into Lauren Hall's background. She was a senior at George Washington during her internship, which was supposed to last until June. However, she left early in May. The following fall, she started at Yale Law. After her first semester, she took a leave of absence for medical reasons, but never returned. Over the next several years, she worked a few jobs in D.C. as a waitress, then a bartender. Then, 25 years ago, she vanished. At around the same time, Cynthia Edelman made her first appearance as a first-year law student at DePaul in Chicago. Even so, the photos don't lie. That woman in the photos and the woman we know as Cynthia Edelman are the same person. I simply nodded, staring at two photos, one of a recent shot of Cynthia Edelman, the other of Lauren Hall standing beside my father. Despite the passing of years, it was unmistakable they were the same person. Even the mole on each of their cheeks was in the same exact place. Based on everything I knew about James Harrison, it wouldn't surprise me to learn he had an affair with Cynthia Edelman, which caused her to leave her internship early. This had to be the secret they were all hiding. But was it worth killing over? I knew politicians who'd slept with their fair share of staffers and had their backs patted in congratulations. No one would care. Perhaps it was bigger than that. Maybe Dante wasn't the only child he abandoned. Maybe there was another. Or maybe there was supposed to be another. This may be nothing, Blake said, reading my thoughts. We could be jumping to conclusions. Trust me, James Harrison has a history of not being able to keep his dick in his pants. And the changed identity is a bit disconcerting. Yes, someone may have been aware of her connection to Commissioner Harrison and worried she'd use the access she had to him to open up whatever can of worms this is. Someone Ms. Edelman may have told about her findings in confidence. He gave me a knowing look. My father, I murmured. The evidence of him being behind it all seeming to pile up. They served in the army together. They've been friends forever. James's support helped him get where he is today. I trailed off, a sickness forming in my stomach at the fact that my father made no mention of Cynthia's real identity when he claimed to tell me what was going on. That he failed to say she was an intern for James Harrison. What else was he lying about? Did he tell me the truth about anything? He said she's still alive? Blake's eyes widened. Who? Cynthia. Lauren. Whatever the hell her name is. I threw my arms up, then returned my eyes to his, apologetic. I'm sorry I didn't tell you before. I guess that's why I wanted you to look into whether there were any suspicious events leading up to her supposed death. My father said the suicide was just a facade to hide her. I wanted to know whether I could corroborate his story. And I guess you have. But based on the fact he failed to tell me who Cynthia really is and her relationship to James, I can't help but think it was just another lie so I wouldn't look any further into Cynthia's death. When I pressed him about where she was hiding, he refused to tell me. In fact, he insisted he didn't even know. Blake studied me for a moment, the wheels in his head spinning. He must have thought the same as me. Based on everything, there was no way my father wasn't involved in some sort of wrongdoing. Say the word and I'll take what I know to the FBI. I have several connections. People who I know won't back down to pressure. I paused, contemplating, then sighed. No, Blake, not yet. I need more than just a bunch of circumstantial evidence. I looked out the window, mentally sifting through everything. A voice reminded me this was much more than simply circumstantial evidence now. But there was still a part of me that wanted to believe I had it wrong. That we both did. Straightening my spine, I stood, peering down at Blake. There could be another explanation for all this. See if you can try to figure out where Cynthia's hiding and what she was looking at in that photo. That may help. I'll keep going until you tell me to stop. I offered a small smile as I approached his closed office door. Thank you. Then I left, dazed, confused, mentally exhausted. Could this day get any worse? Chapter 10. Earth to Ellie, Mila said in a sing-song voice as I pushed my Caesar salad around my plate. I'd barely eaten a bite since it was placed in front of me 10 minutes ago. I wasn't hungry. My stomach was in knots. I felt off. And it wasn't just due to lack of sleep. During law school, I'd pulled all-nighters regularly. But this morning, I'd been unable to focus on any of my clients. Instead, my brain was preoccupied with my father's seemingly criminal activity, the harsh words my mother said to me, not to mention the status of my relationship with Dante. The more I thought about each of these things, the more sick with unease I became, unable to see any light at the end of the tunnel, unable to come up with any sort of path that would bring me what I wanted most: love, happiness, peace. I snapped my head up, looking at Mila. What did you say? She returned her burger to her plate, then wiped her hands on her napkin. That's it. What's going on with you? Nothing, I insisted, averting my eyes. Bullshit. I'm just tired. Mila, that's all. I only slept for maybe 2 hours last night. I can't even tell you how many cups of coffee I've gone through this morning just to try to stay awake. Then why did you go into work? You sound like Dante, I muttered under my breath, my irritation loud and clear. Uh-oh, Mila straightened her back. Do I sense trouble in paradise? Then she laughed to herself. That's kind of funny, considering his name is Dante, and one of the parts of the Divine Comedy is Paradiso. Yeah, I figured that out on my own, I replied in a curt tone, then quickly softened my expression. I'm sorry, Mila, I don't mean to take my frustrations out on you. So tell Dr. Mila, why are you frustrated? She said in her best mock therapist voice. How do you feel, Ellie? I threw my napkin across the table at her, biting back a laugh. Then I sighed, pushing the salad plate away. My mother called this morning and I made the mistake of talking to her. Mila's expression instantly fell. She'd known my family long enough to understand nothing my mother had to say to me this morning, or any morning, could have been good. And she was right. She said, "It doesn't matter what she said." Mila grabbed my hand in hers. "She loves this. She feeds off it. You should know that by now. The second she senses you're happy, she gets all worried she won't be able to sink her claws into you anymore and does whatever she can to retain control over you. That's all this is. This is just Josh Bennett all over again." I swallowed hard at the mention of that name. Josh Bennett was my first serious boyfriend, or as serious as a boyfriend can be when you're 16. He was starting quarterback, even though he was only a sophomore, was the most handsome and popular boy in school, and he liked me. We went out a few times, and he even let me wear his Letterman jacket around school. When my mother found out what had been going on between us, she told me he couldn't really be interested in me, not when there were prettier and more popular girls. I argued with her, but after hearing the same thing over and over for weeks, I finally gave in and broke up with Josh to save myself from the eventual heartache when my mother turned out to be right. I remember thinking he must be a great actor to fake the despondency and pain on his face when I told him. It wasn't until after I delivered my valedictorian speech at graduation that we spoke again. All he said was that I broke his heart, that he never stopped thinking about me, then walked away. I hadn't seen him since. "Don't let her ruin this for you." To Ellie, "Maybe there's nothing for her to ruin." I insisted. "Maybe there isn't a future between Dante and me." She furrowed her brow, studying me. "Okay, hold up. Just yesterday morning, you were head over heels in love with the man. And that kiss last night." She slouched against the back of the chair, fanning herself. "You can't even pretend he doesn't feel the same way about you." "I know, but there are so many complications surrounding a relationship between us. He lives in Italy. I live here. And I guarantee he'd move here if it's that important to you. Like I told him this morning, I can't ask him to leave his home, his family, for me. Not when we barely know each other." My voice grew louder and louder with each word I uttered, all the events of the day taking their toll on me. Nothing in my life had ever gone right. Why should I expect to find happiness now? The only thing that would make this day even more craptastic would be running into Brock. I glanced over my shoulder, almost expecting to see him walking through the door. It was a little unnerving that I still hadn't seen him since I moved my stuff out. When I confirmed Brock was not, in fact, about to be the icing on my shitty day, I returned my eyes to Mila, blowing out a frustrated breath, lowering my voice. Maybe I'm not really in love with Dante. Maybe I just like the way he makes me feel when I'm with him. The way I can forget about everything and it just be us. No one else. Maybe that's all Dante is. A way for me to escape the real world for a few days every now and then. Maybe that's all he's meant to be. "Ellie!" Mila grabbed my hand once more. I lifted my eyes to hers. I may not have gone to Princeton or Harvard or Georgetown or wherever else your political royalty family gets their pedigree education. She playfully rolled her eyes. But I'm smart in other ways. I know love, and I know you, and I know you're just scared. No one in your life has ever given you a reason to put your faith in them. You're so used to people using you and tossing you aside. You think that's all Dante's interested in. But I'll tell you something. The way you just described your feelings for Dante, the way you can forget about your problems, the way it's just you two hearts, two souls. She pulled her hand away, crossing her arms in front of her chest as she gave me a sanctimonious grin. "Well, my darling friend, that is love. I'd never seen you as upset as you were the day you arrived back at LAX in June. I hated having to watch you suffer all those weeks while you refused to contact him. Remember that pain, Ellie?" I tore my eyes from hers. She knew exactly how to get to me, how to punch me in the gut and open my eyes to feelings I wished I could hide. "I really hate you sometimes." I swiped at the few unwelcome tears trickling down my cheeks. "You know that, right?" She didn't answer, continuing the conversation as if I didn't speak. "You sat in horrific traffic, parked somewhere you knew your car would get towed, and twisted your ankle just to see him again. Now you're willing to throw it all away a few days later because what you think your mother's right, that you're not good enough for him, that he'll get bored with you and leave. I shrugged. The thought has crossed my mind. Let's not forget the reason he approached me in the first place. He just hoped I could help him find out what happened to his daughter. Not because he was attracted to me, but he's still here, isn't he? I get it. Ellie, love is the scariest feeling in the world, but it's also the most rewarding. Don't push him away. Don't turn him into another Josh Bennett. How would you feel if, a few years down the road, you ran into each other again and he told you he never stopped loving you? That he would have married you if you gave him the chance? He doesn't want to marry me. I scoffed. We barely know each other. Then maybe that's your answer. Maybe you need to finally get to know each other. I looked at Mila, absorbing her words. Because, so help me God, I cannot let you go back to being mopey. Depressed Ellie. I love you. But I never want to see that Ellie ever again. I want to see high on Dante Luciano's cock Ellie. Like, right now. A blush grew on my cheeks, prominent against my fair skin. I can only imagine what red carpet sex was like. I chuckled as my tears subsided, the levity at the table returning. You have issues. She shrugged, biting into her burger. It's who I am. Then she grinned deviously. It was hot, wasn't it? My ears heated as I remembered leaning over the ledge of the balcony, waves of a body-numbing orgasm crashing through me as the city of Los Angeles slept below us. I could almost feel the wind on my face, the fire in my core, the quiver in my muscles. Dangerously so, I answered. God, I hate you. Chapter 11. Heading out already? Quinn asked as I strode down the hallway a few minutes after 5 that evening, my bag slung over my arm. Yeah. Do you mind? I know I usually stay later, but relax. Ellie. He grabbed my biceps, running his hands down my arms. You're the one who makes me look bad when you stay until 8 or 9 most nights. He dropped his hands, stepping back. Enjoy your evening. See you tomorrow. He lifted a brow, questioning, the gesture taking me by surprise. I knew it had to do with the news spreading like wildfire all day long that I was Dante Luciano's girlfriend. I guess everyone expected me to just quit my job and let him provide for me. I couldn't do that. My mother gave up her career to support my father in his, and she was the most miserable person I knew. I refused to let that be my life, too. Of course, he beamed, displaying his perfect white teeth. Great, I mumbled, turning from him, making excuse after excuse to much of the staff about why I couldn't stay to answer their myriad of questions about what Dante Luciano was like. When I finally stepped outside and drew in a welcome breath of fresh air, I came to an abrupt stop at the sight that greeted me. As much as I had a lot I needed to think about before I could promise Dante any sort of future with me. I couldn't help the smile that crossed my face as my eyes feasted on him leaning against a silver Chevy Volt. He wore dark jeans, a black button-down linen shirt, and flip-flops. The dark sunglasses added a hint of mystery to the seductive man stalking toward me. What happened to Bradley? I asked, sauntering up to him. Did you get a rental or something? You could say that. There was a hint of hesitation in his voice. I immediately pulled back, eyeing him skeptically. What is it? Don't get mad. He clutched my hands in his. I know you've got this thing in your head that you can't accept help from anyone. And it's admirable. But I went to get your car out of the impound, and I'm pretty sure the fees were more than that car is worth. But it's my car. Dante, you don't get to decide what I do with my things. You don't get to... And it's still your car. He ran his hands down my arms, soothing my outburst. I had Bradley drive it back to your apartment. You can do whatever you'd like with it, but I'd feel better if you drove around in something a little safer. So you bought me a Volt. I almost got you a Tesla. I'm not impressed by your money. I glowered, increasing the distance between us and crossing my arms in front of my chest. My reaction was probably childish, but my independence was important to me. Sure, most other women my age would be over the moon if their hot, rich celebrity boyfriend bought them a brand new electric car. But I'd just finally gotten out on my own. I didn't want Dante to think I was incapable of caring for myself, that I needed him. I didn't. I know you're not, And that's why I love you. I remained unmoving, doing my best not to look at the car's sleek lines, almost able to smell that new car scent all the way out here on the sidewalk. Eleanor, please. Dante begged when I didn't say anything. Don't be mad about this. I know the past several months have been difficult on you. I want to do everything I can to make sure the next several months are better. Okay. He closed the distance, clasping his hands together in front of his chest. Please. I lifted my eyes to his, struggling not to smile at the playful and imploring expression on his face. His eyes bright. He looked years younger than he was. And as much as I wanted to refuse his gift, I really liked the car. Exhaling a long breath, I relaxed my standoffish posture. I really want to hate you for this. Don't hate me. Not over this. You can hate me over what I'm about to show you, but not over this. I eyed him with intrigue. And what exactly are you about to show me? His grin only grew wider as he stepped toward the car, opening the passenger door for me. You'll see. You bought me a car, yet you want to drive it. You can drive if you want, but I know where we're going. It's kind of a surprise. Fine, I huffed, stalking toward him and sliding into the front seat. But don't think I'm going to make a habit out of this. When we're in your car, you can drive. My car, I drive. Got it. Of course. Leaning down, he placed a warm kiss on my temple, forcing a whimper to fall from my throat. Then he closed the door and ran around the car. The heat of his lips on my skin lingered for a long moment, soothing the storm that had been raging inside me all day. It was so simple, so innocent, so easy, yet calmed me in a way nothing else in my life could. Maybe this was the sign I needed that I was on the right path. Maybe Dante was the right path. With a contented sigh, I relaxed against the dark leather seats, breathing in that new car smell. As much as I didn't want to admit it, it would be a relief to be able to get behind the wheel every day and not have to say a prayer the engine would start. This was everything my old car wasn't. Power everything. Bluetooth capabilities, satellite radio, heated seats, individual climate control, reverse camera, blind spot detectors, the works. While I hated the idea of accepting a handout from anyone, Dante wasn't just anyone. This was a man who loved me. He wasn't buying me a car to assert his control over me, like was always the case with Brock and my parents. He did this because he wanted to do something for me, to keep me safe. And considering the amount of money he had, buying me a car was akin to most people getting flowers. Ready, he asked once he had situated himself behind the wheel. Where exactly are you taking me? You'll see, he replied with a sly smile as he drove away from my office building and hopped onto the 101 heading in the opposite direction of Beverly Hills. After a peaceful drive through heavy traffic, where Dante regaled me with random facts he knew about this area of the state, he pulled off the freeway, heading toward Malibu Canyon. The roads wound and curved along with the mountain as we climbed higher and higher. I'd always loved this scenic drive, particularly once the mountain peaked and you could see the California coast sprawled out below, and tonight was no different. As we crested the top, the glimmer of the sunshine hit the ocean, making it sparkle like a rare gem. And that was what this place was. He soon turned right instead of continuing down the canyon and driving into Malibu, where I thought we'd be heading, perhaps to one of his favorite restaurants no one else knew about. He loved spots like that. I immediately snapped my head to the left. I'd grown up just a few miles from here. I knew this area well. There was nothing but residential neighborhoods up this way. Dante, where exactly are we going? I asked again, unease filling me. Patience. Passerata. Keeping his eyes on the narrow, snaking roads. He reached across the center console, finding my hand and clutching it in his. You'll see. He made a few more turns, heading farther into the mountains. We passed palatial estates set on acres and acres of land, a stark contrast to the small plots and cookie-cutter houses that made up most of suburban Los Angeles. After a few more minutes, he slowed the car, pulling up to a gated entrance. He punched a code into the box, and we were granted access. My heart caught in my throat as he navigated up a long driveway, coming to a stop in front of a sprawling 2-level home, ivy tastefully crawling across the brick facade. the style reminiscent of Dante's house in Italy. "Why are we here?" I asked warily as he killed the engine. "Just humor me for a minute." He winked, then jumped out of the car, rushing around to open my door. He held out his hand and I grabbed it, my gaze shifting between the grin on his face and the extravagant house in front of us. I remained quiet as he led me up the walkway toward the entrance. He retrieved a key from his pocket and unlocked the door. When he pushed it open, I entered before him, albeit a little cautiously. I couldn't help but find myself amazed and overwhelmed by the beauty surrounding me as I stood in the foyer. The ceilings had to be 40 feet high, an iron chandelier hanging overhead. My eyes floated to the winding staircase leading up to the second-floor landing, the dark wood of the railing matching the hardwood floors we stood on. I looked at Dante with guarded eyes. He gestured past the entryway, indicating he wanted me to continue farther inside. As much as I wanted to put a stop to this entire charade right now, I couldn't. If the entryway was a hint at what elegance this house contained, I needed to see the rest. And my instincts were correct. Off the entrance was a formal sitting room where I could picture displaying a 20-foot Christmas tree in front of the high bay windows. I could almost smell the cookies, hear the laughter, feel the warmth. We walked past the staircase, a pair of French doors leading to what could be an office or playroom. At the end of the corridor was an open living space. The kitchen was any chef's dream and overlooked an ample backyard, which was complete with custom swing set and playscape. We stepped outside, past a built-in barbecue and wet bar area, as well as the pool and spa, climbing up a short hill where we came to a stop at a wrought iron fence on the edge of the property. "Wow," I breathed, speechless at the view of the canyon and ocean below us. "This is amazing." "Wait until you see it from the master bedroom." He winked, then grabbed my hand, leading me back inside and pulling me upstairs. He showed me 4 bedrooms before opening the door to the master suite, which was probably double the size of my whole apartment. Large windows filled the wall opposite where a bed would go, the view of the ocean glistening below us even more mesmerizing. "What do you think?" he asked, grabbing my hips and turning me toward him as the setting sun behind us turned the sky a beautiful orange hue. I peered into his eyes, overwhelmed. I couldn't imagine waking up to this view every morning. Yet I knew that was precisely why Dante had brought me here. I opened my mouth to tell him how perfect it was, but all I heard was my mother's voice in my head, reminding me that Dante didn't care about me, that he'd just use me and toss me out. I wished I could forget those hurtful words, but she'd simply given voice to thoughts I already had. I slept with this man before I even knew who he was. From the very beginning, our entire relationship was based on sex and lies. I thought I loved him, but maybe I was just confusing lust for love. "Eleanor, I can't do this." I abruptly turned from him, hurrying down the stairs, wanting to get as far away as possible. This house was perfect, as if it were plucked right out of my imagination and built to my precise specifications. I'd already lost so much. I didn't want to lose anything else. I needed to get my head and heart out of the clouds, to return to reality. And this was not reality. At least it wasn't mine. "Whoa, slow down! Eleanor!" Dante bellowed, rushing after me, grabbing my arm as I approached the foyer, preventing me from going any farther. He forced me to face him, concern filling his eyes. "Talk to me. What are you thinking?" "What am I thinking?" I licked my lips, my thoughts a scrambled mess. "What am I thinking?" I repeated through the growing thickness in my throat. "I'm thinking this house is gorgeous. Dante, I love everything about it. I can picture myself waking up in your arms every morning as the sun begins to shimmer on the ocean. I can imagine you making love to me as the sun goes down. Then we can sit on the balcony under the stars and talk about our day." Confusion crossed his brow. "Then what's the problem? If you're not happy with the area, I'll look somewhere else. I know traffic on the 101 can be a nightmare, but you'd only have to be on that for 10 miles to get to work. The rest are back roads." "Dante," I began, overwhelmed. The car was one thing, but a house like this in the Malibu Hills, this would run him close to $10 million, maybe more. "Talk to me." Eleanor, he urged, running his hands down my arms. What is it? You want to buy me a house, I asked, disbelief and perhaps disapproval heavy in my voice. No, I want to buy us a house, he clarified. I want to prove to you that I'm serious about what I said earlier. If you want to stay here, I'll stay with you. I don't care where we are, as long as we're together. He wrapped his arms around me, pulling me into his body. Dante, please, I freed myself from his embrace. His voice grew harsh as he peered down at me, his jaw clenching. Please, what? What do you want from me? Eleanor, I ask you to move to Italy. You resist. I offer to move here and start over. You resist that. 2. What can I do to make you happy? It's not supposed to happen like this, I insisted, my voice rising. People don't meet, then decide to live together. I began pacing in front of him, tugging at my hair, the events of the day coming to a head. Look at us, Dante. Really look at us. I propositioned you in front of the Trevi fountain. We were just supposed to have a one-night stand. Then you asked me to spend the week with you. So what? We had a somewhat different beginning from most couples. Who cares? Not everything in life goes according to plan. I know that I shot back, growing more frustrated with each word I spoke. But what he pushed, just spit it out, Eleanor. Tell me what you want from me. Tell me what I can do to make you realize I'm serious about a future between us. I want you to date me. All right. I stopped pacing, turning my fiery eyes on him. That's what I want from you. He stilled, taken aback, his brow furrowed. Date you, he repeated, as if unsure he'd heard me correctly. Yeah? I blew out a breath, shrugging. You've never taken me on a real date. Sure. We had the gala and last night, but that's not the same. We've never exchanged awkward glances as you walked me to my front door, wondering if I'd get treated to a goodnight kiss. I guess because you always knew I was a sure thing, that I'd always end up in your bed. Yes, we've shared parts of ourselves with each other, things we've never shared with anyone else. But I want more. I want to laugh until I'm blue in the face over a story about how awkward you were as a teenage boy. Because all teenage boys are. I want to hold your hand as we play stupid carnival games at the Santa Monica Pier. I stepped closer, my eyes becoming hooded, raising myself onto my tiptoes. I circled my tongue against the scruff on his face that was slowly growing back. I want to sit in the back of a movie theater and jerk you off as you finger me. His grip on me tightened, but I freed myself from his hold, increasing the distance between us. We need to date each other first, Dante, then we can live together. He studied me for a moment, then said, So you're not saying no. That doesn't mean I'm saying yes either. Let's slow down. And date? He clarified. Yes, date. He drew in a long breath, then exhaled loudly. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I haven't taken a woman out on a date in over a decade. I laughed at the vulnerability that crossed his expression as he seemed to consider the prospect of dating again. I haven't been on a date with a guy since Brock, and I'm not sure that really counts since he didn't feel like picking me up or dropping me off. I had to meet him wherever we were going. I shifted my eyes, chewing on my lower lip. Dante gripped my chin, forcing my eyes back to his. You deserve better than that, and I promise to do my best to date you. That's all I want. Okay then, he smiled, leaning toward me. Let's date. What are we doing here? I furrowed my brow when Dante pulled my new car into my apartment complex. We'd stopped for some fresh seafood down in Malibu before heading back. I'm taking you home, he answered as he parked next to my old piece of crap automobile, then killed the engine. Home. You're seriously okay staying in a shitty studio apartment? He looked at me as he unclipped his seatbelt, then opened the door. I'm not staying. He stepped out of the car and shut the door before I could utter anything in response. Wait. What? I frowned, gathering my things and fumbling for the handle just as he opened the door for me, holding his hand out. Why aren't you staying? It's not because you live in a small studio apartment. He helped me out of the car, then closed the door. You've seen where I grew up. I don't need luxury items to make me happy. As long as you're with me, I'm the richest man in the world. Then why? You said you wanted me to date you. He smirked. This is all part of that, isn't it? How can I date you when we're living together? You're seriously not going to stay. I'll walk you to your door. But that's as far as I go. For now. He shot me a mischievous wink, placing his hand on my lower back, steering me toward the building in the large complex where my apartment was located. When we approached the front door, I slowed to a stop and faced him. My lips turned up at the corners, a tingle spreading across my mouth in anticipation of his kiss. Our first goodnight kiss. We'd shared lots of kisses during our somewhat unconventional relationship, passionate kisses, desperate kisses, good morning kisses, needy kisses, reckless kisses, dangerous kisses, heartbreaking kisses. But not one of those had been a true goodnight kiss. A sweet, lingering kiss that left me with the promise of something more. A kiss that made me want to squeal and flop onto the bed, giddy with excitement. He reached for my hand and slowly raised it to his mouth. My eyes locked on his, unable to look away. My breath came a little more unsteady, more uneven, more erratic. When his lips delicately brushed against my knuckles, a spark of need shot through me, an impetuous moan escaping my mouth. As innate and natural as my lungs inhaling air, my heart pumping blood. 8 o'clock tomorrow. He lifted a brow as he continued feathering his lips against my hand. I'd agree to anything at that moment if it meant I could feel more of his lips, especially on other parts of my body. A dull throbbing between my legs grew more pronounced, and I squeezed them together, desperate for some relief. Yes, I wanted to get to know Dante outside of the bedroom, but I still needed the bedroom. Eleanor, he pressed when I remained mute. Yes, I stammered. 8 o'clock. He smiled slyly, then gently lowered my hand, releasing his hold on me. I scowled slightly at the absence of his touch. I'll pick you up here. It wasn't a question, more of a demand. There's nothing I can say to get you to stay. He slowly shook his head, his dangerously dark eyes trained on me. Not tonight. I told you I'd always give you what you wanted. You want me to date you. That's what I'm doing. Then maybe just come in for a few minutes, or an hour or two. I winked. I know how much you love foreplay. Groaning. He pulled my body against his, pressing his erection into my stomach. And I'd love nothing more than to come inside, in more ways than one. But that would defeat the purpose. You were right. We rushed through so many firsts. Firsts we can't get back. Let me make it right. How are you going to get back to Beverly Hills? He gestured over his shoulder at the black SUV I hadn't realized was parked just beyond my car. Bradley will take me. I had him drop off all your things from the hotel. Of course. He tilted my chin, forcing my eyes to his. Tonight's going to be torture knowing you're so close. But I can't have you. I know it will be worth it. He lowered his mouth, his lips a breath away from mine. You're always worth it. Tomorrow, 8 o'clock. Then he abruptly pulled back, leaving me burning for more. Chapter 12. I checked my reflection for the umpteenth time, trying to do everything to settle my jittery hands as it grew closer to 8 o'clock. I'd left work at 5 again, arrived home shortly thereafter, and spent the last several hours obsessing over what to wear. Dante had texted, telling me to wear a skirt or dress with some sort of comfortable ballet flat. Oh, and not to wear any panties. Other than that, I had absolutely no idea what he had planned, but hoped by not wearing any underwear, I'd be given some relief to the pressure that had been building inside me over the past 24 hours. I smoothed the lines of the knee-length A-line red skirt I'd paired with a black and white striped shirt. I allowed my dark hair to retain much of its natural wave and only applied a hint of makeup. Except for my lips, the dark red a stark juxtaposition to my fair skin. After sliding on a pair of black ballet flats, I grabbed my purse, about to peek out the window to see if there was any sign of Dante when I heard a knock. Butterflies flapped in my stomach, my body buzzing with anticipation and promise as I took the few steps toward the door. With my hand on the knob, I paused, not wanting to appear too eager. But I was desperate to see Dante's face. to admire his smile, to bask in his presence. The instant I opened the door, I was treated to a beautiful sight, casual Dante. As much as I loved when he wore a suit, I salivated over this version of him even more. He wore a pair of jeans that tapered from his waist and fit him perfectly. Not too tight, not too baggy, accentuating the muscular ass and legs that lay underneath. The white button-down shirt was a perfect contrast to the darkness of his olive-toned skin. His nearly black hair was styled, although still a bit disheveled, and his eyes danced as they raked over me, like a man who'd been at war for years and was just seeing me again after a too-long absence. "You really are the most beautiful woman in the world, Eleanor," he began, then brought the hand he'd been hiding behind his back in front of him, revealing a stunning bouquet of red roses. "Dante," I breathed, blinking, taking them in my hand. "They're beautiful." "I have more being delivered while we're out." "More?" I asked, lifting a brow as I peered into his eyes. Something about the way he gazed upon me seemed different tonight. Yes, there was desire and hunger, but something else, too. "Yes, 1 rose for every day we've known each other. 1 rose to make up for every day I should have given you flowers." I immediately flung my arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. He was caught off guard at first, then placed his hand on the small of my back, melting into my embrace, squeezing me. "You're the first guy to ever bring me flowers," I murmured. "And I should have brought you flowers when I met you at the Spanish Steps. But I'm making up for it now. And I promise to make up for every other guy who should have brought you flowers, who should have treated you like the goddess you are, who took advantage of you." He pulled away, his eyes sincere and genuine. "I've done a lot of thinking over the past 24 hours. He reached for my face, brushing a tendril of hair behind my ear. The light caress of his hand on my skin caused a shiver to roll down my spine. I briefly closed my eyes, relishing in the warmth of his touch. "I've come to the realization that I took advantage of you, too." I returned my eyes to his, giving him a coy look. "I wanted you to take advantage of me." "That's not what I mean. I wanted to keep you with me so badly, to have you by my side. I didn't take into account what was important to you. I won't do that anymore. Eleanor, I wanted to show you that I cared about you, but in doing so, I treated you just like Brock did, just like your parents did. If this job is important to you, if being in California is what you want, if driving a crappy car makes you feel like you've accomplished something, I will support that. I won't assume I know what's best for you. I don't like the idea of you living in an apartment that's no bigger than a closet or driving a car that could break down at any second, especially when I have the means to give you better. But I will step back. I promise." A warm smile crossed my face, every muscle in my body seeming to relax. No one in my life had ever taken my wants and desires into consideration. I had little to no say over anything: my education, my career, whom I would marry. Walking away from Brock and standing on my own 2 feet was much more than simply supporting myself. It meant finally having control over the aspects of my life I never did. The fact Dante realized this on his own surrendered another piece of my heart to him. "Thank you." I placed a soft kiss on his cheek. "You don't know how much that means to me." I lowered myself back to my feet, then turned to head into my apartment. "Just let me put these in water before we go." "Of course." As I approached the small kitchen galley, I glanced over my shoulder, noticing him still hovering by the entryway. "You can come in, I'll stay right here, if you don't mind." His dark eyes grew stormy, intense, fevered. "Any particular reason? If I close this door, there's no guarantee I'll be able to restrain myself from slamming you against the wall." The vein in his neck throbbed, hunger replacing the benevolence that shrouded his expression just moments before. "Especially knowing you're not wearing any panties, if you followed my instructions, and based on the rest of your attire, I assume you have." My breath came in pants, my insides warming at how shamelessly Dante wanted me, the feel of his ravenous eyes raking over every inch of my body, empowering me. "Are we playing your little game again?" I asked in a throaty voice, running the faucet to fill the vase. I stole a glimpse at him, batting my eyelashes, my stomach clenching with promise. "No, we're not," he stated. I frowned. "Not that I don't want to, but not tonight. Tonight is about treating you like a queen, about giving you the best first date possible. You can do that and still play your game." I turned off the water, then arranged the flowers in the vase. Our relationship revolved around sex from the beginning, and while it certainly blossomed into something more, something bigger, I think our first official date should be as normal as possible. Swaying my hips, I slowly sauntered to him and peered into his eyes. "Why settle for normal when we can have extraordinary?" I breathed, raising myself onto my toes, my lips hovering over his. "Then I want our first official date to be extraordinary." He lowered his head to mine, treating me to a soft kiss before pulling back. "I want it to be both of our last first dates, so I need to get it right." "I have faith in you." I lowered myself back to my feet. "Good. Now, shall we?" He lifted a brow. "Yes." He linked his fingers with mine, leading me away from my apartment. Unable to keep my gaze off him, my eyes floated to his every few seconds as we made our way toward the parking lot. I couldn't stop the smile building on my lips. Everything about this moment exactly what I dreamed it would be. It probably sounded crazy to someone as traveled and experienced as Dante, but I wanted this excitement, this rush, this exhilarating sensation ebbing and flowing through my veins just because this handsome, debonair, dashing man I knew so very intimately was doing the most innocent of gestures, holding my hand. As we neared the parking lot, I expected to see Bradley standing outside the dark SUV. Instead, I was pleasantly surprised to see a sporty black Jaguar parked against the curb. Dante approached the passenger door, opening it for me. "Go on a bit of a car shopping spree yesterday." I lifted a brow as I walked toward him and lowered myself into the seat. "No, I've had this car for a few years now." "Here, of course." He closed the door, walking around to get behind the wheel. "I spend a bit of time in town. As much as I appreciate Bradley's loyalty, sometimes I like being able to drive myself where I need to go." He cranked the engine, then reached for my hand, like on a date with a beautiful woman. Originally, I thought I'd only be here a week, so I had no intention of taking it out of storage for such a short time. But it now appears I'll be here for the foreseeable future. Winking, he released his hold on my hand and put the car in first, pulling out of the parking lot. I marveled at how easily he navigated the streets, as if he'd driven them 1,000 times. He didn't even need to use a GPS to find his way around, much to my bewilderment. "How much time do you spend in Los Angeles?" I asked a bit sheepishly. I wondered what else I didn't know about this man. I surmised it was a lot, which was why I insisted we date. We needed to learn about each other. We needed to make sure we still loved each other as fiercely in the real world as we did in the comfort of the clouds. "Enough to warrant having my own car," he answered. "And enough to warrant finally buying my own house instead of living out of hotel rooms or vacation rentals." "I'm sorry." I looked away, biting my lower lip. "I guess I just assumed the only reason you'd buy a house was because—" "You certainly did have something to do with it. If it weren't for you, I'd probably be happy with just a condo or something in Santa Monica. But you deserve better than that. You deserve to have a home with a yard where you can play with children. If that's what you desire, no matter what you decide. I know I'll want to spend a lot more time in California. It's home for you, and it always will be home for you, even if we end up in Italy." "Dante," I fidgeted with my hands in my lap, wishing I could give him the answer he wanted to hear. That I would move across the ocean for him. That I would leave this life behind. This life that still caused me nothing but pain. I just couldn't do that yet. I still feared it was too good to be true. "Let's not talk about this right now." He reached for my hand, grabbing it in his. "I'm not going to pressure you into making any decision tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, for that matter. I'll be here whenever you're ready, whether it be this month or years down the road. I'm not going anywhere, and I plan on doing everything in my power to prove that to you." I met his eyes, giving him a grateful smile, then turned my attention back to the road, the heavy traffic starting to thin out as we made our way down the 101 toward Hollywood. I cleared my throat, shifting the conversation. Where are you taking me tonight? You'll see. He waggled his eyebrows. But I have a feeling this will be one date you'll never forget. I squeezed his hand. We could just sit in this car all night and it would still be a date I'd never forget. He winked. That's good to know. After another 20 minutes of easy conversation, he pulled off the freeway, made a few turns, then merged onto Hollywood Boulevard. I looked out the window at all the landmarks people traveled thousands of miles to see: the Walk of Stars, the Chinese Theater, Capitol Records, the Hollywood sign. I never thought much of any of it. It was simply home to me. A penny for your thoughts, Dante said, noticing my furtive stare as I took in the sights. Nothing, I answered with a shrug. I find that difficult to believe. His voice was sly, cunning, deep. I'm fairly certain that not 1 second of one day goes by when you're not thinking about something. His hand floated to my leg and he tenderly grazed the skin, goosebumps prickling my flesh. Smirking, I said, maybe I was just thinking about when you'd finally push my skirt up and touch me, considering you're the one who requested I not wear any panties tonight. I'm experimenting with something new. What's that? Self-control. You picked one hell of a time to start that, I huffed playfully. It's to your advantage. Eleanor. He grinned wickedly. His gaze lingered on my exposed legs before returning to the road. While I knew I'd never forget this date, I doubted he wanted to make it even more memorable by crashing his beautiful car, just because he couldn't keep his eyes off me. We'll see about that. I faced forward, silence filling the car once more as we headed down Hollywood Boulevard. Then I recalled something he'd said yesterday. I furrowed my brow, glancing at him. When was the last date you were on? Why do you ask? Just curious, last night you said that it's been over a decade. Yes, I just thought it would have been right before you met me. Certainly not, but there's a difference between dating and fucking, Eleanor. So the past decade, you just... Yes, my focus was my career. Then Lily. I didn't need any distractions. Not wanting to let him see so much as a hint of insecurity, I boldly pressed for more information about his past relationships. He knew all about mine. I knew next to nothing about who this man was before our paths crossed on that flight to Rome. Who was she? Who? The last woman you took on a date? I paused, then quickly shook my head. Actually, no, I don't want to hear about that. I'd rather hear about your first crush. My first crush, he repeated with a raised brow. Yeah, the first girl who made your heart skip a beat, who made you draw little hearts all over your notebooks during school. He chuckled softly, a glint in his dark eyes. I've never drawn hearts over my notebooks. Okay then, who did you pass notes to during class? Why do you care about that? I shrugged. I don't know. I guess I just want to learn about the side of Dante Luciano you can't find out about from Wikipedia or IMDb. He studied me for a brief moment, then faced forward once more, shifting into second as the light turned green and the flow of traffic resumed. Bianca D'Angelo, he said finally, a nostalgic smile crossing his face. It was fitting that her name means white angel. I truly believed she was an angel. She sang in the church choir. I was an altar boy. The choir loft was in the rear of the church, so I always had the perfect view of her during Mass. My eyes widened. You were an altar boy. What's so surprising about that? Pretty much every boy in town served as one at some point during their lives. Hell, some of them eventually went to seminary and became priests. You can't have Italy without the Catholic religion. For many, it's one and the same. I know, but I never imagined you in one of those little costumes. Technically, it's called a cassock, he corrected, laughing. I need pictures, like yesterday. Remind me to get in touch with Beatrice about this. His laughter only increased, the deep vibration causing a feeling of absolutely joy to wash over me. So what happened between you two? I pressed. His ears turned red, my chest warming at his reaction. I loved this side of him, this carefree, relaxed version of the man who, just the other night, had me blindfolded and bound. We had talked here and there. At some point, that progressed into getting together before Mass most Sundays, since the rest of the day was for family. I think our parents figured out something was going on because they caught us red-handed only a few weeks later. Doing what? Kissing in the confessional. It was my first kiss with tongue. I broke out laughing, picturing a stunned Dante as he got caught kissing the object of his adolescent affection in a church confessional. I have to admit, he continued, I didn't see what the big deal was. After the priest made both of us say way too many Hail Marys in the Lord's Prayer as penance for our sins, particularly sins committed in a house of God. I never wanted to kiss another girl for the rest of my life. I thought it was sloppy and wet. Still laughing, I hooked his fingers with mine. I'm glad you changed your mind. So am I. He raised my hand to his lips, brushing the barest hint of a kiss across my knuckles. A fluttering erupted in my stomach, warmth coursing through my veins. All I could think was how barren the world would seem without this man's kisses to fill me with hope, with promise, with happiness. Within a few minutes, Dante pulled up in front of an old theater I'd been to on more than one occasion. I didn't even realize it was still in business. Several years ago, I stumbled on it after a meeting with a client. I'd just moved in with Brock and had a taste of how difficult he was to live with. The last thing I wanted to do was go home. When I saw the marquee announcing they were showing An Affair to Remember, I pulled off the road, parked my car, and spent the next few hours losing myself in a love story for the ages. For months, I made it a habit to stop by to see whatever classic movie they were showing that night. Movies Brock refused to watch because they were in black and white, or there was too much singing, or there weren't any special effects. Movies like Casablanca, The Apartment, To Have and Have Not. Movies that always seemed to instill hope, however fleeting, that there was such a thing as love. What are we doing here? I asked when Dante killed the ignition. I think this place closed a year ago. It did, he said very matter-of-factly before stepping onto the street and hurrying around to my side to open the door. I raised myself from the car, staring at him. Then what? It's amazing what a few phone calls to the right people can do. He winked, then hooked my hand in his arm, leading me toward the front doors. I noticed a movie poster in the now showing display case Roman Holiday. I inhaled a sharp breath as I turned to peer at Dante, who met my inquisitive eyes with a simple shrug. I figured it would be fitting, considering our story. How you escaped to Rome to shrug off your responsibilities for a little while. Yes, but you didn't find me passed out on a bench, like Joe found Princess Anne. Our story may not follow Princess Anne and Joe Bradley's exactly, but the parallels are a bit striking, particularly the bit about Joe realizing who she was and only spending the day with her for a story for his newspaper, until he fell. Except she walked away from him and returned to her duty, as did you. Yet here we are. He turned to face me, stopping in front of the glass doors leading to the theater's lobby. Here we are, I murmured, gazing into his dark eyes. I always liked to think they found each other again, that Princess Anne would give it all up. He lowered his head toward me, barely any distance between us. I'd like to think she wouldn't have to give it all up for Joe, that they could work it out, that the obstacles they believed threatened them were insignificant in comparison to the one important thing. And what's that? A smile lit up his face. Love, what else? What else indeed? I lifted my lips toward Dante's, his mouth meeting mine. It was a simple kiss, soft, light, tender, but it made my heart leap in ways I didn't think possible, even when I no longer felt the warmth of his breath so close to mine. I kept my eyes closed, basking in the glow of his perfect kiss. It wasn't until Dante spoke that I finally opened them again. Come. I have even more surprises inside. More, I lifted a brow, smirking playfully. Yes, more. He opened the lobby door and allowed me to walk in front of him. The place looked exactly as I remembered. Deep red carpeting, brass accents, glass chandelier hanging overhead. It was like going back in history to a time when people went to the movies to experience something, to laugh, cry, and scream with other people, to appreciate the hours upon hours it took to create this work of art. These days, people were only interested in bigger, louder, faster. They didn't care about the talent involved, as long as they could have it now. An elderly man in a dark tuxedo stepped out from the doors leading into the theater. A smile instantly lit up his face when he noticed us. "Welcome, Ms. Crenshaw." He nodded at me, then at my date. Mr. Luciano, we're ready whenever you are. Certainly. Dante led me toward the theater, stopping by the concession stand. Would you like some popcorn? I looked at the counter, the display shelves barren. No popcorn to be found. I don't think they have any. Dante. Oh, really? He gestured just past it. I followed his line of sight, my eyes widening when I saw a popcorn cart set up. But that wasn't what shocked me. It was all those familiar mouse ears lining the window showcasing the freshly popped kernels. I whipped my head back toward his, a dozen questions plastered on my face. This one was a little bit more difficult, but I was finally able to get someone with authority to agree to my crazy idea, even on such short notice. Is that? I covered my mouth to hide my quivering chin, unable to speak through the thickness in my throat. He swiped at the tear falling down my cheek. I remember the story you told about your parents taking you to Disneyland, how you love the taste of popcorn because it reminds you of the one day you thought you had a family. He grabbed my hand in his, looking at me with more sincerity than anyone ever had. I needed to do something to make you have a happier memory. Eleanor, you said your favorite food was popcorn, but it only evokes a painful memory for you. I don't want that to be the case anymore. I want to replace that memory with something happier. A reminder that you do have a family. You have me, overwhelmed with an emotion that was so much more than love. I flung my arms around his neck, hugging him tightly, not wanting to ever let go of him, of this, of what we had. Thank you, I finally managed to say, although it seemed incredibly inadequate for the gift he'd given me. Thank you so much. Dante, I love you. Eleanor, I'll do anything for you. He peered down at me as I loosened my hold. Now, can I interest you in some popcorn? Definitely. Minutes later, my head resting on Dante's shoulder, a strange sense of homecoming washed over me as I watched the opening title of Roman Holiday. This moment made all of the worry, heartache, and despair of the past several months worth it. A belly full of popcorn, the love of a beautiful man, and a new memory. A memory I would cherish for years to come. A memory I would return to during my darkest of times when I needed to remind myself there was good in the world, there was hope in the world, there was love in the world. Chapter 13. I struggled to reel in my smile as I held Dante's hand, walking up the pathway from the parking lot of my complex toward my building. Tonight was exactly what I wanted, what I needed. After the movie, we grabbed a quick bite to eat at one of his favorite Mexican restaurants, then drove up to Griffith Observatory, where we simply marveled at the excitement, hope, and dreams that made up the city of Los Angeles. We even danced under the stars to no music at all. It was the perfect end to the evening. Dante far exceeded every single one of my notions of what a first date should be like. I'd only expected dinner. Never did I anticipate being completely swept off my feet, of him putting so much thought into the evening. He'd set the bar ridiculously high. I doubted anyone else would ever be able to treat me to a first date as perfect as this one. But that didn't matter. As I stole a glimpse of Dante and admired his silhouette, I knew this would be the last first date I'd ever go on. We approached my apartment and he turned to peer down at me, his eyes filled with adoration. I sighed, butterflies flitting in my stomach. It was like we'd never kissed, never had sex. The anticipation of his next kiss made my insides coil and tighten. I had a wonderful time tonight. Dante, I said, wrapping my arms around his neck as he brought my body closer to his. As did I. In the history of first dates, this will always be my favorite. He gradually inched his mouth toward mine, the warmth of his breath causing the muscles in my core to clench. All evening, I'd only been treated to an occasional, simple kiss, nothing deep, passionate, or all-consuming. That was what I needed at this moment. A kiss that swallowed me whole, that broke me into pieces, that consumed my soul. When I couldn't take the buildup any longer, I grabbed the back of his neck and forced his mouth within a whisper of mine, the proximity of his lips tickling my skin. Kiss me, Dante, I pleaded, with pleasure. Eleanor. Instantly, his lips were on mine, his hand on my back pressing me tighter against him as his tongue caressed my mouth, begging for permission to enter. I opened for him with a moan, his tongue tangling with mine. We'd kissed thousands of times, but this one was much more charged, more electrifying, more intense. It didn't matter how many more of Dante's kisses I'd be the lucky recipient of. I'd always remember this kiss, the kiss Dante treated me to when he kissed me goodnight after our first date. I always dreamed what a goodnight kiss would feel like, what it would do to me. I imagined it would be the perfect mix of tender and passionate, of respectful and erotic, of sensual and desperate. This kiss was all those things, and more. Dante slowly pulled back, his intense eyes unwavering as he kept his gaze trained on me. With each second we spent together, all my concerns regarding what the future held for us slowly disappeared little by little. Maybe I was making a bigger deal of the situation than was necessary. At the end of the day, the only thing that should matter was Dante's love for me, and mine for him. If our love was strong enough, wouldn't it weather any storm the universe threw at us? Come inside, I looked up at him with pleading eyes. Dante subtly shook his head. Not tonight. But he pressed a finger against my mouth, hushing me. It's not that I don't want to. I do. So bad. Eleanor. But I don't want you to think I only want to spend time with you just to get you into bed. I love you. You. Not your body. Not the look on your face when you're close to falling over the edge. He gripped my body tighter, his eyes growing darker, more heated, more carnal. He lowered his voice, his lips gently brushing against my neck. Not the tears running down your face when you're on your knees and you take every last inch of me into your mouth. He abruptly pulled back, his jaw tight and muscles clenched as he took heavy breaths, struggling to reel in his need. I just love you. I know it's a difficult concept for you to grasp, especially after everything your parents have put you through, but it's my mission to prove to you that you are so loved, that you're deserving of that love. Is this about what you overheard my mother say? I asked in a small voice. It's about everything. Yes, I want you to see that your mother's spiteful words have no bearing, that they hold absolutely no truth. More importantly, I want to give you everything you've never had. You've never had a real first date. And you've given that to me, I protested. I also want to give you that excitement of when we'll see each other again. I want your stomach to flutter when I walk into your work unannounced, when I send you flowers just to put a smile on your face, when you arrive home after a long day to see I've already prepared dinner for you. Those are all things you do when you're in a relationship. I've never done any of them, but I want to do them for you. Like I said earlier, I've taken you for granted. I won't do that anymore. So, as much as I want to, I'm not going to come inside, just like I wanted our first date to be special. I want the next time we make love to be special. He ran his hand along my face, pushing a few waves of hair behind my ears. I want to know I have all of you, your body, your heart, and your future. Seeing the passion in his expression, I could only answer one way. Yes, Dante. A slow smile grew on his lips and he leaned down, kissing my nose before stepping back and releasing me from his hold. He grabbed my hand in his and placed a gentle kiss on the knuckles. I'll be thinking of you all night. When will I see you again? Soon, he said with a smirk, turning from me. You're really going to leave and not tell me. This is all part of dating. But know this. I am more addicted to you than any drug. I won't be able to stay away for long. He winked, then continued walking toward the parking lot. Buonanotte, amore mio. Buonanotte, amore mio, I repeated before calling out to him once more. Dante, he glanced over his shoulder. If you wanted to take things slow, why did you tell me not to wear any underwear? A salacious smile lit up his face, his eyes sparkling. I just wanted to see if you'd do it. His grin widened. Then he added, Ti amo, Dante, I murmured with a sigh, watching him disappear from view. When I heard the roar of his engine, I stepped into my lonely apartment, blown away by all the flowers that now covered nearly every available surface. One flower for every day I'd known Dante. just as he promised. As I got ready for bed, part of me hoped he'd knock on my door at any minute, but no knock ever came. And for some reason, as I crawled under the covers and snuggled against the pillows, pretending they were Dante, I was more satisfied and sated than if he had been beside me. Chapter 14. The next few weeks seemed to fly by as I found myself completely preoccupied with all things Dante. I no longer worked until all hours of the night. I went into the office at 9 and left promptly at 5. I didn't even get frustrated when Blake told me he hadn't had a chance to track down any additional information on my father or Cynthia Edelman. It didn't matter. Not anymore. The only thing that did was spending time with Dante. The morning after our first official date, he created a bit of a buzz at the office when he brought me a coffee and a pastry. No one had ever done something like that for me before. It sounded like such a small thing. But for me, after being in a relationship with someone who never appreciated me, it was everything. Dante was everything. The more time we spent together, the more I was able to catch a glimpse of what real life with Dante would be like. Going through this process of dating and not sleeping together forced us to see each other through the fog of the clouds we'd been living in. We went bowling. We chased food trucks around the city, looking for that hidden gem. We went to the zoo. We played carnival games at Santa Monica Pier. As we strolled along the boardwalk on Venice Beach, he promised to take me to the real Venice one day. And, for the first time, I did nothing to dissuade him. Instead, I told him how much I looked forward to walking along the canals with him by my side. Despite all the time I'd spent exploring the city with Dante, he'd yet to stay the night. He would walk me to my door, treating me to yet another goodnight kiss to add to my growing collection, but refused to come inside. However, as desperate as I was for more of him, to feel him, to lose myself in him, I wouldn't trade this time for anything in the world. Taking things slowly helped me realize the path I was meant to take. I supposed I'd always known what that was. These few weeks simply solidified I was making the right decision. The wind blew pretty fiercely on the first Friday in October as I hurried out of the office, rushing to run a few errands and get home to prepare what I had in store for the evening. Over the past few weeks, Dante had planned every single date, wooing me and stealing yet another piece of my heart with each outing. Tonight, it was my turn. I told him I wanted to surprise him with something special and, after a little resistance, he eventually agreed. Once I was home, I unloaded my groceries and the other items I'd picked up, then took a shower. After toweling off, I eyed the time, noticing I still had a few hours until Dante arrived. I threw on a pair of yoga pants and one of Dante's t-shirts, bringing the material up to my nose to inhale the scent that reminded me of sunshine, vines, and happiness. That reminded me of lazy days and romantic nights. That reminded me of home. I finally realized where home was. It had been right under my nose all along. I walked into the kitchen area and opened a bottle of Sangiovese I'd picked up at the store, pouring myself a glass. Over the past several months, I had steered clear of all Italian wines, even the taste of the robust grapes too painful. But it seemed fitting tonight, a way to mark the next stage of my life, the wine warming my stomach. I turned toward the small pantry and grabbed the flour, rummaging through the refrigerator. I found the carton of eggs, then went about preparing the pasta dough the way Dante had taught me in Italy. When it looked about right, I set it in a bowl and placed some plastic wrap over it, allowing it to rise while I worked on browning the ground beef for the bolognese. I could have made him any number of dishes, but something about the memory of the day he taught me to make this particular one always stood out in my mind. Over the past few months, when I felt as if things couldn't get any worse, all I had to do was close my eyes and go back to Dante's kitchen as he stood with his arms around me. A moment when I was able to forget about the truth of who we were, about my past, about his past. In that moment, we were simply two people struggling to find our way. Once the sauce reached a simmer, the mouth-watering aroma of garlic and tomatoes making my stomach growl, I placed a lid over the pan, checked the temperature, then went about taping together a bunch of moving boxes I'd picked up on my way home from work. I stared at all my belongings, unsure where to begin. I felt as if I'd just done this very thing at Brock's, but this time it was different. I wasn't boxing up all my belongings, unsure of where I'd be living the following day, let alone months down the road. Now I knew. I'd felt a weight lift off my shoulders that day back in June. Now it felt as if that weight had shattered into pieces. I spent the next hour sorting through my things, trying to get as much boxed up as possible. I didn't want to be rushed to do all of this at the last minute and end up leaving behind anything important. They were just material things. But some of my belongings were reminders of happy memories. Like my high school graduation cap Mila helped me decorate, much to my mother's chagrin. The jar containing bottle caps of all the beer we drank the summer after we turned 21. The scrapbook we'd worked on during high school, memorializing our crazy adventures, sitting cross-legged on the floor. I pulled the scrapbook into my lap, running my finger along the dusty cover, which contained a strip of photos of us from one of those carnival photo booths. From each page of this book of memories, the difference in our two personalities was striking. Mila's handwriting was artsy and flowing, the eyes dotted with the occasional heart. Mine was precise, small, not taking up any more room than necessary. She exuded life and happiness, her smile wide, her body language telling the world that she wanted it to see her, to remember her. I almost hid within my own skin, not wanting to leave a footprint anywhere, trying to stay as invisible as possible. It was a wonder we'd remained friends as long as we had. I owed it all to Mila. If my parents had their way, we never would have spoken to each other again after they put me back in private school. Like Mila told me time and time again, we were soulmates. Nothing could come between our friendship. She was right, and the bond we shared jumped off the pages of this book. I did my best to keep the tears at bay as I was transported back to my formative years, sometimes laughing and crying at the same time when I came across photos of us stuffing our faces with pizza at 2 a.m, riding on a cable car in San Francisco, or being locked inside a prison cell during our tour of Alcatraz. Being the tourists we were, we got suckered into having our photo taken as a mugshot. Mila wrote on hers with a dark marker. I didn't do it, but if I did, it was worth it. As I was about to place the book into the box with other important possessions, an envelope slipped out of the back, falling to the floor in front of me. I stared at it, the edges having yellowed over the years. Carefully lifting the flap, I pulled out a worn piece of notebook paper, Mila's familiar script filling the page. As I scanned her words, I smiled at the memory of us writing out our lists of hopes and dreams. Somehow, Mila's ended up in my scrapbook. The more I read, the more I realized she probably put it in there herself. 1. I wish I could stay in San Francisco so I could be near Steve, but I know I need to be my own person right now. 2. I wish I could go to college with Ellie, but I'm not nearly smart enough to get into Georgetown. 3. I hope Ellie realizes how strong she is, that this is her time to shine, that she doesn't have to live with the pressure of the world or her parents on her shoulders. 4. I hope she smiles more. 5. I hope she laughs more. 6. I hope she finally loses her virginity, and not to someone her lunatic mother approves of. A bad boy. Maybe even a criminal. She deserves it. 7. I hope she flies, that she can close her eyes, feel the wind on her face, and shed her past. 8. I hope she finds love. Okay, I know this was supposed to be a list of things I hoped for myself, but Ellie's happiness is my happiness, and she deserves this more than I do. She needs it more than I do. I grew up with 2 loving parents. Ellie didn't. For that reason, she needs to find love. She needs to be swept off her feet. She needs to be promised the moon and stars and ocean and wind. She needs to find someone who will dance with her when there's no music, who will kiss her when the world's watching, who will love her for no reason other than his heart couldn't possibly beat another second without feeling that love for her. 9. I hope she never forgets me. A knock on the door ripped through the silence. I quickly folded the paper and put it back into the envelope, returning it to the scrapbook once more. I wiped at my cheeks as I eyed the time, surprised to see it was already 7. It's open, I called out, doing my best to mask my shaky voice. I always said I didn't deserve a friend like Mila. Reading her hopes for my future only reiterated that. The door opened, Dante's frame filling the entryway. Eleanor, you shouldn't be leaving the door unlocked. Anyone could. He stopped short when he saw the state of disarray the apartment was in, coupled with my comfortable attire. What's going on? Is everything okay? His voice turned frantic. Did something happen? Rising to my feet, I took several slow steps to meet him, grabbing the lapels of his suit jacket. Yes, Dante. Something happened. He blinked repeatedly as he surveyed my body, looking for some clue as to what was going on. I figured I may as well start boxing up my things. I interrupted. I've been looking into cargo companies, and it could take a few months to get everything overseas. He pulled away, staring at me with a furrowed brow. Overseas? I won't take everything with me. Of course. I rattled off, glancing around my tiny apartment that seemed even smaller now that boxes filled the space. I can sell most of the furniture. Between your house in Tuscany and the apartment in Rome, we have more than enough. Eleanor. He swallowed hard, studying me with intense eyes. Are you saying what I think you're saying? His chest rose and fell in a quicker pattern as he anxiously awaited my response. I simply smiled. Yes, Dante, I'm ready. I want to finally start living in Italy with you. I barely had time to brace myself before he swooped me into his arms, pure, unmatched joy washing over his face. Laughter filled the air, the smile on Dante's face wider than any I'd seen. He spun me around and around, making me feel like I was flying, and I was. Dante gave me my wings, made me soar, pushed me higher and higher. We met in the clouds. We fell in love in the clouds. Now, I was happy to live in the clouds with Dante for the rest of our days. You just made me the happiest man on this planet. Eleanor. He gradually slowed his steps, then lowered me to my feet. I stared at him, feeling as if my world were still spinning. Our chests heaved, the atmosphere becoming charged. With conviction in his gaze, he closed the short distance between us, each second stretching into an eternity as I anticipated his kiss, desperate for a taste of him. When his lips finally touched mine, I sighed. Any lingering worry, unease, or trepidation about whether this was the right choice melting off me. With a satisfied breath, I slowly pulled away from him. There's just one condition. Anything. He clutched my hands in his, brushing his mouth against my skin. Whatever you want. It's yours. For the rest of your life, it's yours. I hesitated briefly, hoping he wouldn't read too much into my request. I know you're set to head out on the road at the beginning of November, and will be traveling off and on over the next few months for the new season of your show. I want to stay here until after Thanksgiving. We can talk about Christmas later. I'm sure you want nothing more than to get back to Italy, especially considering all the additional time you've spent in the States for me. But I need to tie up all my loose ends over here. I squared my shoulders, taking on my all-business attitude once more. I've spoken with Beatrice and she's going to help get all the immigration paperwork straightened out. I'll have to go in under a tourist visa at first, but we'll need to file the necessary documents before my 90 days are up. I have a list of what's required, and she assured me between herself and Antonio, they'll be able to take care of most everything before we even land in Rome. That's all completely reasonable. But now I have a condition of my own. And what's that? You let me buy that house for you, or any other house of your choosing. Why, I tilted my head, confused. If I'm moving to Italy with you, I still want you to have roots here. Eleanor, I don't want you to think you've given up everything for me. I want you to know you have a home here too, just like you have a home in Italy. Okay, California's your home, and it will always be here for you. I reached up, grabbing his neck and bringing his lips to mine. Wherever you are is my home. You're my home. You're my home, too. He answered in a husky voice, pulling my body against his. With his hand firmly on my back, he carefully led me across the living area, backing me up against the bed. What are you doing? I murmured against his mouth. I'm making bolognese. It'll burn. Is the heat on low? Yes. Then it won't burn. He nibbled on my bottom lip, a jolt striking my core as he hooked his fingers into the waistband of my yoga pants. When I pulled back and met his eyes, I saw his need for me written in every line of his face, felt it in every curl of his lips, heard it in every shaky inhale of his breath. "Slow and steady wins the race," he said, repeating the same words he'd told me all those months ago. And I planned to go slow. He ran his fingers down the curve of my neck, admiring the line of my silhouette with a sculptor's precision. Closing my eyes, I arched back, giving him better access to every inch of me, his touch light but so deep in its grace. And steady, he roamed the contours of my frame, his hands settling beneath my borrowed t-shirt. He pulled me even harder against him, my body molding into him, every part of me fitting perfectly with his. "I love you, Eleanor." He brought his mouth to my neck, running his tongue down the taut skin, supporting my back as he lowered me onto the bed so fucking much. His motions were a mixture of delicate and desperate as he tasted my skin, his grip on my hips tightening, forcing a shot of pain to course through me. It only made me burn for him even more. The dull fire that had been kindling inside me over the past several weeks exploding into a raging inferno. I thought I knew what love was before. He placed his elbows on either side of my head and leaned on them, his mouth a breath away from mine. His eyes scalded my flesh as he stared down at me. But I was wrong. You are love. We are love. This is love. And this will survive anything we have to face down the road. Never doubt it. Eleanor. Never. I'm yours. Dante, I said in a low voice, my eyes rolling into the back of my head as he crushed his mouth against mine. He groaned, his kiss tender yet needy. Again, he pleaded, nibbling on my lower lip. I'm yours. I wrapped my legs around his waist, digging my nails into the fabric of his linen shirt. He threw his head back, bliss washing over his expression, making me feel confident, secure, powerful, knowing it was my touch that caused this, that brought him so much pleasure. Greedy. I fumbled for the buttons of his shirt, every inch of me aching to bask in the feeling of his skin on my skin, his lips on my lips, his breath mixing with my breath. He briefly pulled back, tearing his shirt over his head before lifting mine off, as well. He trailed kisses down my jawline, his tongue tracing circles around my neck, his teeth gently tugging on my earlobe. I moaned, clenching my legs tighter around his waist, digging my nails farther into his warm skin. Where do you want my mouth? He panted, biting back a growl. My breasts. I exhaled, my chest heaving. Just the thought of his teeth tugging on my nipples sent my libido into overdrive. He trailed a path across my collarbone, taking his time, knowing I was ready to fall apart. Every sweep of his tongue, each nip of his teeth, each caress of my flesh made my need for him mount. Your skin tastes divine, better than any 5-star restaurant I've ever dined at. I could feast on you for hours and not be satisfied, although I hope you would be. His tongue circled my breast. Slow, languid, agonizing. I'll always need more of you. He gently pulled on my pebbled nipple, then blew on it, the sensation like the strike of a match. I'll always need more, he repeated as he continued torturing me with his mouth, his hands, his words. I raked my hands up and down his back, relishing in the feeling of his muscles contracting and flexing as he worshipped me, not leaving a single inch of my skin untasted. Every valley, every dip, every curve. He delighted in all of them, revering me, loving me. As he lowered himself down my body, circling my belly button with a touch that was barely there, I held my breath, unsure how much more of this I could take. It had been so long, so very, very long. I need more, Dante. I breathed. I need you, to feel you, to have you make love to me. He lifted his gaze to mine, his eyes glossing over. He peered at me for a moment, then two, each second unnerving me a little more. "What are you looking at?" "The beautiful sight I'll be lucky enough to admire every morning." He hooked his fingers into the waist of my yoga pants, kissing my hip bone as he lowered them down my legs. His lips lingered on my skin a moment longer. Then he stood, ridding himself of the rest of his clothes. My heart immediately sped up as I admired his naked form, gazing upon me as if I were a treasure he'd crossed miles of ocean to find. He returned to me, his face less than an inch from mine. "I love you, Eleanor, and I'm so blessed you walked into my life, that you decided to take a chance on me, that you think I'm deserving of your time and your love." My skin flushed under his touch and I closed my eyes, lost in the moment. He positioned himself between my legs, slowly pushing into me. A grateful sigh escaped my mouth as our two bodies fused together, melting, colliding, taking. I wrapped my legs around his waist, tightening every muscle. I wanted to feel every inch of him, slow, deliberate, needy, as he made love to me, brushing my hair out of my eyes. He nuzzled my neck, his rhythm slow, but still intense. He didn't need to tie me up, blindfold me, clamp his teeth onto my skin to make me feel that familiar burn, that blinding heat as it bubbled deep in my core, that addicting rush propelling me higher and higher until I disintegrated into oblivion. "I want to give you everything you never thought possible." His motions became more urgent, more intense, more desperate. "I want to show you what a real family is supposed to be like. And I want to have a family with you," I moaned as the image floated before my eyes. I could picture us walking hand in hand through his vineyard, exploring the stands on market day, inviting his family to our house on Sundays after church. And I could picture us with a child both of us would love more than life itself, a child who helped us find meaning. "I want that too, Dante." His hold on me tightened, his mouth covering mine as he stole a fevered kiss, breathing, licking, craving. "I want to rub your feet every night after making you dinner," he whispered against my lips, maintaining a steady rhythm. Pushing, retreating, pushing again as he made love to every part of me. My body, my mind, my heart. "I want to hold your hand as we walk through the streets of Rome, then steal away into an alley and make everyone jealous with how we can't keep our hands off each other." He dipped his head into the curve of my neck, his breathing growing harder. I fisted my hands in his hair, meeting each thrust, each pull, each groan. The scene he painted drove me higher and higher. The life he envisioned for us, one I'd only fantasized about, one I never thought would be reality. He pulled away, his eyes meeting mine as he slowed his motions dramatically. I wiggled beneath him, panting, desperate for him to keep moving. "My sweet, sweet Eleanor." His lips turned up slightly in the corners as he brushed his fingers across my collarbone before traveling down the path between my breasts, landing on my abdomen. "I want to rest my hand on your stomach as I feel our unborn child moving inside you." "Oh, Dante." I exhaled as my eyes welled with tears, struggling to find words worthy of what he'd just confessed. I grabbed his cheeks, forcing his lips to mine as he resumed his motions. "I want that too. God, I want that so much." I kissed him, but it just wasn't enough. "I love you, Eleanor," he said sweetly. "Sempre e per sempre." "Sempre e per sempre," I repeated, my eyes rolling into the back of my head as his measured movements propelled me higher and higher. "No matter what," he added, his rhythm increasing, his muscles tightening, his gaze intensifying on me. "No matter what," I murmured as I edged perilously close to the cliff, ready to jump, to fall, to fly. "Promise me, no matter what, you'll be mine, no matter what happens." "Yes, Dante, te lo prometto. I promise you." I exhaled, my body quivering and shaking as I pulled him tighter, thrusting, driving, stealing as much of him as I could. He buried his head in my neck, moaning through his own release, then collapsed on top of me, our sweaty bodies intertwining with each other in a spiderweb of legs and arms. "Te lo prometto," he said through his labored breathing, his tone foreboding. Te lo prometto. Chapter 15. Ellie. A woman's voice called out softly, teasing. Where are you? I crouched farther into my body as I hid behind a tree, trying not to giggle. I was getting better and better at hiding. There was no way she would find me. Ellie, she called again. I wonder where my darling girl could be. I buried my head against my knees, trying not to laugh as I heard her footsteps grow closer. A slight breeze as she walked near me, blowing around her familiar aroma of lilac, lavender, and love. I don't know if I'll ever be able to find her. She's such a good hider. I glanced over my shoulder, seeing the fabric of her flowing white skirt passing me, and I pinched my lips into a tight line. Giggling through my nose, I covered my mouth to quiet my laughs. I wonder if she's by the swing set. Her voice grew quiet. I turned my head, looking behind me to see the woman in white heading toward a playscape in the distance, several yards away from the tree-filled area in the park where I currently hid. I opened my mouth, about to run after her and tease her for not being able to find me, when two arms grabbed me from behind. I screamed at the top of my lungs, flailing against the person holding me captive and dragging me away from the tree, panic overtaking me. I kept screaming and screaming, begging for the lady in white to rescue me, but my pleas fell on deaf ears. She made no move to look at me, to come save me. I made one final plea for help. Mama, I cried at the top of my lungs. She finally glanced over her shoulder, and I peered into her eyes, regret and sorrow in the lines of her face. It wasn't my mother. I startled awake, gasping for air, feeling like a weight was crushing my chest, making it hard to breathe. I threw the duvet off my body, a chill washing over me, despite the pool of sweat around me. As I attempted to calm my racing heart and shake off the dream, I glanced beside me to make sure I hadn't woken Dante. I was caught by surprise when I saw him peering at me, his eyes tracing over every inch of me. Eleanor. I quickly turned over, pulling the duvet back around my body as I tried to hide, my dream still flashing before me. I knew people who dreamt all the time. I didn't. I couldn't remember the last time I'd actually had a dream. It was probably after I'd returned from Rome and dreamed Dante was still with me. But was that really a dream? I couldn't be sure. Are you okay? I'm fine. I huffed. I heard him take a sharp inhale of air, as if he were surprised by my answer. It was just a dream, nothing for you to worry about. I could feel his hesitation as he continued to study me. It didn't matter that I couldn't see him. I knew him well enough to know he was waging an internal battle about something. But I do worry, he insisted, bringing his body closer and wrapping me in his tight embrace. It was just a dream, one dream, not something to worry about. He pushed me onto my back, forcing my eyes to his. It wasn't Eleanor. I furrowed my brow, my heart pounding in my chest as a renewed chill washed over me. What are you talking about, Dante? He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. It wasn't just one dream that caused me to worry. This isn't the first time you've woken up startled from a dream. I sat up, vehemently shaking my head, unable to believe the words falling from his lips. No, it is. I would have remembered. I don't dream. I haven't in ages. You do, he insisted, propping himself up onto his elbow. That's what woke me up our first night together. Why you found me in the kitchen making you dinner at midnight. You were screaming for help. His voice softened. It scared me. I avoided his gaze, laughing slightly to make light of the situation. I really know how to catch him. Don't I wake you up with my screams just hours after we slept together for the first time? I peered into his glassy eyes, his expression still full of worry. I sighed, lowering myself back to the mattress. How many times have I woken you up like that? A few. How many is a few? He studied me, tentative. Then he blew out a long breath, almost every night. I stared at him, my mouth dropping open, dumbstruck by his revelation. I wanted to tell you, he added quickly, wrapping his arms around me and bringing my head to his chest. But you never brought it up. He brushed back my unruly hair. I tried to wake you so many times, but you never would. Whenever you startled awake after screaming and fighting against the covers, you'd shoot up straight in bed, look at me with this sort of terror in your expression, then mumble something and fall back to sleep. I don't remember any of this. I struggled to believe what he was telling me could be true. Lily had night terrors. I flung my eyes to his. Night terrors. It's pretty common in children. It's harder on the parents, I suppose. You just watch your child scream and thrash and cry, but there's nothing you can do. Then they wake up the next morning and act as if nothing happened because they can't remember it. I averted my eyes, staring at his naked chest. Just like me. I chewed on my bottom lip, still having difficulty wrapping my head around this. How could I simply not remember? Do you recall your dream at all? Dante pushed. When I talked to the doctor about Lily's night terrors, he said most children wouldn't. But any adults who suffer through them may recall bits and pieces. I rolled onto my back, peering at the ceiling as I tried to piece together my dream, or terror. It was so clear while I was having it, but now it felt foggy, blurry. There was a woman, I began after a minute. Anyone you recognize? I slowly shook my head. I don't know. I'm not sure I ever saw her face. We were playing hide and seek, I said urgently, recalling more. I couldn't have been more than 4 or 5. I closed my eyes, hoping it would help bring it back to the surface. A small laugh fell from my mouth. I was wearing a pink tutu and bright purple Converse. Dante pulled me closer, kissing my cheek. I met his enamored gaze. I bet you were an adorable little girl. I smiled, all my panic and anxiety slowly washing away. Do you remember anything else? Inhaling a calming breath. I closed my eyes once more, concentrating hard, doing everything in my power to force my vision to the forefront of my mind. Dante ran a gentle finger down my arm, comforting me, soothing me, relaxing me. I was taken, he asked nervously. I instantly recalled his unsettling words to me all those weeks ago. Words I thought were just the result of him muttering nonsense as he drifted off to sleep. No one will take you away. Now I couldn't shake the feeling these words held a bigger meaning, that he'd been keeping something from me, something that would unravel everything. Yes. I concentrated hard, bits and pieces slowly trickling back into my memory. I could almost smell the fresh-cut grass, feel the wind on my skin, hear the chirping of the birds. We were playing hide and seek. The lady in white was trying to find me, but I was hiding behind a tree. I opened my eyes, peering at Dante. Instead of her finding me, someone else did. Who? Dante pressed, his voice becoming edgy. What did they look like? How many were there? I don't know. I never saw a face. My throat tightened as that feeling of complete helplessness washed over me again. I kept screaming for her to help me, to save me from the stranger taking me. She ignored me. Then I called her mama and she finally turned around. My gaze widened, my breath coming in short pants, my eyes racing back and forth. What is it? Dante leaned closer, peering down at me. I quickly sat up, staring straight ahead as that face flashed before me. It didn't make sense. It wasn't my mother. Who was it? I opened my mouth, my brows gathering in. Then I looked at Dante. Cynthia Edelman. His eyes widened and he bolted up, his face inches from mine. Cynthia Edelman, he repeated. How do you know what she looks like? I chewed on the inside of my cheek, unsure of what to say. We'd yet to discuss anything involving Lily's death and the possibility of my father's role in it. I didn't even know where to begin with this whole mess. Eleanor, he pushed, his stare intense, worried, scared, hesitating. I opened my mouth, then told him the only thing I could. The truth. At least part of the truth. Something about the combination of eagerness and suspicion in his gaze prevented me from wanting to tell him everything I'd uncovered. I could hear Mila's voice in the back of my head urging me to trust him, to let him in. But I knew how to read people. If I learned one thing from working as a lawyer and being around politicians my entire life, it was how to tell when people weren't being completely honest. And I couldn't shake the feeling in my gut that Dante was hiding something from me. You probably figured out by now that I overheard your conversation with Bradley that day back in Italy, about the emails my father sent Cynthia. He nodded. But what you don't know is, the past several months, I've been looking into him." "You what?" His face reddened and he gripped my biceps, his chest heaving. "Why?" "Because I couldn't not do something, especially once." I trailed off, avoiding his stare. Once he grabbed my chin, forcing my eyes back to his. Once I sort of found a folder at Brock's. "Brock's?" He furrowed his brow, then looked away, as if trying to put the pieces together in his mind. I slowly nodded. When I went to move my things out, he's a germaphobe and I wanted to mess with him, so I went into his office with the intention of leaving fingerprints all over his precious desk. That's when I noticed the drawer was open. "What did you find?" His eyes floated back to mine. "Background checks on a bunch of people, as well as surveillance photos of my father meeting with these same people. Toward the end of the file, there was background information on Cynthia Edelman. I also found surveillance photos of my father walking into Barnes Pharmaceuticals just after 8 on the night you were supposed to meet with her, then leaving 20 minutes later, which also happened to be around the same time the medical examiner estimated to be her time of death." He ran his hand over his face, blowing out a long breath. I wasn't sure whether it was due to what I'd told him or the fact that I knew this information, which I had a feeling he didn't want me to know. "So you think?" I didn't know what to think at that time. Then one night, a few blocks from my office, I noticed him slink into a dive bar, which I thought to be rather suspicious. So I followed him inside. He met with Brian Edelman, Cynthia's ex-husband. After Brian threatened to go public with everything, my father revealed she wasn't dead, that he had her fake her death to save her. He claimed there were too many suspicious events in the weeks leading up to her supposed death that he had no choice. He insisted someone must have figured out she was going to talk to you and blow the lid off whatever this was, so they tried to silence her. "Do you believe him?" I pulled my legs toward me, sighing. I don't know what to believe. I asked him where Cynthia was. All he had to do to back up his claims was tell me. Problem solved. Yet he refused on the grounds that it wasn't safe, which seemed a little convenient. If you ask me, my father said she had been blackmailed over something and he was trying to help her. If that were the case, why would he send those emails Bradley found? Maybe my father planned all the events leading up to her death as part of some sort of elaborate scheme. Maybe he was the one blackmailing her and killed her to stop her from going public with everything. Maybe he told Brian she was still alive to stop him from looking into her death and uncovering the truth. I looked at Dante as he stared at the moonlight shining into my small apartment, wondering if he could tell I wasn't being completely upfront with him, that I'd left a few things out, things that could turn the tables on what was truly going on. Part of me wanted to tell him about his father's connection to her, but something stopped me from doing so, as if an outside force was at play, rendering me incapable of saying anything more. "What do you think?" I pressed when he remained silent, deep in thought. "I think," he rubbed his temples, then released a long sigh, returning his eyes to mine. "I think you need to stay as far away from this as possible. Stop looking into it, into your father, into Cynthia Edelman." I squinted at him, confused. "Why?" "It's too dangerous," he urged, a frenzied air about him. "Regardless of whether or not your father is involved, someone was after Cynthia because she knew too much. I'm not going to let the same thing happen to you. It's not worth it. Don't you want answers? Don't you want to finally be able to make peace with Lily's death?" He stared at me, swallowing hard, then licked his lips. I couldn't help but think he was floundering to come up with a compelling reason, something, anything, to get me to walk away. Then his expression softened, a sort of serenity washing over it. "Remember everything you went through on the night I was giving that talk at USC? How you pushed fate and she pushed back?" I nodded. "I have to believe that's what has been going on here. I've been pushing fate, trying to get answers about Lily, instead of allowing the universe to show me those answers when it's ready. When you first walked into my life, I honestly believed fate dropped you into my lap so I could finally get those answers." His lips turned up in the corners as he closed the distance between our mouths, pulling my body toward his. I was wrong. Our paths didn't cross so I could get answers. You were the answer. Fate's way of reminding me to stop living in the past, to only live for a future. You're my future. And I want to be your future, too. Not anything your father may or may not have been involved in. I truly believe karma will eventually come to get him. He gripped my hips, bringing me on top of his lap, forcing my legs to straddle him. So please, stop looking into this. For me, for us, for our future. I opened my mouth to tell him we'd never have a future if he didn't get the answers he'd been searching for. But he covered my mouth with his, stealing my protest. He wrapped a hand in my hair as his other hand kept me glued to him. He pulled back. "Promise me, Eleanor." His voice was almost a growl. When I remained mute, he tugged on my hair, forcing a jolt of need to burn deep inside me. Yes, Dante. The way he touched me, held me, consumed me, made me forget about anything but needing more. "Everything I've done has been for you," he crooned in a seductive voice as he slowly lifted my t-shirt over my head, his mouth traveling down my sternum. A minute ago, having sex with Dante was the last thing on my mind. Now it was all I could think about. A tiny voice in the back of my head considered whether Dante knew this, whether he was using it to distract me, to get me to agree to stop looking into my father and Cynthia. But as his tongue found my nipple, tugging and sucking, that voice was immediately quieted. The only sound that of my carnal need to have this man right now. "Every decision I've made has been to keep you safe." He continued his exploration of my body. I wanted to ask him what he meant by that. But when he clamped his teeth harder on my nipple, the pleasurable pain of his unexpected assault forced any question into oblivion. "And any decision I make in the future will be with that same goal in mind. Everything I do is for you, Eleanor." He swiftly flipped me onto my back, sliding my panties down my legs before sinking into me. "For you, for me," I murmured, losing myself in him once more. "For you." Chapter 16. "Put me down!" I squealed when Dante swooped me into his arms unexpectedly after helping me out of his car on the last Saturday in October. There was a slight breeze in the air, the temperatures finally beginning to drop now that it was officially fall. "Not a chance in hell. You only get to walk into your new house for the first time once. I need to make it something you'll never forget." He smiled wider as he carried me up the brick path toward the front door of what was now our home. We'd closed on it in less than a week. A benefit of paying cash, as Dante reminded me. I still had trouble wrapping my head around anyone being able to pay cash for a house in the Malibu Hills. Immediately after we got the keys, the place was overrun with contractors, all hired by Beatrice to make it into what she envisioned. She even came to California in order to oversee the project. Now, less than a month after I told Dante I'd moved to Italy with him, I was about to see the house he bought me in Malibu, so I would always have roots here. Although with each passing day, my ties to this place became more frayed and disjointed. I hadn't spoken to either of my parents since my mother's phone call all those weeks ago. Dante didn't want me to get mixed up in whatever my father may be involved in. And after stepping back and analyzing everything, I knew he was right. I should walk away. Part of me couldn't help but wonder if Dante had an ulterior motive for wanting me to keep my distance from whatever this was. But when I saw the adoration in his eyes as he made love to me or shared plans for our future, I realized what that motive was. To keep me safe. To keep me alive. To keep me his. And that was the only thing that mattered. "Every minute with you is something I'll never forget," I replied in earnest as the wind blew around me. The aroma of the ocean mixed with wildflowers met me, and I drew in a long breath. From this moment forward, this smell would remind me of home, of Dante's and my first home together. Yes, both his apartment in Rome and villa in Tuscany would soon also be my home. But this was different. This was a house we picked out ourselves, that we'd both had a hand in designing, in deciding which room would best be served as the office and which would be the perfect library. Eventually, I'd leave my own mark on his other properties. But for now, I was giddy with excitement over finally seeing exactly how Beatrice was able to merge both our styles into a home I imagined we'd enjoy for years to come. "Me too, my beautiful Eleanor." He placed a soft kiss on my forehead, and my body fused into his even more. His hand on the knob, he met my eyes. Ready. He lifted a brow, a mischievous look crossing his face. It's incredibly unfair that you got to see it already. I know. He lowered his lips to mine, but I had to make sure everything was perfect for my queen. A subtle moan fell from my throat when he treated me to a simple, yet beautiful kiss. Our first kiss on the steps of our new home. Another first. I wanted to store all of these in a box of memories so I could look back at them and relive how I felt the peace, the joy, the hope. For years, I'd never had much promise for any sort of happy future. I simply got up each morning and went through the motions of what was expected of me. I studied hard. I graduated at the top of my class in high school, college, and law school. I passed the bar exam on the first try, which was a difficult feat, particularly out here in California. I went to work. I put in double the amount of hours at the law firm than necessary just to avoid going home to Brock. I never looked forward to what each day would bring, partly because I think I was scared of what my future held. Now I hungered for that future with Dante. I had fantasized about it more times than I cared to admit. I pictured us waking up together every morning. I pictured us enjoying a delicious glass of wine as we watched the sunset. I pictured us laughing as Dante attempted to show me how to cook yet another one of his favorite dishes. I pictured us happy. I pictured us in love. I pictured us complete. After a long pause, Dante finally pushed the door open and carried me into our new home. For the first time in my life, I actually felt like I was home. He gingerly lowered me to my feet, his eyes glued to me while mine remained fixed on our surroundings, wanting to cry at how perfect it was. The house looked like a completely new space now that it was fully furnished, painted, and designed in a way to combine both our tastes. He liked things modern and angular, lots of grays, beiges, and whites. I preferred more non-traditional design elements, along with an occasional pop of color. Beatrice seamlessly married our two styles. I stepped farther into the foyer, noticing that Beatrice had redesigned the winding staircase just off the entryway, removing the wood railings and replacing them with wrought iron. The hardwood flooring was replaced with a different shade, something a little bit more gray and modern. The walls updated with a fresh coat of paint. As I continued through the house, I marveled at how perfect everything was, right down to the floral arrangements used as accent pieces on the side tables and the knickknacks set on the built-in bookshelves in the library. The design flowed into the second level, each bedroom following the same color palette. Finally, we approached the closed door to the master bedroom, my stomach buzzing with anticipation as to how Beatrice had transformed this space. When Dante slowly opened the door, my breath caught. The bedroom was peaceful and serene. Beatrice had used softer colors, accented with a few beige tones. It felt inviting and warm. Dante's arms wrapped around me as I stood admiring the view from the panoramic windows. I hope you'll find peace here, that your nightmares will be a thing of the past. He whispered against my temple. We hadn't discussed my nightmares, or, more appropriately, night terrors, since I woke screaming and told him about what I'd seen. I wanted to ask him if he'd witnessed any more episodes, but was too scared to hear the answer. I was petrified to learn I was slowly losing control over my mind, wondering what my own brain was trying to hide from me. "Come," he said, pulling me out of my unnerving thoughts. "Wait until you see the ensuite." He led me toward the bathroom, my jaw hitting the floor at the complete redesign. It wasn't in bad shape when we bought the house, so I just expected a bit of a touch-up. Not the entirely new space I now admired in awe. The tile counters had been replaced with one large slab of white and gray marble, the pattern matching that in the shower, but the focal point was the large clawfoot tub. "Do you like Dante's deep baritone cut-through?" I immediately spun around, flinging my arms around his neck and kissing him. "It's better than I could have imagined. You didn't have to do all of this for me. I told you from the very beginning, while you're with me, you deserve nothing but the very best. And that didn't stop simply because you'd given me your heart, your love. I promise to do my best to give you a reason to fall in love with me every single day. Eleanor. He ran his hand down my face, tracing the line of my silhouette, as if imprinting it to memory. You deserve nothing less. He gradually shortened the distance between our mouths, my knees growing weak when his lips finally touched mine. One hand tangled in my hair, the other supporting my back as he kissed me like he meant it. Kissed me like he needed to in order to breathe. Kissed me like it was the only thing that quieted his own demons. A throat clearing sounded, startling me. I quickly pulled away to see Beatrice standing in the master bedroom, her arms crossed in front of her chest. You two need to get a room, she joked in her soft Italian accent. We have one, Dante shot back, keeping his eyes trained on me. And you're standing in it. So, unless you want to show, lifting his brow, he passed Beatrice a devious grin. She simply rolled her eyes. Apparently, having grown up alongside him had made her completely unpersuaded by his charms. We go back to Italy tomorrow. She stalked over to him and yanked his arm, tugging him from the room. You can christen this place then. For now, we celebrate. I followed behind, giggling as small and slight Beatrice pulled tall and muscular Dante down the stairs. The second we emerged into the foyer, two excited voices exclaimed, Zio Dante. It was followed by two other voices shouting, Auntie Ellie. A wide grin spread on Dante's face as he rushed to his two nephews, hoisting Luca, the 2-year-old, onto his shoulders as he tousled Angelo's hair. I crouched down, giving Ashlyn and Harley each a hug and a kiss before offering a smile of welcome to Stephen and Mila, who looked around in amazement. I had to constantly pinch myself. Too, I couldn't believe this house was mine, that I'd be spending my time in California here. It still seemed like a bit much, considering my only reason for wanting to spend any time here was Mila. But it warmed my heart that Dante valued my comfort so much as to go through all the trouble of giving me the house of my dreams close to my best friend. Mi piace la tua casa, Angelo said to Dante in his small 5-year-old voice. What did he say? Ashlyn asked. Dante looked down at her, smiling. He said he likes our house. I like your house too. Grazie. Ashlyn. Dante nodded at her, then looked back at Angelo. And thank you. Angelo. This house is amazing, Mila offered. And I haven't even seen the upstairs yet. I'm not sure I want to. It might make me even more jealous. Then you definitely don't want to see the view from the master bedroom, Giuseppe said, walking into the room holding a tray containing 6 champagne flutes and a few plastic cups filled with apple juice. Once we all had our champagne and the kids had their juice, we raised our glasses. Congratulazioni, Giuseppe said. Congratulazioni, Mila and Stephen repeated, doing their best to mumble through the Italian word. Welcome to the family, Beatrice offered. Grazie, I said in response, not arguing that I wasn't technically part of their family. It didn't matter that I didn't have a ring or Dante's last name. I didn't need those things. Although Dante had joked we could go to the courthouse and have that taken care of so the name on the deed to the house would read Eleanor Luciano instead of Eleanor Crenshaw. Still, I felt closer to this group of people than I did my own mother and father. This was my family. Mila slung her arm over my shoulders, squeezing me. You deserve this. Ellie, I'm going to miss the hell out of you, but this is the right path for you. I know it. Oh, really? Yup, she responded in a very matter-of-fact voice. And how do you know? Like everything else, it came to me in a vision. She winked. You and your visions. I playfully shoved her, then raised my champagne to my lips. I think it's the right path for me, too, I added in a quiet voice. Chapter 17. You know what this reminds me of, I said in a scratchy voice the following Thursday as I lay in Dante's arms. The sun had begun to peek over the mountains, its brilliant rays sparkling and gleaming on the ocean in the distance as we remained in our castle in the clouds, content to forget about the real world for just a few more moments. What's that? Dante nuzzled my hair, pulling me tighter into his body. A few tufts of chest hair tickled my back, and I sighed at how perfect life was. Here, in a house I could have only dreamed of owning. Enclosed in the arms of a man I could have only fantasized about falling in love with. I believed my troubles would never find me. I'd finally let go of my hatred toward my father and mother. I'd stopped focusing on how angry and bitter I was about my past. It didn't matter anymore. My past led me to this moment, and I had never been happier than when I thought of what my future had in store for me. A future with Dante. Our last night in Rome. I answered softly, my skin tingling as he ran a light finger along the curve of my body. How we both tried to stay awake so we didn't waste a second of our time together. I turned around to stare into his eyes, trying to imprint everything about him to my memory. His strong cheekbones, his distinguished nose, his sexy 5 o'clock shadow. How you made love to me as the sun began streaming into the bedroom windows, and I couldn't stop crying at the thought of it being the last time I'd ever feel you. He brought me closer, kissing the top of my head. This isn't the last time. It's just 3 weeks. I've gone 3 weeks without you before. My throat grew thick at the thought of having to fall asleep without Dante tonight. What if I woke up screaming, who would be there to calm the terrors that found me in the dark? It was horrible. Even an hour without you seems like an eternity. I know. Amore mio. He smoothed my hair behind my ear, brushing his lips across mine. I'll call you whenever I can. He pinched my chin, forcing my eyes to his. But I don't want you to worry if a few days go by and you don't hear from me. Some of the places we go are very far off the beaten path and don't have cell service. We'll have a satellite phone, but that's not always reliable either. I promise to let you know when I'm about to go off the grid, then call you the second I'm back in civilization. Okay, I swallowed back my tears. Okay, just think of all the fun we can have with Instagram posts again. His voice turned light, and I laughed at the memory of the months we spent tagging each other in photos. It seemed so long ago, but it was really only a matter of weeks. I miss that, I said. Me too. I'll be back before you know it. Then I plan on treating you to a Thanksgiving feast unlike any you've ever tasted. You're Italian. You don't celebrate Thanksgiving. No. But you're American. So from now on, I will celebrate Thanksgiving, even if we're not in America. And I hope you'll celebrate some of my favorite Italian holidays now too. Like what I perked up. This was something I'd yet to consider. I'd been so consumed with the logistical side of moving to a completely different country. I never even considered all the wonderful benefits of doing so. Immersing myself in a new culture, becoming fluent in a second language, exploring all the different parts of the country. I'd been looking forward to finally starting this next phase in my life. Now I grew even more excited about the prospect of Dante sharing his world with me. Carnevale, Paschetta, Ferragosto, always big parties, big crowds, a big feast. We Italians certainly love our food. I'm going to gain 100 pounds when I move there. Aren't I joked, my voice light. Don't worry. His mouth curved into a salacious smile. His eyes hooded as he stared at me with unyielding desire. I'll find ways of keeping you in shape. I've got quite a few ideas. He pressed his knee between my thighs, forcing my legs apart as he climbed on top of me. But I certainly wouldn't complain if you gained a little weight. Leaning toward me, his lips grazed against mine, the touch subtle, sending a shiver down my spine, covering my stomach with his hand. He murmured, "In here." He pulled back, the heat that filled his eyes replaced with sincerity. "I want to have a child with you." "Eleanor," I sighed, wrapping my arms around his neck as I pulled him closer, kissing him. "I want that too, Dante. So much, he repeated, leaning back to position himself between my legs. I kept my eyes trained on his, unable to look away as he pushed inside, both of us letting out a moan, as if this act, this connecting of our two bodies, was the only thing that was right in the world. "So much," I said once more. His motions were slow, measured, deliberate, both of us taking and giving, tugging and driving, scratching and soothing. His gaze trained on mine. He slowly lowered his lips. He breathed into me, filling me, loving me as we said goodbye the only way we knew how. A chiming ripped through my small office on Friday afternoon. I smiled when I saw a text from Dante. The past 36 hours had been difficult as he traveled halfway around the world, but earlier this morning, as promised, he called the second he landed in Ethiopia. Reaching for my phone, I opened his text. About to go off grid. If all goes well, I should be back in civilization in 2 days. I'll be thinking of you the entire time. Wishing your lips were here to kiss me good morning. Grinning to myself, I typed out a reply. Just kiss you. I stared at my phone as I waited for his response. After a few moments, it arrived. There are quite a few other places I'd like your lips, but we'll save that for when I'm home. These 3 weeks are going to be difficult enough without the daily reminder of how much my body craves you. Rest up, Passerata. If you thought your evening on the red carpet was exhilarating, that was just a warm-up for what I have planned for you. Excitement flooded my veins as I read his words, my heart drumming in my chest at the thought. I eagerly look forward to your return home. I sent my reply, then typed an additional text. Game on, sir! Good girl, Passerata. Be safe. Ti amo. My heart warmed as I typed my response. Sempre y per sempre. Hey, Elle. I jumped and shot my eyes to the doorway, inhaling a sharp breath when I saw Blake standing there. Sorry, bad time. No. I smoothed my hair behind my ears, hoping my expression wasn't flushed from my risque texting session with Dante. What's up? I looked at the file in his hands. Is it about? I lifted a brow. He simply nodded. I hesitated briefly, unsure what to do. I'd promised Dante I wouldn't look into this any further. But what harm would it do to see what Blake had found, especially now that it seemed like he'd finally found something? Come on in, I said finally. It's not much. He shut my office door and sat across the desk from me. As I've told you, I haven't been able to devote much time to this. I'll be completely honest. He ran his hands through his short hair, a bit of weariness crossing his expression. This is becoming a bit of a spider web. There are 1,000 strands going in every direction, and I'm not quite sure where they all fit just yet. If this were an official investigation, I'd have a team of over a dozen people delegated to get to the bottom of it. That's how complex this thing is. We can't turn it into an official investigation. I reminded him in a grave voice. Not yet. You know that. I do, he said solemnly. And because it's so complex, I'm having to listen to my gut and follow the leads I think are most likely to reveal more information. And right now, that's Cynthia Edelman or Lauren Hall. I swallowed hard, instantly reminded of my dream a few weeks ago. Have you figured out whether my father's story is true? Whether she's just in hiding? Not yet. I'm still working on that, as well as combing through cell phone photos from the car accident to see if I can figure out who she was looking at. I haven't found anything yet, but I'm not going to give up. My gut tells me once I find out who she was looking at, this whole thing will blow wide open. Until then, I need to keep exploring other avenues. Like what? Like her pregnancy. I exhaled a tiny breath. So she was pregnant. I shook my head. How many other unwanted children had James Harrison fathered? Yes, she was. And here's where it gets a little hairy. I pulled some strings, perhaps broke a few laws, but I was able to access her file from her pregnancy. Unfortunately, that's where it ends. No record of a live birth. The baby didn't make it. No record of a stillbirth either. Nothing. It's as if the pregnancy never happened, apart from the medical records I found. He pinched his lips together, carefully considering his words. I've started looking into other births around the same time to see if it was merely a clerical error, but I can't shake the feeling in my gut that there's something else going on here. Like what? I have no fucking idea, he said very bluntly. One day Lauren Hall was 37 weeks pregnant. The next, she had no baby. If she decided to go the adoption route, there would still be a record, something, but there's absolutely nothing. It's almost like the baby disappeared, like it never existed. I blinked repeatedly, trying to figure out where this piece of information fit into what my father had told me. Do you think this is the secret she was being blackmailed over? Maybe she realized she couldn't take care of the baby and abandoned it, I asked, grasping at straws. It's possible, he answered, unconvinced. But if that were the case, I should have been able to find some newspaper article about an abandoned baby, either alive or dead. There was nothing. And I looked. So we're still in the same place, I commented, somewhat despondently. We're not in the same place. Blake assured me. I'm making some advances. But with every new lead, I seem to open yet another can of worms I need to sift through to figure out what's important and what's just smoke and mirrors. I rubbed at my temples, my brain feeling like it was ready to explode. The past several weeks had been some of the best in recent memory. I was happy. I focused on Dante and our future instead of trying to get answers about the past. Maybe Dante was right. Maybe looking into this was tempting fate. Maybe the reason no one had been able to figure out what was going on was because it wasn't time yet. I've got calls out to some of my contacts at area hospitals in both D.C. and Connecticut, considering she was at Yale during part of her pregnancy, to see if we can figure out what happened to the baby. I also have a few feelers out there on a possible location where Cynthia Edelman is hiding. So, you can stop, I interrupted. Blake quickly shot his eyes to me, his brow furrowed. But, with all the dead ends you've run into, I blew out a breath. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe I'm trying to find something that's just not there. My father's a politician, for crying out loud. He's been on the national scene for 30 years. If he had any skeletons in his closet, someone would have discovered them by now. Yes, but I need to stop searching for answers I may never find. You can't ignore the fact that there's something going on here. I understand, I answered in a calm tone. But like you said, it could take months, years, to get to the bottom of this. You shouldn't waste any more of your time. I know how thin you're stretched here at the firm. That's true. But I'll keep going if you think it'll bring you what you're looking for. Eyeing the time on the clock, I slowly stood, gathering my things. I think I've already found that. I offered him a genuine smile, feeling like a weight had been lifted off my shoulders. I opened the door, pausing briefly. Thank you, Blake. Then I headed down the hallway and out of the office, hurrying down the street to meet Mila for our weekly Friday night get-together. Just as I stopped at a crosswalk, I heard my phone ding. I pulled it out of my bag. Even more reassured I made the right decision when I saw the Instagram post Dante had tagged me in. The photo was of our stunning tub in our ensuite. The bath was filled with bubbles, the focus on my legs propped up on the ledge. I couldn't recall him taking this photo, but he must have snuck in one evening as I took a relaxing soak. I read the caption below. This is the very ecstasy of love. William Shakespeare, Hamlet. I grinned, hurrying across the street and into the bar. I'd post something later, something meaningful that he'd see when he returned to civilization in a few days. Mila called out the second I entered the dimly lit space, waving me over to where she sat at the bar. I headed toward her, feeling invigorated. Hey, Mila, I said in a breathy voice. I placed my phone on the bar and hung my purse on one of the hooks beneath it, then took off my jacket, resting it on the back of the bar stool. As I hoisted myself into it, I signaled the bartender and placed my drink order. To girls' night, Mila said once he returned with my glass of wine. To girls' night, I repeated, clinking glasses with her. A little bittersweet at the thought that we only had a few nights like these left before I moved to Italy. Of course, Mila said we could always FaceTime our girls' night. So how was your first night without Dante? Harder than I thought it would be. I answered honestly. I barely slept. You forget how used to sharing a bed you are, until that extra warmth is no longer there. I'm sure it will get easier. It will, Mila assured me. But that first night is always rough. I still toss and turn the first night Steve's gone after he's been home for a while. It sucks. But how can you miss them if they're always there? I guess I'll drink to that. I raised my glass once more, and she followed suit. The next few hours seemed to pass in the blink of an eye as Mila and I caught up. She told me all about Ashlyn's new boyfriend from preschool, and I told her how preparations for the big move to Italy had been going. Despite my recent conversation with Blake, my father and Cynthia Edelman were the furthest things from my mind, which was where they belonged. I'll be right back, I said to Mila after we'd been there a few hours. Nature calls. Of course. I scurried away from the bar. As I turned the corner into the back hallway where the restrooms were located, I got a weird feeling that someone was watching me. I slowed my steps, pausing as I approached the door to the ladies' room. Glancing over my shoulder, I was met with an empty corridor. I shook my head, tightening my jaw. "It's nothing, Ellie," I said to myself, but that didn't do anything to stop the sudden chill enveloping me. Wanting to return to the normalcy I felt just moments ago, I pushed into the bathroom and went about my business. When I was done, I slowly opened the door, holding my breath as my mind raced with the thought of a man dressed in black standing outside, like the foreign arms that grabbed me in my dreams. But, just as before, the hallway was empty. Berating myself for overreacting, I walked back toward the bar, my steps a little quicker than usual. "Sorry about that." I hoisted myself up into my chair again. "No worries," Mila responded, a bit jumpy. "Is everything okay?" "Of course," she answered quickly, pretending to be interested in some hockey game on the TV screen hanging over the bar. I eyed her, wondering what was going on. "Are you sure you still want to do Sunday brunch this weekend?" she asked in an obvious attempt to distract me. "I know it's a bit of a hike for you from Malibu. I completely understand if you—" "Of course, I do," I interrupted. "I only have a few more weeks until I leave for Italy. I need to make the most of my time with you and the girls." "I know. I just thought you might have more important things to button up before leaving." "What's more important than spending time with you guys?" She avoided my eyes, tapping her nails against the wooden bar top. "I don't know. Maybe other things?" I narrowed my gaze at her, studying her demeanor, her reluctance to look at me, her flushed complexion, her jittery limbs. "Okay," I said, my voice stern. "That's it. Spill it." She quickly shot her eyes toward me. "Spill what?" she asked, feigning ignorance. "I don't know. Something's bothering you, and I want to know what it is." She parted her lips, about to continue her protest, then thought better of it, sighing in resignation. She knew how adamant I could be, especially when I felt strongly about something. I didn't stop pushing until I got what I wanted. "You got a text when you were in the bathroom." She pulled her bottom lip between her teeth. "I kind of read it." I furrowed my brow, not understanding what the big deal was. This was Mila, my best friend. We didn't have any secrets. I told her everything. At least, I used to. Was it from Dante? That was the only thing that made sense. But even if she caught a glimpse of our lewd exchange, she wouldn't be acting like this. She'd be telling me how jealous she was, maybe even giving me a few ideas to spice things up in the bedroom. Although Dante certainly had a very vivid imagination in that area. This was something different. She slowly shook her head, retreating into her slender frame even more. "It was from that guy at your law firm, Blake. I'm really sorry. Ellie." She paused. "You had him looking into your father." I grabbed my phone off the bar, unlocking the screen. "I know you asked me to stop investigating your father, but I found something I think you should know. Please, call me when you have a minute." My mind raced as I rewound to the conversation I'd just had with Blake. I wondered what he'd found in the last few hours. Did he figure out who the off-camera mystery man was, or where Cynthia was hiding? Why did I still care? Ellie Mila's voice broke through my thoughts. I tore my eyes to hers, seeing the confusion on her face. "What's going on?" I stared at her worried expression, unsure what to say. I had to tell her something, and I couldn't stomach the idea of lying to her. Maybe this was fate's way of telling me it was time Mila learned the truth I'd been keeping from her since I returned from Italy. I took a hearty gulp of my wine, steeling myself for what I was about to do, then faced her. "I haven't been completely honest with you, Mila," I began, apologetic. "We all have secrets, I know, but this isn't just a secret. This could ruin everything." I shook my head, then drew in a long breath. "I told you how Dante knew who I was when I propositioned him. Yes, how he approached you to get answers about his daughter's death, that he thought James may be involved. And since you were about to marry into that family, you may know something." "That's only part of the story," I began. "That phone call I told you I'd overheard. The man who told him James wasn't responsible. He did say who he thought was responsible, who Mila pushed. Although I could sense a hint of reluctance on her part, I swallowed hard. My father." Her shoulders deflated as several emotions seemed to cover her expression. Sorrow, confusion, dread, frustration, and fear. What evidence did this guy have that your father was involved? I took another long sip of my wine, then ran Mila through everything I'd learned. The emails my father sent Cynthia Edelman, who then supposedly died from an apparent suicide on the night she was scheduled to meet with Dante. The surveillance photos I found in Brock's office showing my father walking into Barnes Pharmaceuticals just moments before her time of death. Learning that Cynthia Edelman used to be known as Lauren Hall, who worked as a congressional intern for James Harrison when my father was first elected to the Senate. Seeing my father pull up in front of a dive bar in Encino, where he met with Cynthia's former husband, Brian. My father's insistence that Cynthia wasn't dead, that they needed to fake her death in order to save her life. Hiring Blake to look into my father, how he'd found several suspicious events around the area of Barnes Pharmaceuticals to substantiate my father's claim that someone may have been targeting Cynthia, then the bombshell that 30 years ago, she'd gotten pregnant with who we assumed was James's baby. But there was no record of a baby ever being born. Do you think that's the secret your father mentioned? He couldn't tell you that Cynthia had a baby? James tried to keep hidden. It certainly wouldn't be the first time. I just don't see how it's connected to everything else. How could an unplanned pregnancy be linked to a chemotherapy drug that might have killed a child? That's what I don't understand. And Blake has hit one dead end after another while looking into this. Just when I think he'll find something to prove beyond a shadow of doubt that my father is the mastermind behind whatever this is, he finds something to substantiate my dad's claims that he was just trying to keep Cynthia safe, that he's not involved. Mila studied me for a moment. Her brows gathered in. Her lips formed in a tight line. I'm not an expert, but I've picked up a few things from Stephen. One of the things I've learned is even when people are lying to you, there's some truth hidden there. The hard part is separating the truth from the lies, but once you do, it opens doors. So you think my father's lying to me about his lack of involvement in whatever took Dante's daughter's life, but is telling the truth about Cynthia being alive? I think he's telling you the truth. She paused, then added, about everything. I don't think he's involved, but the emails, I argued. There was footage of him in those libraries, and of his car in the parking lot. How do you explain that? She shrugged. I can't. I just don't think he has it in him to do something like this. Why not? It's just a feeling I have. I've known him most of my life. Has he always been the best father? Certainly not, she scoffed, rolling her eyes. But there were moments he was... I saw it. Like when he beamed with pride during your valedictorian speech at graduation. When he promised not to tell your mother that you pierced your belly button during our trip to San Fran. When he came to pick us up from a high school party where we both drank way too much Smirnoff Ice. I briefly smiled, the memory forcing a sick taste to return to my mouth. It was the first time I drank that stuff, and I hadn't touched it since. You seem to forget all those moments. Ellie, you tend to focus on the bad. Believe me, I know the bad has certainly always outnumbered the good, particularly where your mother is concerned. But those moments when it was just you and your dad, he acted like your father. And I believe he would do everything in his power to keep you safe, to keep anyone he cared for safe. But I never told you about his reaction when you didn't walk down the aisle on your wedding day. Did I? I slowly shook my head. I don't think anyone else noticed it. But when I came back and told everyone you weren't in the bridal suite, the look on his face, she bit her lower lip. He was relieved. Ellie. Everyone else seemed to be enraged, particularly your mother. But Francis... His shoulders fell and he looked up at the ceiling, as if murmuring a prayer of thanks. I don't think he ever wanted you to marry Brock. I think he knew what kind of evil he hid with that wholesome persona he always gave off during campaign speeches and formal dinners. I think he'd tried saving you from Brock for months, maybe even years. But your mother's influence over you was too strong. She straightened her spine, looking forward once more as she took a long sip of wine. So no, I don't think your father's involved, even though all the evidence certainly points to that. But I do think someone may want the world to think he's behind it all. I immediately shot my gaze to hers. What are you saying? I think someone may be setting your father up to take the fall. Who? Let's think about this for a minute. Your father is a senior-ranking senator from California. He wasn't supposed to win that first time, yet he keeps winning re-election. He's publicly stated he has no intention of retiring or seeking a run for the White House, that he was put on earth to serve the great state of California, and as long as he keeps getting the nomination, he'll keep running. I could only imagine how that would make someone with incredible political ambitions feel. Brock, she simply shrugged, but there's 2 Senate seats in every state. He doesn't need to try to frame my father just to have the opportunity to run for his seat, which there's no guarantee he'll even win. Do you really think California would ever have 2 Republican senators? Doubtful? I still can't believe your father's been in office as long as he has. But people like him because he doesn't necessarily vote the party line. He's not a true Republican. I think he just ran under that ticket because it was closest to his ideology at the time, and we were coming off the Reagan era. I stared off into space, mentally sorting through all the information I knew to be true in an effort to rationalize Mila's crazy theory. You say Dante's daughter died 6 years ago? I nodded. I think this plan has been in motion since Brock won election that first time. I think he's slowly been dropping little breadcrumbs every so often over the years, all leading up to a huge bombshell that will eventually destroy everything your father's worked for. And Brock is so OCD, he'll make sure not one piece of evidence can ever point back to him. What other explanation is there that Brock, Mr. Meticulous, would leave his desk drawer open, displaying a file he'd amassed regarding your father? When he knew you'd be in his house, I don't think that was a mistake. I think it was intentional. A way to drive a wedge between the two of you. I opened my mouth, considering Mila's theory. It had occurred to me that Brock may be involved in some way, but I thought it was because of his relationship with my father, like they were simply 2 co-conspirators helping out the pharmaceutical industry for huge kickbacks. Maybe I had it all wrong. Maybe there was a different reason. But what? And that still didn't answer the question why my father failed to disclose Cynthia Edelman's true identity. Was it because of the pregnancy? It didn't make sense. He had nothing to do with that. Why would he protect James' adulterous past so fiercely? There had to be another reason. I continued sorting through all the information in my head, filing it away in different folders, trying to narrow it down to what was important, what I knew as a fact, what was backed up with evidence, the secret, the drug contamination, the suicide. It kept coming back to these 3 things. They were all somehow connected in a carefully spun web. Images of Cynthia Edelman flickered in front of my eyes, some when she was known as Lauren Hall, others after she had changed her identity. What caused her to do that? What was her relationship to my father? I recalled all the photos Blake had shown me from when Lauren was an intern. Dozens of photos of her with James, with my father. They swirled around me, laughing, smiling, hugging. My father, hugging Lauren, his hand on her lower back, his eyes gazing down at her. I knew that look. 1 minute, I was beside Mila. The next, I was back at that dive bar, eavesdropping in on my father's conversation with Brian Edelman. I heard his voice. It was so clear, so vivid. She kept your secret. I quickly shot to my feet, my breath coming in shallow gasps as those words repeated in my head, tormenting me, mocking me, telling me I should have figured it all out months ago. Ellie, Mila looked at me in concern. Are you okay? Every muscle in my body seemed to tighten as I ran my hands through my hair, dizzy, lightheaded, nauseated. The secret wasn't that James got Cynthia Edelman pregnant. The secret was that my father did. His secret. The burn of a hand on my arm snapped me out of my trance, and I shot my wide eyes to Mila. I stared at her, my lips parting as I struggled to find the words to tell her what I'd just figured out. Instead, all I could muster was, I have to go find Blake. I'll call you later. I rushed out of the bar, ignoring her pleas to tell her what was going on. Chapter 18. Rain whipped my face as I practically ran the few blocks from the bar to the law firm, my brain reeling. How had I not seen it all before I was so focused on connecting my father to Cynthia Edelman's death, refusing to believe what he said was true. In the interim, I ignored the one clue that told me everything. Your secret. Those two words proved my father had to be involved. Not Brock, like Mila wanted to think. It all made sense. My father would never win re-election as a conservative if information came to light that he'd fathered a child with a college intern. He used his power and influence to cover it up, threatening anyone who could expose the truth. That must be why he killed Cynthia, regardless of his insistence she was still alive. He was worried about the truth getting out. But how did all this connect to the drugs that took Lily's life? Maybe they weren't connected. But my father claimed Cynthia was blackmailed because of this secret, forced to bury any complaints and ensure Sprylift made it to the market. My father did receive substantial campaign contributions from various pharmaceutical companies, particularly ones with home offices in California, like Barnes. I tried to recall the manufacturers of the drugs on the list I found in Brock's office, wondering if they all had offices here. Maybe there was widespread contamination and my father helped them cover it up so he wouldn't lose those important campaign contributions. But Cynthia was smart and started to put the pieces together, so he needed to do something to silence her. Could that be right? Nothing made sense. Nothing told me one way or another exactly what was going on. Feeling like my head was going to explode with all the possible explanations floating through it, I rushed into my office building, rainwater dripping from me as I made my way across the slick tile toward the bank of elevators. I needed to talk to Blake and figure out what the truth was. An elevator arrived almost immediately. I stepped inside, pressing the button for the 6th floor. As it began its ascent, I leaned against the wall. Mila's voice echoed in my ears once more, nagging at me to consider her theory. 2. Sure, my father had a lot to lose if anyone found out he'd fathered a child outside of his marriage. But maybe that wasn't the smoking gun here. Maybe it was something else. Maybe someone else had found out about it and decided to use it to his advantage to show the American people my father wasn't the man they all thought he was. Even if that were the case, why would Brock blackmail Cynthia? What did he hope to gain out of a cancer drug reaching the market? If he wanted the opportunity to run for my father's Senate seat, why wouldn't he just come out and tell the world what he knew? The incumbent having an adulterous relationship would certainly improve Brock's chances, particularly among many of his conservative voters. When the elevator slowed to a stop and the doors opened, I barreled down the hallway, using my keys to let myself into the office. The normal liveliness this place exuded during the day was gone, most of the lights off. I made a beeline down the hall, past my own office, and toward Blake's. The door was slightly ajar, light filling the space. "Blake," I said, knocking. "Are you in here?" I pushed the door open, stopping when I didn't see him sitting behind his desk or lounging on the couch. Still, he must have been somewhere in the vicinity. Papers were spread everywhere, chaotic and frenzied. From what I'd learned about Blake in the few months since I'd begun working here, he was typically meticulous and orderly, unless he was onto something big. Glancing over my shoulder to see the corridor still deserted, I continued into his office, raking my eyes over all the papers scattered across his desk, his coffee table, the couch, reports on various drugs, information on my father's congressional voting record, as well as his largest campaign donors. Photos of him as a freshman senator standing with James Harrison and Lauren Hall. As I stepped toward the desk, something caught my eye. With an unsteady hand, I reached for copies of medical records. But that wasn't what had grabbed my attention. It was the fact that it was my medical record. Blake had made a few notes in the margin, highlighting my blood type. I flipped to the next page, my father's medical history. Again, there were notes in the margin, the blood type highlighted. The following page had my mother's. Again, the blood type was highlighted. I furrowed my brow, not understanding why this was relevant. I was about to put the papers back on the desk to see if Blake had made any headway on figuring out who the mystery man off camera was, or where Cynthia Edelman was hiding, if she really was in hiding. When Blake's scribbling on the back of the papers in my hand caught my attention. Francis, blood type A. Marjorie, blood type O. Eleanor, blood type AB. Marjorie can't be Eleanor's biological mother. Scientifically impossible for parents with blood types A and O to have child with AB. Lauren. Cynthia, blood type AB. Eleanor, born 30 January. 3 days after last doctor visit, according to Lauren's record. I shook my head, the papers trembling in my hand. Maybe it was a mistake. The only evidence was based on blood types. There could have been another explanation. Maybe the doctors were wrong when blood typing me. And Cynthia, and my mother. There had to be some sort of explanation. L. Blake's voice ripped through my frantic thoughts, and I snapped my wide eyes to his, still holding the medical reports in my shaking hands. Oh God. He rushed toward me as I remained motionless. He ran his hands down my arms, concern filling his eyes. I didn't mean for you to find out this way. I have to go. Blake, I said in an alarmingly calm voice, the shock of this news making me devoid of any emotion. He stepped back, studying me. Are you okay? You don't sound like... Of course. I placed the papers on the desk, straightening my spine. Why wouldn't I be okay? Why should I be surprised to learn my parents have lied to me? It's not the first time. Yes, but thank you for bringing this to my attention. I smiled, then somehow found the wherewithal to put one foot in front of the other in order to make my way down the hallway and out of the law firm. In the recesses of my mind, I heard Blake calling out to me, but I ignored him. I had no idea how I even made it to my car, or pulled onto the street, or drove all the way home and walked into my house. I'd retained complete control of my faculties when most people would break down. But not me. I'd been raised to always remain poised, and that was what I did here, regardless of how much of a struggle it was. Pretending this information didn't just change everything, I headed up the stairs and entered the master bedroom. With an alarmingly clear head, I opened the door to the walk-in closet. Boxes lined the shelves, many of my things still not yet unpacked. I began to methodically take down box after box, dumping out the contents. When I reached the 5th box, the item I was looking for tumbled out and landed on top of the massive pile I'd built. The instant I picked up the photo album, a memory immediately flooded back. I lowered myself to the floor, feeling as if it were just yesterday that my father stopped by my dorm during move-in day. This album in his hands. What's this? I asked, eyeing the worn leather cover. Just something I think it's time you had. Something to remind you of where you came from. There was a hint of longing in his eyes as he held the album out to me. I hesitantly took it, opening to the first page. I furrowed my brow, wondering why he thought it necessary to give me an album containing photos of my childhood. Why did he choose this moment to act like a father when he hadn't for years? There may come a time when you'll have questions, he continued, as if reading my inner thoughts. And if I'm not around to answer them, I hope this will let you know that you are loved. He swallowed hard, his eyes locked with mine. That you are loved. I ran my hand along the dark leather, the corners worn and dull from years of collecting dust in my closet. Its spine never cracked open, apart from that day all those years ago. I propped myself against one of the walls, steeling myself for whatever met me once I turned to the first page. Swallowing hard, I flipped open the cover of the album, running my trembling hands over a photo of me being held in what I presumed to be my mother's arms. There were no faces visible except mine. My eyes were closed. My hands formed in tight little fists as I seemed to cry, begging to be returned to the comfort of my mother's womb instead of the new, strange world I found myself in. I felt the same way now, too. I continued flipping through the images, not seeing a single photo proving Blake's theory one way or another, before coming to a stop at one of them. It was a close-up of me nestled against my mother's chest, her arms cradling me. She was leaning down, kissing me, her lips pressed against my forehead, but the rest of her features were hidden, except her cheek. Grabbing the photo, I headed back downstairs toward the entryway. Pulling my phone out of my purse, I scanned through the images, my breathing growing heavier as I searched for the ones I'd taken of the file I discovered in Brock's office back in June. Finally finding it, I enlarged it, As I held the dated photo of me to my phone and compared the two images, a chill rushed through me. Cynthia Edelman had a mole on her cheek in the same location as the woman in the photo. The woman snuggling me, the woman loving me. With physical proof of Blake's theory, the composure I'd struggled to maintain disintegrated. The room spun as I fought to breathe, my world crashing down on top of me. My legs gave out and I leaned against the wall, sinking to the floor, my body becoming numb to everything, to thinking, to feeling, to living. My parents weren't honest people. That was nothing new. But this lie, it was a cancer, invading me, spreading from organ to organ, killing me from the inside with no cure, no magic potion, nothing to ease the pain ripping through me at the knowledge I'd been lied to my entire life, at the knowledge I was still being lied to. Now I felt as if I didn't know who I was. Had I ever? The more I sat there, the more incensed I became over everything. Over my father, over Brock, over my mother. How could I not see it all before? How could I just take everyone's word as gold, not questioning anything when the signs had been glaring at me from the very beginning? Who else knew about this? Did Dante know? Was that why he wanted me to stop looking into my father, because I'd uncovered the truth that he was lying to me, too? Feeling like the air was being sucked from my lungs, I grabbed my jacket and purse, dashing out of the house, through the rain that had grown heavier and heavier throughout the evening, and into my car. I raised my phone to my ear as I tore out of the driveway, listening to the line ring. I didn't care that I was driving and making a call. Getting a ticket was the least of my worries right now. My father picked up after the third ring. "Ellie, is everything okay? Is it true? Is what true? Mom, she's not really my mother, is she?" The line went silent. Then he let out a long breath. His lack of response was all the confirmation I needed. "Is she?" I repeated. "I wanted to tell you, Ellie," he finally said. "God, I've wanted to tell you since you were a little girl." His voice cracked with regret and sorrow. A part of me wanted to go to him and comfort him, assure him we'd figure it out together. But he lied to me. For 28 years. Why? Why did my mother pretend she'd given birth to me when she hadn't? Then why didn't you? I demanded, my foot pressing on the accelerator as I drove through the winding roads up the mountain. "Come to the JW downtown. I'm slated to give a speech at a donor dinner tonight. But this is important. We need to talk about this, and not over the phone. But, please, Ellie." He paused briefly. "She picked out your name," he said softly, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "Lauren had great admiration for Eleanor Roosevelt. She always hoped you'd grow into a strong, level-headed, tenacious woman like First Lady Roosevelt was." He trailed off, then added, "She was right." I don't know what to think right now. I wiped at the few tears that had escaped. "I know. Please, come see me. I'm in suite 1631. I'll hold off on heading down to the dinner until you get here and we can talk. This is more important than some speech to donors. You were always more important than politics. I know I never gave you reason to believe that was the case, but it's true." "I'll be there within the hour," I said in a small voice, unsure of how I'd be able to look him in the eye and see the same man I thought he was. "I'll see you then. And please, drive carefully." "I always do," I answered before ending the call. Gripping the steering wheel, I pressed on the accelerator even more, taking the curves and bends a little faster than was safe. But I needed to get downtown, needed answers to silence the voices in my head, spouting theory after theory about what led to this, from it being a mutual decision between all involved parties, to my parents forcing Cynthia, or Lauren, to give me up in order to hide the secret. Every single situation seemed feasible. Just as I crested the top of the canyon road, my phone rang. I almost sent it to voicemail, assuming it was Mila calling to see if I was okay. Instead, I saw Blake's name appear on my screen. I hit the answer button, then brought my phone up to my ear. "Elle, thank God," he said when I answered. "Are you okay?" I gave him the only response I could. "I don't even know. I'm on my way to talk to my father. I need answers, and he's the only one who can give them to me." "Good. You need to know the truth." "Yes." There was a pause on the line. Is there another reason you called? Actually, yes. I heard the hesitation in his voice, as if unsure whether I could handle any more news. I found her. I blinked repeatedly. Cynthia, she's alive. She certainly is. He laughed slightly. I've always said the easiest way to disappear is to hide in plain sight. What do you mean? The world thought she was dead anyway, so there was no need to go looking for her. How did you find her? I put myself in your father's shoes and looked at his real estate holdings. To my surprise, about a year after you were born, he purchased a brownstone in Foggy Bottom in D&C. Then, a few years later, around the time Lauren seemed to vanish into thin air, your father hired an agency to rent it out. Since then, he's made quite a pretty penny from the income, but that income stopped in March. He'd filed permits with the city for a complete remodel. As far as the city knows, that remodel has yet to be completed. I gasped. I called an old CID buddy of mine who works for the bureau in DEC. He went over and got some photos. There were work trucks out front. It took a few days, but he eventually caught sight of Cynthia. She's living there. I let out a tiny breath, wondering why my father would insist he didn't know where she was when it was obvious he did. That's not all, Blake continued when I remained silent. There's more. I think I figured out who's behind it, or at least who's involved. What, how? I analyzed photos from all the suspicious events surrounding Barnes in the weeks leading up to Cynthia's faked death. I didn't notice it at first, but after looking at the photos a bit closer, there's one person who makes an appearance at every single event. Who, I asked, barely stepping on the brakes as the mountain dipped downward and I flew through the canyon toward the freeway. I ran his face through facial recognition. I got a hit back pretty quickly since he's a former cop. I pulled up his employment record. He paused for a beat, then said, L. Is there someone named Bradley Mercer who works for Dante Luciano? My heart dropped to the pit of my stomach as I took my foot off the accelerator. I felt claustrophobic, like someone had just knocked the wind out of me. L. Are you there? Are you okay? I swallowed hard, struggling to find words. I came upon a sharp turn and slammed on my brakes, hydroplaning on a large puddle. Before I knew what was happening, my car spun out on the slick road. The phone dropped from my hand as I tried to get the car under control, but I was going too fast. Nothing stopping it from careening down the mountain road. Seconds stretched as I clutched onto the steering wheel with all my strength, spinning faster and faster. I prayed with everything I had that this wasn't the end, that I wouldn't die before I had answers. The car left the smooth surface of the road, flying out of control on the grass, down a long embankment, slamming into a tree. The airbag inflated with extreme force, my head hitting it. The sound of shattering glass filling the air was the last thing I heard before my world went black. Chapter 19. I'm going to get you, my father growled playfully, searching for me through the upper level of our house. All I could do was squeal in delight, thinking I'd outsmarted him, that he'd never find me. Where could she be? Where could my sweet Eleanor be hiding? I giggled as I remained still behind one of the long drapes adorning a pair of windows in the master bedroom. I rarely had the opportunity to play games like this with my father. If my mother were around, she would throw a fit, yelling at him for spending time playing with me when he had much more important things to do, saying he should hand me off to Gloria, my nanny, to take care of who. But tonight, my mother was out with some friends, and my father had sent Gloria home early, giving us a rare chance to play. The sound of footsteps grew closer, and I held my breath, waiting and watching. Instantly, he drew back the drapes, bellowing, "Got you!" He swooped me into his arms with incredible ease, kissing my cheeks too many times to count. Our laughter echoed through the halls as he carried me to my room, placing me on my bed and pulling down the covers. "Do I have to go to sleep now?" I protested. "Yes, Peanut. It's past your bedtime." He sat beside me, peering down at me. "But I'm not tired. I want to stay up and play with you." "Not tonight. You can stay up later when you're older." "But I'm already 6. "That's old enough to stay up," I struggled to say through a heavy yawn. My father gave me a knowing look, his eyebrows raised. "Oh, really? Really?" I responded drowsily. "I'll make you a deal. Go to sleep now. Then perhaps I'll convince your mother to take you to Disneyland next weekend. Will you come, too?" He beamed, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Leaning down, He kissed the top of my head. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Okay then, deal. I shot my hand out. Deal, he repeated, grasping my hand and shaking it firmly. Then he helped me under the covers, tucking me into my comfortable bed. After switching off the lamp on my bedside table, he placed one more kiss on my head, his lips lingering slightly. I love you, sweet pea. I love you too, Dad. Sweet dreams. He got up, heading toward the door. Wait, I called out, sitting up. You need to tell me a bedtime story. He looked back at me, his brow furrowed. What book would you like to read? Gloria doesn't read me a book. She makes up a story. She does she? I nodded fervently, grinning, displaying my toothy smile. Sighing, he headed back to the bed, settling onto the mattress once more. He wrapped his arms around me and I snuggled against him, inhaling. He smelled like fresh-cut grass and mint. What kind of story would you like me to tell? Whatever you want. Gloria says her stories are real, but I think she makes some parts up. There aren't such things as witches, and there's no Santa, either. Who says? My father asked, aghast. Mama, I answered in a despondent tone. Well, I like to think there's a Santa, just like there are princesses and dragons. Is this another stupid fairy tale Mama says they're not real? That they're nothing but far-fetched stories no one with half a brain should believe in. Fairy tales can be real. My father insisted. Like this story. It's a real-life fairy tale. A thoughtful expression crossed his brow as he gazed down upon me. And it starts the way all good fairy tales do. Once upon a time, I said in a sing-song voice. Yes. Once upon a time, there was a boy who loved a girl very much. But the boy was a prince, and the girl was a commoner, not someone he was allowed to love. What's a commoner? Someone who doesn't have royal blood. Do you have royal blood? Is that why you get to make laws? He laughed slightly. No, sweet pea. I don't have royal blood. The people elect me to be their voice when it comes to enacting laws. Oh, I replied. So what happened to the prince and the girl? Well, the prince was betrothed to marry another woman, a princess from a neighboring country. She was highly intelligent and came from a good family. Of course, his parents approved of the girl, but he had no feelings for her. His heart didn't leap in his chest when he looked at her. His stomach didn't do backflips. His entire being didn't brighten when in her presence. Not like with this common girl, his one true love, his sparrow, as he'd begun to call her. But he couldn't stay away from her, even though he had obligations to his family and this princess. The prince and the sparrow would sneak out together, where they could both forget about all the outside forces keeping them apart, even if for just a few hours. That's not fair, I said. What isn't? If they love each other, they should be together. I agree. What happened next? The prince and princess married, and all the important people of the two kingdoms were there. The prince was so wrapped up in acclimating himself to his new life, it was a while before he was able to sneak out and see his sparrow again. When he finally did, he saw that she was pregnant, just days away from giving birth to his child. But they weren't married, I protested. No, they weren't. But don't you have to be married to have a baby? Not necessarily, Peanut. What's most important is that the two people love each other. And the prince loved the sparrow, so that made it okay. I lifted a brow, trying to understand how two people could be married if they didn't love each other. I couldn't quite wrap my little mind around that. Yes, at least in his eyes. But somehow, a man who worked for the princess's father, the king, found out about the baby. This man was a wizard of sorts, but not a good wizard. He was an evil, manipulative wizard, a man who used his power to hurt people. Needless to say, the king wasn't happy when he learned the prince had fathered a baby with a woman other than the king's daughter, so he told the wizard to take care of it. What did he do? I asked with wide eyes. Just days after the sparrow had given birth, while she was struggling to figure out how to take care of a baby on her own, the wizard paid her a visit and convinced her to give up the baby. Then the prince and the princess would raise the baby as their own, so no one would find out about the prince's infidelity. Infi. What does that mean? My father hesitated briefly. His brows gathered in. It means he had a baby with someone other than his wife. Oh, I said in understanding. When the prince came home from riding his horse one day and saw the princess holding the baby, his heart dropped. The princess claimed the wizard showed up and dropped the baby in her lap with no other explanation than that it was her job to take care of the infant now. Something about that didn't sit right with the prince, so he mounted his horse once more and rode with incredible speed to his sparrow's cottage, only to find it empty. She was gone. His eyes grew wet with unshed tears as he slowly nodded. For weeks, months, the prince tried to find her, all while he watched the princess, his wife, pretend to be the baby's mother. Then, about a year later, the prince was out riding with a good friend when he stopped in a local tavern. Much to his surprise, his sparrow was working there. She tried to run again, but the prince had already lost her once. He couldn't lose her again. When he confronted her about why she gave up their baby so easily, she broke down crying, saying she didn't have a choice. He brought her into his arms, soothing her tears, assuring her it would all be okay. Then the prince asked if she wanted to see her. Who, the baby? Yes. So the prince snuck the sparrow into the castle for the next several years. When the rest of the castle was asleep, the prince continued to sneak the sparrow inside the walls. They could pretend that everything was okay for those brief moments, that they were happy, that they were a family, just like they always wanted. I remained still, absorbing my father's version of a fairy tale. That doesn't have the same kind of ending as the stories Gloria tells me. Those usually end with, and they lived happily ever after. My father let out a long sigh. Sometimes you don't get to live happily ever after, but you learn to make the best of a bad situation, like the prince did with his sparrow. Despite everything, he never stopped loving her. That's the important thing, that his love never faltered. But do they get to live happily ever after? He considered my question for a moment. I don't know yet. Sweet pea. He kissed the top of my head, squeezing me. I don't know, but I hope they do. Hope. Everything seemed so muffled, distant, cloudy. I tried to open my eyes, but they were too heavy. My limbs were no better. Feeling like a weight pinned me against wherever I was, an outside force preventing me from moving. It was a miracle my heart still beat, my lungs still inflated, my brain still attempted to tell my body to move, to wake up from this dream and try to make sense of this confusing world I now found myself in. I coughed, my tongue feeling like sandpaper, my throat desperate for a drink of water. As my vision cleared, I slowly took stock of my surroundings. All hope that someone had found my car and called for an ambulance immediately vanished into thin air. Dark coverings shielded the windows, but a sliver of light peeked through, indicating it was day. I wondered what day, how long I'd been unconscious. Plastic sheeting covered the walls, and I felt like I was trapped in an episode of Dexter. I tried to move my arms and legs, but was unable to, my wrists and ankles bound to a twin-sized bed. Suddenly, the door to the room opened, light filtering in from the hallway. Squirming, I fought against my restraints, desperate to run, to hide, to get as far away as possible. Nausea rolled over me when a dark figure appeared in the doorway, my eyes unable to focus on the face, my mind hazy. Foreboding footsteps echoed in the stark room, a chill trickling through me, my limbs shaking as I tried with the little strength I had to free myself from my bindings. Shh, the figure soothed, running his hand down the line of my face. I cringed, doing everything to avoid his touch. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, tears welling in my eyes. "I didn't have a choice." Bradley's familiar voice barked. His features came into focus, and I stared at him as he hovered over me. Remorse flickered on his stern face, his expression faltering, revealing his human side for the first time since I met him. "I didn't have a choice," he repeated, softer this time. He placed what looked like a medical aid kit on the bedside table, then sat on the mattress beside me. "There's always a choice," I insisted, still not sure what was going on. He reached for my face once more, delicately peeling away a large bandage covering the left side of my forehead. Not this time. His chin quivered, his voice catching. He wouldn't look me in the eye, his betrayal seeming to eat him up. "I told him to walk away from you. Dante, I didn't want anyone else to get involved." "Then let me go," I begged. "I don't know anything. I can't do that." The wheels are already in motion. What wheels? I demanded, my voice growing louder, the fog of my unconsciousness slowly wearing off. What's going on? A wave of pain shot through me as he pressed a piece of gauze, wet with some sort of astringent, up to my head. I need to keep this wound clean so it doesn't get infected. You banged your head pretty hard when you slammed into that tree. Why? It's obvious you're just planning to kill me anyway. I glanced around the space. Why else would I be restrained in a room that looks alarmingly similar to a serial killer's workspace? I don't want to hurt you, Ms. Crenshaw. Just do what you're asked and, hopefully, no one else will have to lose their life. I struggled to swallow, a sour taste in my mouth. Who else has lost their life? I choked out, my voice shaky. He simply looked at me, his shoulders slumped, then returned his attention to the gash in my head. My father. I continued, frantic and desperate. I called him. He knew I was on my way to see him. You won't get away with this for much longer. Someone's going to come looking for me. Not likely. He stood and grabbed a needle out of the kit, then filled it with some fluid. When he cleaned a patch of skin on my arm, I tried to wiggle away from him. Don't, he said in an even tone. It's useless. You need to save your strength. For what I grimaced as he injected me, briefly closing his eyes, he returned the needle to his kit, then stepped back. I wish I knew. My eyelids grew heavy, the room spinning around me. Why are you doing this? I asked again, barely able to enunciate the words, the quick-acting drugs rendering me nearly comatose. I told you, I didn't have a choice. Bradley's voice sounded like it was in a vacuum as he gave me the same response. I watched him retreat through heavy eyelids, fighting against unconsciousness. When he reached the doorway, he paused briefly. It's the only way to keep my daughter alive. Then the darkness found me again. Chapter 20. I had no idea how long I remained drugged up, in a strange room, with absolutely no idea what was going on, or when that door would open and someone with far less compassion than Bradley would walk in. Based on his comment when I first arrived, he wasn't the one pulling the strings. I tried to recall everything I'd learned the past few months to figure out who was behind it all, but my cloudy brain refused to function properly. Bradley continued to check on me on what felt like a regular basis, treating my wounds, bringing me water and a meager amount of food, undoing my restraints so I could use the bathroom and eat. I tried to track the days, but I couldn't be sure how long the drugs kept me knocked out. I could have been here for days or weeks. I had no idea. During my brief moments of clarity, I thought about Dante. Bradley refused to answer my questions about where he was. If he was safe, I prayed he was. Over the course of my captivity, I supposed I'd become comfortable with the routine. Slowly wake up, tense up when I heard the familiar jangling of keys outside my door. Blow out a somewhat relieved breath when Bradley walked in. At some point, the dread that filled me when that door opened had disappeared, now that I'd grown accustomed to him bringing me food and water. But when the door opened after what seemed like weeks, and Brock's frame loomed in the doorway, a smug look on his face. My muscles tightened, my heart pounding as chills ran through me. I should have been relieved to see a familiar face in this situation, even if it belonged to Brock. But the expression he wore, the coldness in his eyes, the hardness in his stare, the hatred as he glowered at me told me everything I needed to know. He was involved in this, and not in a helpful way. Good evening, Ellie. He smoothed the lines of his dark pants, ensuring his suit jacket was buttoned, his tie perfectly straight. Some people with OCD obsessively checked locks, made sure everything was in its precise place, or avoided cracks on the sidewalk. Brock's obsession was all about appearance and order. Appearance was everything to him. Licking his lips in a sinister manner, he slowly made his way to the bed, my limbs trembling more with each drawn-out step. I fought against my restraints, looking around the room for something, anything, that could help me out of this situation. Oh, come now. Ellie, do you really think we'd go through all this effort just to have you get away? He ran a finger down my leg, and I attempted to squirm away from him, to no avail. Then he stepped back and retrieved his sanitizer from his pocket, squirting some into his hands and rubbing it around vigorously. "What do you want?" I bit out, glaring. He reached back into his pocket and produced a small key, dangling it in front of me. "It's time for dinner." He eyed me, his nose turning up in disgust. "But you certainly can't go looking like that." "I'm not going anywhere with you," I spat out. "Oh yes, you are," he shot back, leaning toward me. His voice deepened almost into a growl, his eyes on fire. "You are to shower, put on the dress hanging in the bathroom, and join us for a little celebration." "Celebration," I blinked repeatedly. "Yes." He smiled, stepping back, smoothing the lines of his suit once more. "Didn't you hear?" He cocked his head. "Oh, I suppose you wouldn't have, would you? Your father and I both won our races earlier this week." "The election." I swallowed hard at his confirmation. I'd been locked up here for days, perhaps longer. I wondered if anyone knew I was missing, if Mila was looking for me, if Dante was okay. Surely, he would have grown concerned when he tried to call. I did the math in my head. He'd gone off the grid on Friday and wouldn't be back in a major city with access to his phone until Sunday. Even if reports of my disappearance did reach him and he hopped on the first flight out, with the time difference and the length of the flight, he wouldn't have been able to get to LAX until probably Wednesday. But where was I? Was I even in California? What day was it? Would Bradley have fooled him like he fooled me? We'll both be returning to Washington to continue to serve the great state of California and its people. He slowly leaned toward me once more, his breath like knives on my skin. "Actually, your father won't be returning, but he doesn't know that yet." Then he pulled back, crossing his arms in front of his chest. "He's been a very bad boy, hasn't he?" "Ellie," I stared at him, disgust covering my expression. I wanted to tear into him at the realization that he'd played me, that he knew exactly what to do in order to make me think my father was a corrupt, repugnant human being instead of believing him, instead of trusting him. "At least that's what I wanted you to think." He winked, and the synapses in my brain began firing for the first time in days. The past 6 months flashed in front of my eyes, little snippets of information standing out. The phone call between Dante and Bradley, the alleged emails, the file conveniently left sticking out of a drawer in Brock's normally meticulous office. Mila was right. It was all fake. "Wasn't it?" I said in a low voice, struggling to breathe at how naive I'd been. "The emails. It was pure dumb luck that you overheard Bradley's conversation with my darling brother, and even knew about those. But yes, if you'd like to know the truth, I sent those emails threatening Cynthia Edelman." "What about the footage Bradley had from the libraries?" The instant the words left my mouth, I knew what his answer would be. "You've forgotten whose side Bradley's on, haven't you?" Regardless, I wanted to make sure there was actual physical evidence. "So there are surveillance videos. You just can't exactly see the face of the man most would think to be your father." "Wasn't there exterior footage of the parking lot showing my father's car?" Brock's smile turned more conniving. "Remember that car trouble I had for a little while? Your father was so nice to lend me his car to use, wasn't he?" My hands formed into fists, my jaw clenching as heat rose in my face. "You monster," I hissed. "He trusted you. He treated you like a son. He took you under his wing when you approached him with the possibility of running for the open seat in the House. And this is how you repay him." "I'm a monster." "Me. You were so quick to blame your father for everything, especially after you found those doctored photos of him walking into Barnes Pharmaceuticals on the night Cynthia decided to take the easy way out and commit suicide. You did this to yourself. Your hatred and animosity toward your parents clouded all your rationale. You made the leap into blaming your father for killing Cynthia, not me." I formed my lips into a tight line, my nostrils flaring. I was on the brink of telling him that my father outsmarted him, outsmarted all of them, that Cynthia wasn't dead. But my father taught me never to reveal my hand until the end. I had a feeling this was just the beginning. "Is this why you've been mysteriously absent the past few months? To do all of this?" He cocked his head at me, his expression eerily calm. "After our little interlude in Rome, I was advised it was in my best interest to give you a little space, to make you believe I no longer posed any sort of threat. He paused, his lips curling into a smile. It worked. Why? Brock, why are you vilifying him like this? He grabbed one of my wrists, unlocking the restraint around it. The oldest reason in the book. Ellie. He moved toward the foot of the bed, his hand squeezing around my leg as he went. I cringed, closing my eyes. The feeling of this man, one who I once knew so intimately, touching me made my stomach roll. I wondered if any of it was real. Had he simply dated me to have better access to my father? When he reached the restraints around my ankles, he met my eyes. Power. A chill washed over me as that word lingered in the air. I was speechless, feeling like this man I'd given 10 years of my life to was a complete stranger. Until he found me in Rome. I'd always thought he was relatively harmless, that he was this charismatic guy who was born to be a politician. I couldn't believe I never saw how black his soul was, how little regard he had for human life. After freeing my legs, he returned to the head of the bed, unlocking the restraint around my other wrist. Then he clamped his hand around my bicep, tugging me off the bed. My legs gave out, my muscles weak from being drugged up and mostly bedridden for days, and I slumped to the floor. "Get up," he yelled, grabbing my hair and forcefully yanking me back to my feet. I howled as pain shot through me, doing my best to remain steady on my trembling limbs. "What's the matter? Ellie." He pulled my body against his, my back to his front. His hand covered my throat and he squeezed, cutting off my oxygen. "I thought you liked it rough." "Not with you," I managed to choke out. "You disgust me." His hold on me tightened. Then he shoved me into the bathroom. "You disgust me." I fell to the tiled floor, grunting in pain. I lifted my eyes toward his, glowering, wishing I could kill him with the amount of hatred I had toward him. "You have 15 minutes." He glared at me. Not a second more. He slammed the door, the loud sound making me jump. I remained completely still for several long moments, wondering if this were a trick. Once I heard the door to what had become my prison open and shut. I blew out a breath I'd been holding, crawling toward the vanity. I gripped the ledge, using it to pull myself to my feet. As I struggled to regain my strength, I caught my appearance in the mirror. My hair was matted from being bound to a bed for who knew how long. I tried to run my fingers through it, to no avail. I peered into my eyes. They were bloodshot, my complexion gaunt. I was always relatively slim, but the dress I wore to work the day everything fell apart was no longer as tight as it had been. I hesitantly walked toward the small bathtub, turning on the water for the shower, my hands still shaking. I knew I needed to do everything in my power to keep my composure. But the uncertainty, the unknown, the likelihood I probably wouldn't be walking out of this place filled me with despair and apprehension. Would I ever see Dante again? Regardless of whether he knew the truth and kept it from me. I prayed he hadn't heard about my disappearance, that he was still safe in whatever country he was currently in. I feared Bradley had used the trust Dante put in him to lure him here, too. Once the water reached the temperature I preferred, I stepped under the spray, releasing a long sigh as it hit my body, trying to stop from imagining the worst. My limbs were still a bit shaky from not having been used for such a long period of time, but I did my best to swallow down any pain that shot through me from my sore and inert muscles. Knowing I didn't have much more time, I finished my shower relatively quickly, then stepped out, reaching to grab a towel off the counter. I wrapped it around my body, then used a second one to dry my hair. It took a while to run a brush through my tangled locks, but I was finally able to smooth it all out. "Come on!" Ellie Brock's voice called from the other side of the door, followed by a relentless knocking. "Your 15 minutes are up. You have 10 seconds to get out here, or I'll come in there and drag you out. I don't care if you're naked. In fact, I think that would make this a lot more entertaining." Okay, I answered hurriedly, ripping the black A-line dress off its hanger and hastily throwing it over my head. There was no bra or underwear, but it was better than nothing. Drawing in a deep breath, I slowly opened the door. The instant I did, Brock's fingers wrapped around my bicep and he tugged me from the room. His strides were long and purposeful as he pulled me along a narrow hallway without any regard for my weak state. I frantically looked at the walls as he yanked me toward a staircase, down the creaky steps, and into a formal dining room, hoping something about my surroundings would look familiar. But nothing did. This place was as much a mystery to me now as it was when I first opened my eyes here. He pushed me toward a long dining table, then forced me to come to a stop by one of the 4 chairs. My eyes floated around the room, the furniture and decor giving off the impression it hadn't been updated in several decades. Dark drapes, wood paneling, dingy carpet. It was a stark contrast to the expensive-looking place settings arranged in front of the 4 chairs at the table, place settings I recognized. "Oh, there she is." A familiar shrill voice tore through the strained silence. I flung my eyes to the head of the table, watching as the woman I thought was my mother sauntered in from a swinging door that apparently led to the kitchen. My stomach rolled when I saw my father being pushed into the room by Bradley, much in the same manner as I'd been yanked in here by Brock. He was dressed in his lucky suit, as he called it, the navy blue pinstripe suit he wore during election night or important votes in the Senate. Despite how clean and pressed it was in stark contrast to the welts and bruises marring his face. "I'm so glad you could join our little victory party." My mother finished with a smile. The truth hit me like a ton of bricks. She was behind this. She was behind all of it. "Ellie," my father breathed, relief and worry crossing his brow when his eyes fell on me. He attempted to step toward me, but was held back by Bradley. "You're alive." "For now," my mother sneered. Brock placed a hand on my shoulder, forcing me into one of the chairs, just as Bradley did the same to my father. We sat across the table from one another, staring into each other's eyes. I didn't know what was going on, but a sinking feeling formed in the pit of my stomach that neither one of us would be walking out of this room. "I remember," I said to him in a low voice. "She was the angel I thought I dreamed about, the one who came at night." Tears trickled down his cheeks as he slowly nodded. "I should have told you years ago, Ellie." "But you didn't," my mother interjected, her voice smug. "And it's a good thing. I imagine Merriweather wouldn't have been happy if you did. And if there's anyone you don't want to upset, it's Lucas Merriweather. Everyone knows that, especially you, Francis." I blinked repeatedly as I listened to her words. How did I not consider the likelihood that Lucas Merriweather was the driving force behind the decades of secrets and lies? Yes, he was my father's campaign manager and trusted advisor, but I'd heard the rumors about his knack for making any potential problems disappear. And I must have been a problem. "It was you all along, wasn't it?" My father shook his head, the vein in his neck throbbing. "When I walked in and saw the bewilderment in your eyes as you held Ellie the first time, I believed you. I honestly thought you weren't given a choice, that this was all Merriweather's doing." He briefly closed his eyes. I could sense his frustration at not realizing the truth years ago. "I thought you were just a pawn in their game, too," he sneered. "But you never were. This was all your idea from the beginning, wasn't it? Do you think I wanted to raise a baby? Do you think it was my idea that I be forced to stay at home and listen to her incessant crying? I did it because I didn't have a choice. I thought if I played his game, they'd finally take you seriously and back you for a potential run." Her silence was all the confirmation he needed. "Then why are you doing this now, Marjorie? Don't you realize he just used you, too? Why?" She straightened her spine, snapping out of her thoughts. She appeared taken aback, like it was a ridiculous question, like it was completely normal to keep your husband and supposed daughter locked up. Her cold eyes narrowed, and she gripped the edge of the table, leaning into him. "Because I'm done playing along. With Merriweather, and with you, Francis. Because you don't get to win anymore. I do. You don't get to have everything that was supposed to be mine," she continued, her voice becoming louder and more irate. "You don't get to go off to Washington and fall in love with someone else. You don't get to have the job that should have been mine, not yours, mine. I was the one who went to my father and Merriweather about securing the party's nomination for the open Senate seat. I was the one who developed a viable campaign platform. And what happened? They backed you for the nomination, and you won based on a platform I wrote, Me Not You Me. Everything you have should be mine. She stepped back, drawing a deep breath as she smoothed the lines of her light pink suit. Now your Senate seat finally will be— Wait a minute, Brock interjected. I flung my gaze to him. His brows were furrowed, his face turning red. He glowered at my mother with fiery eyes. You told me if I helped, I'd be a shoo-in for his Senate seat and you'd run for my open seat in the House. A sly smile built on her lips as she sauntered toward him. I know that's what I said, but I lied. Before anyone could react, she pulled a gun out of the back of her skirt and pressed it against his chest, firing. I shrieked, the sound of the gunshot filling the small space. A chill washed over me, my heartbeat pounding in my ears, spots seeming to obscure my vision as I watched Brock clutch his chest, the red of his blood in stark contrast to the white of his crisp shirt. I wanted to pinch myself to wake up from this dream, but I knew it wasn't a dream. If it were, I wouldn't smell the odor of metal, gunpowder, and death. Ellie, my father breathed. Don't watch. Please. Look at me. I don't want you to have to see this. Tears streamed from his eyes. I don't want you to have to see any of this. My chin quivering, I turned my eyes back to my father, every sound in the room seemingly amplified. The floor creaked as my mother walked behind me, her perfume wafted into my nostrils, making my stomach roll. She ran the barrel of the gun along my exposed shoulder blades. Pausing, I winced, the hot barrel scalding my flesh. I took several deep breaths, my lungs constricted, keeping my gaze focused on my father. His own expression reddened, anger making the veins in his neck pop. Finally, when I thought my father was about to jump out of his chair and wrap his hands around her throat, she stepped away, leisurely making her way back to the other side of the table. Well, she began, her voice chipper, in stark contrast to the anger that filled it just minutes ago. Now that that is taken care of, time to move on to the next order of business. She shoved the gun back into her skirt, slowly walking around the table toward my father, tying up the other loose end. Which is, he asked, swallowing hard. She placed her hands on the table as she leaned toward him. Cynthia Edelman, or, as you knew her so intimately, Lauren Hall. His expression remained unchanged. She committed suicide in March, Marjorie. You see, that's what I thought, too. I must admit, I really believe she killed herself. We all did, including Lucas. Those autopsy photos you had the medical examiner fake were amazingly realistic. So imagine my surprise when the bug Bradley planted in Ellie's car picked up her conversation with the investigator she'd hired to look into you. I shot my eyes to Bradley, a new wave of nausea filling me at the fact that this man had betrayed Dante like this, had betrayed both of us. Maybe his behavior the past few days was just an act, a ruse to convince me to share what I knew. I didn't know what to believe anymore. I wasn't privy to his side of the conversation and, sadly, he refused to share that information with me. He probably should have. Our eyes met. Now your friend, Quinn, is going to have to find a new investigator. She shook her head, feigning compassion. What did you do? I pressed, dizzy from her insinuation. What I had to in order to protect what's mine. She glowered at both of us, her jaw clenched, her nostrils flaring. I bit back a sob, my limbs trembling at the thought that Blake had lost his life because of me. I never should have asked for his help. I never should have opened this can of worms. Maybe this was fate's way of saying I'd been looking into something I shouldn't have. Well, she adjusted her composure once more. It was like she had an internal switch. Once she flipped it, she was calm, collected Marjorie Wilson Crenshaw, the woman she always was during her famous dinner parties, where she would put on a show for the world to see. Where are my manners? This is a celebration after all. Maria, she called over her shoulder in the direction of the swinging door leading to the kitchen. Please bring out the main course. My stomach churned when I saw my parents' housekeeper scurry into the room, her eyes bloodshot. Her hands shook as she placed each dish in front of us. stopping when she was about to put the fourth plate in front of the empty chair. She gasped when she noticed she was standing in a pool of Brock's blood. "Is there a problem?" Marjorie asked. Maria knew enough not to say anything. "No. No problem." Unsure what else to do. She placed Brock's meal in front of the chair that was supposed to be his, then lowered her head and rushed from the room. "I'm not quite sure what's gotten into her," Marjorie said in a low voice, acting as if there was absolutely no reason for Maria to be acting like she did. Obviously irritated, she grabbed the open bottle of champagne and walked around the table, filling each glass. She even filled Brock's. This all reminded me of a scene out of Hannibal, except she was obviously more psychotic and delusional than Hannibal Lecter ever was. Once she again took her seat at the head of the table, she plastered on that same fake smile, raising her champagne flute, waiting for us to follow suit. I looked at my father, unsure what to do. He simply gave me a nod of encouragement, then lifted his own glass with trembling hands. I imitated his gesture, not looking away from him. I needed his strength, his support, his reassurance that we'd get out of this. If we did. I swore I'd tell him every day for the rest of my life how sorry I was, that I'd always believe him, that I'd never doubt his love for me again. To another successful campaign and another 6 years of having a Crenshaw in the Senate. Next stop, the White House. We both remained silent, neither my father nor I wanting to respond. "How about a little excitement over the prospect?" she shrieked, flipping the switch into her other persona. "Of course, darling," my father said in that pacifying tone I'd heard him use with some of his political opponents. He always insisted you could catch more flies with honey than vinegar. He rarely got worked up over things, but still maintained his position. This unwavering determination combined with his soft-spoken nature made him a force to be reckoned with in the halls of Congress. I prayed this skill would help us get out of this situation. 2. Congratulations on another well-run campaign. Thank you. Now, I hope you enjoy your dinner. She reached over, squeezing my father's forearm. He jumped at the contact. "I know how much you enjoy halibut." "A very thoughtful gesture, dear." She smiled, then drew back, placing her napkin in her lap as she picked up her knife and fork, exhibiting all the proper etiquette she'd taught me over the years. I looked back at my father, wondering what to do, his expression blank. He placed his napkin in his own lap, then cut into his fish. He brought it to his mouth with a shaky hand. I watched as he chewed, half expecting him to choke, turn red, something to indicate he'd been poisoned. But that didn't happen. "Ellie, aren't you going to eat?" she asked. "I'm not hungry," I shot back. "Ellie," my father warned in a low voice, his tone almost pleading. "Just eat." I looked between him and this woman who was a complete stranger to me now, then to Brock's body lying on the floor a few feet away, surrounded by a pool of blood, then at Bradley standing off to the side, his gun in his hand, ready to shoot if either of us tried to get away. I didn't care about dying anymore. I was done playing along with this entirely fucked up scenario. "No, Dad, I'm not going to sit here and pretend everything's normal. That this woman who wanted the world to think she was my mother isn't completely delusional." I shot up in my chair, my chest heaving as I glared down at her. Bradley reacted quickly, rushing toward me and forcing me back into my chair. He pushed the gun between my shoulder blades. "I don't want to shoot you, but if you can't follow orders, I'll have no other choice," he growled. "Understand." "Perfectly," I hissed, sneering at him. "Good." He released his hold on me, then stepped back. The instant his weapon was no longer pressed against me, my father visibly relaxed. It was silent for a moment while we all sat at the table, me refusing to eat, my father taking a few timid bites every few seconds, Marjorie enjoying her dinner as if there were nothing wrong. When she ate a sufficient amount, but not her entire plate, as she taught me was the polite thing to do, so as not to appear to have a large appetite, she straightened her back, looking between my father and me with a satisfied smile. "Well, you're probably wondering how I intend to secure your Senate seat when you've just been re-elected." She dabbed her mouth with her napkin, then placed it on the table in front of her. "The thought had crossed my mind," my father said. "It's quite the plan, really. One I've been developing for years now, particularly after you won the last election, and I learned you were still sleeping with Lauren all these years later. My eyes flung to my father, passing him a questioning look. Most children would probably be upset after learning their parent had been having an affair. But I wasn't. I studied his weary features. The spark and vitality he normally exuded was lacking. Guilt filled the lines around his face. Memories of a happier time seemed to dance before his eyes as he stared at me with admiration and respect. The therapist my parents forced me to see all those years ago would probably say this was a triggering event, that my narcissistic and self-aggrandizing personality, she rolled her eyes, using air quotes, couldn't deal with the idea of you being happy, of having what I wanted. I always thought that guy was full of shit. Regardless, something told me it was time to finally go after what should have been mine all those years ago. Sure, I could have easily let it slip to the press that you fathered a baby out of wedlock and forced the mother to hand over that baby to you and your wife to raise as your own, even going so far as to ensure any birth paperwork indicated that your wife was the birth mother. Even going so far as to make your wife tell everyone she'd had so many miscarriages and stillbirths that she hid the pregnancy because she didn't want her hopes destroyed yet again. Even going so far as to threaten to kill that very baby if word about the truth ever got out. I didn't do any of that. He growled, his lips curling into a snarl, his face reddened, his nostrils flaring, his pupils dilating. You did. Technically, Merriweather did. But I realized it was better to work with him than against him, just like you did. She narrowed her eyes. Still, that wasn't enough to vilify you. A sex scandal is a dime a dozen in politics. In order for this to work, I needed to time everything perfectly. If I was to have any chance at running for the Senate seat you left open after being embroiled in the worst scandal to ever rock politics, I needed something more. Needed to show a lifelong pattern of morally reprehensible conduct that grew and blossomed over the years. She stood up, slowly walking around the table, glancing between my father and me, a self-righteous smile on her face. I would have done anything to wrap my hands around her throat and wipe that smirk away. I had a feeling that would earn me a bullet in the chest. Much like Brock, although I'd probably get one in the end anyway. She had no intention of allowing either one of us to walk out of here alive, not after telling us what she'd done. Part of me wondered why she felt the need to put on this elaborate show. Then again, she'd probably been dying for this day since the beginning, when she could boast and brag about all the work she'd done to get to this point. Her arrogant and egotistical personality needed this. Imagine how the fine people of this country will react when they learn Senator Crenshaw, a man who has campaigned on the promise of legislative transparency, on ethical reform in politics, has been accepting bribes. How he used his connections in the pharmaceutical industry to wage a war of bioterrorism against the very people who put him in office. How he single-handedly smuggled billions of kilos of cocaine and heroin into this country, even though part of his campaign platform was to stem the flow of drugs into this state. She placed her hand over her heart in a feigned show of compassion. How I stood by your side, raised a child you fathered out of wedlock, did everything to protect and save that daughter, loved her as my own, all while you were involved in such repugnant behavior. I lifted my gaze to my father. Tears formed in his eyes, as if the thought that my mother could do something so evil, so vile, so destructive physically pained him. I wished I could reach out and grab his hand, offer him some sort of compassion in a world that seemed to be falling to pieces around him, around both of us. Instead, all I could do was give him an understanding look, hoping he could see how sorry I was for how I'd treated him throughout my adolescent and adult life. I slowly tore my eyes from his, looking at my mother pacing back and forth. Her demeanor was eerily calm, despite the vengeance in her expression. You did all of this just to win a Senate seat, to get back at him for falling in love with someone else. He deserved it, she retorted, her eyes growing wild. I was on the sidelines for years supporting him, smiling at his constituents, holding his hand and waving, relegated to being the token wife of a powerful man, all while he went off to Washington and fucked some barely legal intern. I have a law degree from Harvard. I was one of the top prosecutors in this state. For crying out loud. She clenched her fists and sucked in a shaky breath through her nose, struggling to regain her composure. She closed her eyes, pausing for a moment. When she reopened them, a calm washed over her once more. It was a fluke Francis won the election the first time. Considering we live in a blue state, I doubted he'd be able to win again. But he did. He kept winning, and winning, and winning. Her jaw tightened, her voice becoming more and more irritated the longer she spoke. Election after election after election. She paused, looking back at my father. 6 years ago, when the incumbent representative from our district decided to retire, I proposed running for the open seat, thinking with him as senator and me as representative. We'd be a force to be reckoned with. We could achieve some real change. Even Lucas Merriweather was on board. But instead of supporting me, your father supported Brock. I guess old army friendships are more important to him than his own wife. So you decided to get back at him by setting him up on corruption charges, I pressed. Oh, this is so much more than corruption, she scoffed. Give me a little credit here. Ellie, your father is incredibly well respected in Washington and California. Unless there was some sort of scandal that completely shattered the people's ability to trust him, something so bad as to put him in prison for the rest of his life. He'd keep getting re-elected. It was all pretty easy, really. Being married. I was able to leave enough evidence of wrongdoing and skew it so it would inevitably point to Francis. After all, he was the one with connections to some powerful players in Washington. My role was simply to stand at his side and smile. She lowered her eyes, giving a coquettish look as she batted her lashes. But all those years standing at his side and smiling, well, her lips turned up at the corners. You hear things. One of the hottest commodities to trade in Washington is secrets. And I have 30 years worth of them. So, what you bribed people to get them to do, whatever this is. I waved my hand around. I didn't need to bribe anyone. Ellie, blackmail is so much more persuasive and cheaper. I simply convinced those in various positions of power to put me in touch with people who had similar interests. Of course, they didn't know it was me. No one did. What kind of people, I asked hesitantly, after much thought. She answered, terrorist is such a negative word, but I guess that's what they are. Drug cartels, too. She looked toward my father. Tisk, tisk, tisk. You've been a very naughty boy. Francis. His face grew red and he shot up in his chair, losing the composure he'd been struggling to maintain for the past several minutes. You'll never get away with this. The truth will come out. It always does. Bradley rushed towards him, forcing him back into the chair. Tie him up, my mother ordered. I sensed a hint of reluctance on Bradley's face, but he eventually reached into his jacket and produced a few zip ties, securing my father's arms behind the back of the chair, then his feet to each leg. I bit back my quivering lip, trying to remain strong, but it was getting more and more difficult. I began to regret all the times I avoided spending any time with my father. I used to resent him. Now I realized I'd simply transferred all my hostility toward my mother onto him. After coming to a sort of financial arrangement between these terrorists, who got some serious hard-ons over my proposed plan, I began a small series of biological attacks using the pharmaceutical industry you were so close with. What kind of biological attacks are you talking about? I asked, a hint of caution in my voice. In my gut, I knew what it was. Anthrax is a remarkable little infection. My mother smirked, placing her hands on her hips. The signs of anthrax poisoning are nearly identical to those of the flu and other infections that could prove deadly for those with a compromised immune system. Like cancer patients. Of course, too many people are on the lookout for anthrax these days. Thankfully, I knew a few things about one of the higher-ups in the CDC, who ended up being very helpful in developing a similar toxin, one with the same effects but that no one would think to look for in an autopsy. I glared at her with pure hate, pure disgust, pure animosity. A new wave of nausea filling me. You killed his daughter, I muttered, barely able to speak through the lump in my throat. Don't sound so dramatic, Ellie. I didn't target his daughter on purpose. She just so happened to be one of the lucky, or should I say, unlucky recipients of one of the bad batches of drugs. I didn't really pick who I wanted to die. I just needed some people to die. Just a few at first, then more and more. Each attack getting bigger and bigger. In the end, my associates would be able to claim responsibility for a large-scale attack that resulted in the deaths of hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of Americans, especially with flu season coming up, all in the name of the Almighty Allah. She clasped her hands in front of her, looking to the ceiling briefly before turning her attention back to me, or some shit like that. She rolled her eyes. Imagine how the fine people of this country will feel when they find out huge batches of the flu vaccine have been contaminated in exchange for a hefty payout from a terrorist organization. She smirked, a satisfied expression crossing her face. That part's true. By the way, this year's flu strain is really bad, isn't it? You won't get away with it. My father's voice thundered. Eventually, someone will find out the truth. We'll figure out something doesn't add up. You used to be a prosecutor. All it takes is one small piece of evidence and your entire story will fall apart. Then it's probably best I start eliminating anyone who can contradict me, isn't it? Her lips turned into a satisfied smile as she reached for the gun hidden in her skirt. Raising it in one quick movement, not a single moment of hesitation crossed her face as she applied pressure on the trigger and shot the man she'd spent the last 40 years of her life with. "What did you do that for?" I shrieked, shooting out of my chair and rushing toward my father. I didn't care that she could easily put a bullet in me, too. Offering him comfort was more important than anything else right now. I clutched his face in my hands, lifting his head, rubbing his cheeks with my thumbs, expecting to hear another shot any second. I tuned everything else out and peered into his eyes, which were slowly losing their vitality with each shaky breath he fought to capture. "It's going to be okay, Dad. I promise." I swallowed hard through the excruciating pain in my throat as his complexion grew pale, blood flowing from his stomach. "You're going to be okay." "Always the optimists, aren't we?" Ellie, he asked in a strained voice. I blinked back my tears, trying to avoid looking at the red stain coating his suit. "I have to be," I choked out in a barely audible voice. "Don't tell her," he struggled to say, his eyes fighting to stay open. "No matter what she does, don't tell her where Lauren is." "I won't," I promised, wiping at his tears. "She can get justice for me, for Brock, for Lily." "That's enough," Marjorie roared. A pair of strong arms ripped me away. I cried out, reaching for my father, wishing I could give him the comfort he needed as the life drained from him. "I love you, Eleanor Jean," he said while Bradley bound my arms behind my back, the zip tie cutting into my skin. "And I love you, Dad," I squeaked out. "I'm sorry I didn't show you that more. I'm sorry I didn't do more to earn your love." He closed his eyes, drew in a shaky breath, then his body went limp. "No," I exhaled, shaking my head, not wanting to believe what my eyes were showing me. "No, no, 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 no," I screamed out, fighting against Bradley to run to him. I looked at my mother with fiery eyes. "Why did you have to shoot him?" Makes my story a little more believable. Don't you think? Imagine my shock when I found out what your father had done, associating with and taking payment from known terrorists and drug cartels. How I found out about one of his stash houses and tracked him down to it. How I confronted him, with Brock as my rock of support. But he just lost it. It was lucky Brock was here. He tried to protect me, but Frances shot him. Approaching my father, she brought the gun toward one of his limp hands. She pressed it against his fingers, making sure his prints, along with her own, were on the weapon. Blinded by fear, I knew it was fight or flight time, so I fought. I fought so hard. I was able to wrestle the gun away from Frances and fired in self-defense. I'll act like the heartbroken wife as I try to come to terms with how I missed all the signs. Then, once he's laid to rest, I'll announce my intention to run for my husband's vacant seat, to vow to put an end to the greed and corruption. That does seem to be a popular campaign platform these days. And me? You think I'm going to remain quiet? Or are you going to silence me, too? Are you going to shoot me, too? Her lips turned into a sinister smile. Not yet. As much as I'd like to. Unfortunately, you have information I need. And you think I'll give you that when you're just going to kill me anyway? She paused, her lips thinning into a tight line. I'd considered that. Actually, Bradley came to me with a brilliant idea. Something to motivate you to talk. She paced in front of me, then went to the window, looking outside. You're probably wondering where you are, aren't you? The thought had crossed my mind, I answered in a timid voice. Our host has been very gracious and accommodating. You may have heard of him. She stopped pacing, turning to smile at me. El Carnicero de Tijuana. In English, it's the butcher of Tijuana. She stepped back as my heart fell into the pit of my stomach, bile rising in my throat. Then her eyes shifted to Bradley, her voice becoming firm. Take her. She grabbed her glass of champagne off the table and took a sip, acting as if she didn't just order me away to be the next victim of a notorious drug cartel assassin. Chapter 21. My knees wobbly and legs weak. I constantly tripped over my feet as Bradley dragged me through a large field. Tall, sharp blades of grass and straw cut my exposed skin. My teeth chattered. The sleeveless A-line dress I was made to wear not doing anything to protect against the chilly November air. The only buildings I could see for miles were the 2-level farmhouse-style dwelling I'd just come from and a large warehouse-looking building a few hundred yards away. It appeared rusty, old, abandoned, isolated. I could scream and yell all I wanted. No one would hear. No one would find me. No one was going to find me. I drew in a shaky breath, looking at the stars above me for guidance. They twinkled against the night sky, and I wondered if this would be the last time I'd ever see them. If this would be the last time I'd breathe in fresh air, feel the breeze on my skin. My eyes floated to the half moon. I recalled falling asleep every night for months, seeking comfort from the moon, knowing that although Dante and I were separated by miles, we could still look at the same sky, wish upon the same stars. It helped me through that difficult time in my life. I prayed it would be enough to get me through whatever awaited me now. When we drew closer to the foreboding building, Bradley slowed his steps and pulled open the large metal door. It creaked loudly in the ominous silence. He tugged me inside, my pulse skyrocketing, my breathing increasing the instant we crossed the threshold. It smelled like death, decay, and misery. I scanned my surroundings, my face paling. Nausea filled me as I hesitantly lifted my eyes to the ceiling. Rows of metal trellises containing hooks used to hoist up livestock for slaughter hung overhead. Long tables filled the space, blades and knives strewn on their surfaces. Ominous chains littered the dirty floor. Everything seemed old and rusty, giving the impression that this space had probably sat abandoned for years. Regardless, fresh blood stained the walls, the cement floor, the tables. My chest seized as dozens of scenarios ran through my head. Beads of sweat formed on my forehead despite the frigid air. I felt weak, like I was watching a movie of someone else's life play before my eyes. A thriller about a girl who'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time and was about to meet a very painful and bloody end. I steeled myself, reminding myself to stay strong, to do everything to keep the last promise I made to my father. I had to keep that promise. Bradley continued to pull me through the slaughterhouse, pushing me to the floor near a grate in the cement. When he withdrew a knife, I tensed up, giving me as comforting a look as possible in this situation. He sliced the zip ties from my wrists, quickly replacing them with a pair of rusted metal shackles. I tugged against them, but the chain connecting them to the wall made escape impossible. The desperation of my situation hit me. As much as I didn't want that woman who claimed to be my mother to win, she had. Even if Dante had come home and was looking for me, the first person he would go to would be Bradley. No one was coming to help me, so I had to help myself, with pure hatred in my eyes. I glared at him, spitting onto his shoes. I expected him to hit me, to put a gun to my head. Something. Instead, he refused to look at me, turning around and heading toward the door. Before he walked out, he glanced over his shoulder and gestured to a heap on the floor a few feet away from me. I followed his line of sight, feeling like I'd been kicked in the stomach when my eyes raked over Dante lying on the dirty cement floor, blood staining his dingy shirt. His face was swollen, his lips dry, but I noticed a subtle hint of his chest rising and falling. "What did you do to him?" I shrieked, a rush of adrenaline hoisting me to my unsteady feet as I used every ounce of strength to try to free myself from the chains binding me to the wall. Bradley didn't say a word, keeping his head downturned, his shoulders slumped. Then he left the warehouse, the ominous sound of the door locking filling the large space. Screaming, I struggled against the restraints, the metal cutting into my wrists as I did everything to break free and go to Dante, to wrap him in my arms, to kiss his face, to assure him it would be okay. Growing dizzy, I collapsed to the floor, my throat tight from frustration, tears falling down my cheeks. Eleanor Dante's voice cracked. He blinked, squinting through his puffy lids. He attempted to prop himself up, wincing. I wondered how long he'd been here, how long he'd been subjected to the kind of brutality that would result in his face being bloodied, bruised, and practically unrecognizable. "Is that you?" "I'm here, baby," I choked out, crawling as close to him as I could get. My fingers ached to reach out and touch him, to hold him, to feel his warmth. He rolled onto his side, inching as close to me as he could manage with the chains keeping his own wrists tethered to the wall. It was torture being so close, yet just out of reach. I had a feeling that was all part of Marjorie's plan. When he met my gaze, I could see the tears welling behind his eyes. "Bradley?" I asked, not having to embellish any further. He simply nodded. "Me too," I replied in a small voice. I figured as much. There was despondency in his tone. "I'm so sorry, Eleanor, for putting you in this position, for getting you involved in this. It's not your fault," I insisted. "None of this is... You don't get to shoulder the blame. I tried to protect you from this. That's why I didn't tell you that. Marjorie isn't really my mother." I finished, frustrated I hadn't seen all the signs before. I wondered how long Dante knew, how long he'd kept it from me. Did it really matter anymore? Maybe if I didn't let my animosity toward my father cloud my brain, I would have figured it out. I blinked back a new wave of tears. She shot him. Who? Dante pressed. "My dad. It was all a setup. And she killed him." He opened his mouth to respond just as a loud clanging echoed in the large space. I quickly straightened my spine. "Eleanor, listen to me," Dante whispered, an urgency in his voice, the footsteps becoming louder and more ominous as they drew closer. "No matter what happens, don't say a word. They want to find Cynthia. That's why they're doing this. Don't give up her location, no matter what. Stay strong. She can make this right, can make sure justice is served. Just stay strong." "How do you know I know? And who are they?" I quivered, although I already knew the answer. I guessed I just hoped Marjorie was lying, that she simply said what she had to scare me. I glanced to the group of 8 men, all dressed in black, walking with determined strides toward us. One familiar face was among their ranks, Bradley. The rest were tanned, their hair black as night, an evil sort of satisfaction on their faces as their eyes raked over our chained bodies. "Cartel," Dante replied, his voice barely audible. My body trembled, my muscles clenching as an icy wave washed over me. Marjorie's been using her connections to keep a clear drug line open between Mexico and the US for these guys. They owe her, and she's collecting. I gaped at him, wondering how he knew all of this, wondering if he were in on it too. "The upside of speaking several languages," he explained, reading my unspoken thoughts. "That's how I know they think you have Cynthia's location." "What are they going to do?" "Silencio," one of the men bellowed in a rough voice, causing me to practically jump out of my skin. He gave off the impression that he was in charge. "Gringo? Javi?" He nodded, and Bradley and one of the cartel members snapped into action. Bradley walked toward me and pulled me to my feet, still chained to the wall. His firm grip on my biceps kept me from sinking back down. The man named Javi headed toward Dante. He grabbed him harshly, forcing him to his feet. The way Dante's face contorted in pain made me think he wouldn't be able to stand on his own. That the instant Javi released his hold, he'd fall to the floor. The man in charge slowly approached Dante, who immediately tensed up. "Leave him alone," I begged, a soul-crushing agony ripping through me at the thought of what Dante must have endured to get him to this point. His face had been badly beaten. I wondered what other bruises weren't readily visible. I couldn't stomach the idea of him suffering any longer. I'm the one who knows where Cynthia Edelman is. "Eleanor, no," Dante hissed. "That's what all this is about, isn't it?" I pushed, my voice becoming louder. "You want me to reveal her location? He doesn't know. You can hurt and beat him all you want, but he can't give you information he doesn't have. But I can. So take me. Hurt me. Just please, leave him alone." "You want to take his place?" the man asked in a thick Spanish accent. "Yes," I answered without a moment's hesitation. "Eleanor," Dante groaned, a desperate plea. "That's good to know." Without warning, he reeled back, using the butt of his gun to land a hard blow against Dante's cheek, blood from the force staining the cement below him. Javi propped Dante up, preventing him from falling to the floor, keeping him ready for the next assault. The rest of the men simply looked on as if it were a game, laughing to each other, some of them puffing on cigarettes as they enjoyed the show. "What did you do that for?" I shrieked. "I told you I'm the one with the information." A sly smile crossed the man's face as he sauntered toward me, licking his lips. He scanned my body, my black dress dusty from the grime and dirt covering the floor. I shivered as he approached and ran a finger from my sternum, down the length of my torso. I struggled to get away, but Bradley kept me locked in place. "I'm well aware of that," he responded. "I've spoken to Gringo at length about the best way to encourage you to give me what I need. You see, I only get paid upon delivery of the information regarding the girl's location and confirmation it's reliable. $10 million is quite a nice chunk of change." He leaned closer to me, his nicotine-scented breath making my stomach roll. He grabbed my thigh, forcing my legs apart, my eyes widening. I shifted my gaze to Dante, panic covering his expression as he used what little strength he had left to fight against Javi. The man looked over his shoulder, leering at Dante and licking his lips as he continued. And while I certainly considered letting each of my men have a go, turning his attention back to me, he ran his hand up my leg. I squirmed and writhed as he worked his way north, lifting the skirt of my dress and giving all his men a show. Then he released his hold on me. I knew something that would be much more persuasive. He retreated from me, nodding at one of the men. "Pedro, tu turno. Sí. Miguel." A muscular man of taller than average height threw his cigarette onto the floor, stomping it out, then sauntered toward Dante. Javi braced himself, widening his stance in preparation. Terror covered Dante's face, a stark juxtaposition to the smile pulling on Pedro's lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Pedro swung, landing several hard blows in quick succession to Dante's stomach. Grunting, Dante tried to bend over to prevent any further assault, but Javi kept him upright. "Stop," I pleaded, tears streaming down my face. "We can stop at any time," Miguel said in a mildly condescending tone. "That's all up to you. You give us an address, it stops." "Don't say a word, Eleanor," Dante croaked out. Miguel lifted a brow and I remained silent. "I should tell you," he continued. "This is all just a warm-up. It's always best to tenderize your meat before preparing it." He glanced back at Dante. "You're a chef, isn't that right?" "Not a word," Dante said. I met his gaze, conflicted. I promised my father I'd keep the information to myself, but what if I could save Dante? It was selfish, but I valued his life above anything else. But no buts. "Eleanor, don't you want justice for what happened to your father, to me, to you?" He swallowed hard. "She may be our only hope." "In my experience," Miguel mused, "everyone has their breaking point. I guess we just need to see where yours is." He nodded at Pedro, who quickly resumed his assault, his vicious attack not leaving a single part of Dante's body undamaged. Bradley kept me locked in place, forcing me to witness every agonizing blow, every spill of blood, every tortured grunt. And as much as I wanted to look away, I couldn't. I needed to give Dante the strength to get through this, to find meaning in the torment he endured with each new assault. The longer it went on, the more blood pooled at his feet, the louder the cracks of his ribs, the more difficult it was for me not to yell Cynthia's address at the top of my lungs. As if able to sense my struggle, Dante simply peered at me through his swollen eyelids, subtly shook his head, then uttered more for Pedro to resume his brutal attack. I had no idea how long I watched this savagery, but I felt every single one of those punches, every single one of those strikes to his beautiful face, every single one of those blows to his stomach, more bones cracking under the sheer brutality of it all. I'd never witnessed something so horrifying, something so nauseating, something so debilitating. "Pedro," Miguel said after a while, his jaw tight, his arms crossed in front of his chest. Pedro stopped mid-strike and looked at Miguel, who nodded for him to return to the rest of the group of onlookers. He grabbed a towel from one of the men, wiping his knuckles free of the blood that had accumulated on them. Javi released his hold on Dante, who fell into a heap on the floor with a loud thud. Without saying another word, Miguel met Bradley's eyes and gestured toward the door. Bradley leaned closer to me, his grip on me tightening. I tensed up, my heart racing, the feel of his breath on my skin making me sick to my stomach. "Go to him," he whispered in a barely audible voice. I wasn't sure I'd heard him correctly. "Do not make a run for it. It's a trap." Then he released his hold on me and followed the group of men out of the warehouse. I blinked repeatedly as I watched the door slam behind them, confused, wondering if I'd been so drugged up that I was imagining all this. Instantly, I heard the clanging of metal behind me. I looked down, seeing the shackles that had just been bound to my wrists clamber to the floor. My spine immediately straightened, my brows furrowed. My mind raced as I considered Bradley's words. Could I trust him? I shot my gaze to Dante, my heart shattering the instant I set my eyes on him. Rushing over, I knelt, hesitating, unsure whether I should touch him. I didn't want to cause him any more pain, but I couldn't stomach the idea of saying goodbye without one last kiss. "Eleanor," he groaned. I blew out a relieved breath, grateful he was still breathing, although I didn't know how much longer he could endure this kind of cruelty. "I'm so sorry, Dante, I should just tell them." Then, with his own wrists also freed from their restraints, he grabbed my hand in his, kissing the inside of my wrist. "You can't," he whispered. "Lily needs justice for what happened to her. So do the hundreds of other people who lost their lives because of that woman." He fought to open his eyelids, wincing through the pain as he raised his hand to wipe away the tears staining my cheeks. "But I can't let you die," I choked out. He brushed my hair behind my ear and I melted into his touch, his hands cold. "I'm dead no matter how we look at this." Tears obscured my vision, blurring everything. My heart squeezing at the knowledge that he was right. My chest constricted, every breath painful. "I don't know if I can say goodbye to you again." "You don't have to," he said in a lazy voice. "Do you think I'll ever leave you?" His mouth curved into a smile. Despite the bruises and cuts marring his face, the sight of his smile warmed my heart. For a brief instant, I saw Dante, my Dante, the cocky man who attempted to flirt with me across the aisle on a plane, the confident man who knew how to make my body sing with the most subtle of touches, the loving man who made me feel more alive than I ever had. "Impossible, Eleanor. I'll always be with you, even when my heart stops beating." I shook my head, my world spinning, my soul disintegrating as I stared at Dante's badly beaten body, knowing the end was near, our end was near. "Lay down with me," he pleaded. "I want to feel you in my arms. I don't want to cause you any more pain," I insisted. "You won't." He reached for me, groaning, his face contorting, not wanting him to suffer any more than he already had. I lay down beside him, allowing him to drape an arm over me. I rested my head close to his lips, and he placed a soft kiss on my forehead. My body quaked with sobs. The thought of this being one of our last moments together gutting me. "I'm sorry we don't have forever," I squeaked out. "Yes, we do." He tilted my chin up, our eyes locking. "No matter what happens, I'll always be here." He rested his hand over my heart. "And I'll always be here," I repeated, placing my hand against his chest, his blood staining my flesh. "Sempre y per sempre," he reminded me. "Sempre y per sempre." No matter what. I fought against a new wave of tears. No matter what. I remained completely still as I listened to the gentle drumming of his heart. I'd never been more grateful to hear that beautiful sound. I wanted every second to stretch, to slow down. There was no way of knowing what was going to happen next, when that door would open again and the inhumanity resume. I tried not to worry about that, focusing instead on the only thing that mattered. This moment. The feeling of Dante's arms wrapped around me, the sound of his heartbeat, the warmth of his breath. I had 1,000 questions I wanted to ask, but instead of pressing about how Bradley could have duped us all or how long he'd kept the truth of who my mother was from me, I remained quiet, not wanting our last moments together to be tainted with something that no longer mattered. "Do you think there really is a heaven?" he asked after a while. His voice was low, sounding as if it took all the effort he had to force those words from his mouth. I tore my head away from his chest, about to berate him, to tell him to stop thinking like that. Instead, I gave him the answer he probably needed at this moment. "I do." "What do you think it's like?" I buried my head into the crook of his neck, his normal aroma of basil, mint, and licorice long gone, replaced with the death and depravity that hung in the air, that clung to the walls, that permeated this dark place we'd found ourselves imprisoned in. "I think it's paradise," I answered with a tremble in my voice, the words like a knife to my heart. I needed to say them, though, to give Dante the serenity he deserved after everything he'd been through. A place where we no longer feel pain of any kind. I think. I looked into the distance as I imagined what it would be like to die, to finally be at peace. I think it's like coming home again after being gone for a long time. I think everyone you love is waiting for you, regardless of whether they're still living. So you'll be there. I inhaled a shaky breath, doing everything I could to not break down. I will. Will you be wearing that sundress you had on when you came to meet me at the Spanish Steps? The sundress. Why the sundress? Because it made you look like an angel. His voice grew low, his breath coming farther apart. I was standing at the very top of the steps by the Trinità dei Monti church. I didn't expect you to actually show up. I stared at you as you paced in front of the fountain at the base of the steps. The way the light hit you made you seem ethereal. I was so nervous, I admitted as we continued to reminisce, trying to find comfort in a happy memory. On the way there, I almost had the cab turn around a dozen times. Luckily for you, the driver didn't speak much English, so he wouldn't have understood me if I asked. That is lucky for me. And for me, I offered, a brief silence settling between us. Everything was still for a moment. No angry voices, no heavy feet stomping around the perimeter, no punches being thrown. I had a feeling it was simply the calm before the storm. But I wasn't going to think about what kind of trouble would soon descend upon us. It wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't stop the tide from rolling in and washing us all out to sea. "I bought you a ring." His voice broke through the quiet. "Shh." I hushed him, covering his swollen lips with mine, kissing him. "It's not over yet. Dante, please." "Elle," he begged, his voice strained. I peered into his eyes, unsure of what to say. He'd never called me anything other than Eleanor in all the time I'd known him. Maybe, by some miracle, we'll both make it out of here. But in case we don't, I want you to know what I had planned. I swallowed hard, no longer trying to silence him. I couldn't deny him this, not when life slowly drained from him. "Do you remember what I told you the day I took you to the market in Italy?" I subtly nodded. That you hoped the next man who asked me to marry him would give me the proposal I deserved. And that was my plan. "Dante, He clutched my hand in his, bringing it to his mouth. pressing a lingering kiss on my skin. I hoped it wouldn't be the last time I'd feel the heat of his breath on me. I was going to wait until we were back in Italy. It only seemed fitting to start the next chapter of our life, in the precise location it all began. I struggled to keep my chin from quivering as I listened to his beautiful baritone, the Trevi Fountain. I wouldn't write a speech or anything. I planned to just let the moment tell me what I should say, just like that day at the market. He grabbed my chin, forcing me to look into his eyes. I meant every single word I said then, and I've meant every single word I've said since. You are my heart, my reason for breathing, my perfect match in every sense of the word. You are my heaven and hell, my happiness and despair, my beginning. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling, and my end, tears flowing freely down my face. I pressed my lips to his, wishing my warmth and love could breathe life back into him. I wouldn't get down on one knee, not right away anyway. I'd reach into my pocket and a clattering reverberated through the warehouse, both of us jumping when it was followed by the sound of several pairs of boots. Miguel and his men re-entering the open space. This time, they were joined by someone new, Marjorie. I instinctively threw myself in front of Dante, wanting to shield him from any more suffering. "Ah, so I guess you really do love him," Marjorie sneered in her shrill voice. She looked out of place, surrounded by all the men holding knives and guns. Her perfectly tailored light pink suit, coiffed hair, and signature pearls were in stark contrast to the black clothes covering the frames of everyone else. She had the appearance of a bored housewife, not some criminal mastermind. That was probably how she'd gotten away with what she had for so long. She was the last person anyone would suspect to be involved in something like this. Some of the boys here hoped to have a hunt on their hands. That's why they had Bradley undo your restraints. "We've been taking bets on what you'd do." She smirked. I lost. When she stepped closer, I splayed my arms wide, trying to protect Dante. "Stay away from him." "Gladly, if you just tell me what I want to know." "Not a chance in hell, Marjorie," I sneered. "I had a feeling you'd say that." A sadistic smirk crawled across her face as she nodded at Bradley, who headed toward me, peeling me away from Dante, forcing me to my feet. He kept his hand firmly planted on my shoulder. I wasn't stupid enough to try to make a run for it. It was a death wish. Which is unfortunate because Miguel is a bit of a sadist when it comes to his victims. I, myself, prefer things to be taken care of quickly and easily. But I did tell him he could have complete control over how your boyfriend is disposed of. I looked toward Miguel, my stomach churning when I noticed him sharpening a large knife that looked like it had once been used to butcher livestock. I'm not an expert in these things, but it's almost like he gets off on watching people suffer. I've seen it firsthand. With your pal, Blake. Actually. She grinned a sanctimonious smile. It's not pleasant. He brings them to the brink of death, then pulls back. I had to listen to his moans and pleas for a bullet in the head for 5 days. She shivered dramatically. It really made me feel for the poor sap. You don't have an empathetic bone in your body, I spat. She tilted her head, studying me. My shrink used to say the same thing. A thoughtful look briefly crossed her face. Then she shrugged it off, her eyes narrowing on me once more. Now, last chance. Ellie, tell me where Cynthia Edelman is, or Miguel gets his way. She gestured behind her toward where Miguel stood, sharpening his knife, each drag of his blade against the metal sharpener like a twist of barbed wire around my heart. Don't say anything, Dante muttered, his jaw tight. You don't get to win. Marjorie, you've involved too many people in this. You can't kill all of them. Someone will eventually talk. Doubtful. She held her head high, waiting for either one of us to crack. Well, if neither one of you will say anything. She turned toward Miguel and grinned. He's all yours, amigo. A sneer crossed Miguel's face as he slowly approached Dante, who tried to back away, a feeble attempt at escape. Each step Miguel took was laborious and slow, my body trembling with the unknown. I looked at Dante, my lips parting, unsure what to say to give him the encouragement he'd be okay. that it wouldn't be that bad. But I knew it would be. All Dante did was shake his head, telling me not to say a word. Did I mention Miguel grew up in a family of butchers? Marjorie mocked in a smug tone. In fact, this was his family farm, until recently when your father bought it, she explained using air quotes. She leaned closer to me, her proximity making my skin crawl. Just between you and me, I think he misses chopping up all those animals, so he satisfies that craving with his victims. That's how he got his nickname. Pedro strode up to Dante, forcing him to his feet as he rescued the shackles to his wrists. Reaching overhead, he grabbed one of the hooks lining the ceiling, attaching the chains binding Dante's wrists to it, then hoisted him so he hung perilously. A piece of meat awaiting slaughter. I stared into his eyes, tuning everything else out. He'd always been my confident, powerful Dante. Now, slung up and chained, he looked meek. But there was a hint of clarity in his eyes, like he'd accepted his fate. The sound of Miguel sharpening his blade echoed in the space, each slice feeling like it was cutting into my soul. A chill rushed down my spine, my fingertips icy and cold. As Miguel grew closer, he shoved the sharpener into the back of his pants and raised a knife up to Dante's shirt. My body tensed in unison with his. His strong chin trembled, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. When Miguel made a sudden movement, I flinched. Inhaling a sharp breath, I expected to see blood spilling from Dante's abdomen. Instead, one of the buttons on his shirt clattered to the floor, followed by another, and another, until Dante's formerly white shirt hung open. There are certain areas in an animal's body that are considered kill zones, Miguel explained in his thick Spanish accent. Stabbing them in one of these spots is the easiest way to ensure a quick and relatively painless death. The first, of course, is the carotid artery. With no regard for human life, he brought the knife toward Dante's neck. He glanced back at me, pure evil filling his eyes as he seemed to get pleasure out of my reaction to him slowly drawing the blade across Dante's throat, eliciting a pained groan. No, I screamed, starting toward him, but was held back by Bradley's strong hold. Stop. Did you really think I'd sever the carotid right away? Miguel asked, his tone indicating his question was merely rhetorical. That would be too easy. He'd bleed out in seconds. There's no fun in that. I was simply marking its location. See? He took Dante's shirt, running it across his throat, wiping away the line of blood. It's a superficial wound. For now. He retrieved his sharpener from the back of his pants, going through the laborious process of running the blade across the metal in an obvious attempt to intimidate and scare Dante. And me. It was working. I was petrified of what was going to happen next, unsure how much more either of us could endure. Is it too much? Marjorie teased, pacing behind me. You can put an end to it all right now. Just tell me where Cynthia Edelman is. You know I can't do that, I replied, tears falling down my cheeks. Marjorie looked between Dante and me, then shrugged. You may continue. Miguel, she said, as if she were ordering a glass of wine, not a man's death. Very well. He grinned a cold smile, running his blade against his sharpener a few more times before returning to Dante. Right here, we have the heart. I held my breath as he raised the blade to his skin, carving a red X over where Dante's heart was located. Dante clenched his fists, his face turning red as he tried not to react to the pain he was obviously suffering through. His chest heaved, his breathing labored. Tears clouded my vision as my hands shook. The liver is close to the heart, right about here. Miguel brought the blade back to Dante, carving a bright red X near his ribs on the right. As I watched Dante's face contort from excruciating pain, I sobbed even harder, my throat too tight to draw in any meaningful breath. And of course, the kidneys, Miguel marked just below his ribcage, blood spilling down his body, one on each side. He went around Dante's back, marring his skin with another X in the same spot on the other side. Each time Miguel raised the blade, Dante grew weaker and weaker. I looked at the floor around him, seeing a small pool of blood forming, trickling down the concave floor toward one of the grates. With each groan, each moan, each cry, my tears fell more steadily, my limbs trembling even harder. I didn't know how much more Dante could possibly endure. You can put an end to this right now. Marjorie reminded me yet again. He doesn't have to go through any of this. He doesn't have to suffer this way. You can tell me where Cynthia is. He doesn't deserve to die like this, she taunted. Carved up like a cadaver in med school. Don't you love him enough to give him that? No, Eleanor. Dante exhaled, his face paling, his voice barely audible. There's some less fatal areas of the body. Miguel continued, not missing a beat. The lungs, another slash of skin, another draw of blood, another agonizing groan. The stomach, slash, blood, groan. The bladder, slash, blood, groan. But the intestines are my favorite. He slowly raised the knife, allowing the seconds to stretch. Dante flinched when the metal brushed against his abdomen. The intestines can take a direct hit. His lips curling in the corners. He looked back at me as I braced for him to slice Dante again. I breathed a sigh of relief when he withdrew from him and paced in front of me instead. But it won't cause immediate death. The body will continue to function on a limited basis for hours. But the pain is excruciating as your own body poisons itself. The cause of death isn't because of a blow to the intestines. It's because of exsanguination, the loss of the majority of the blood. He stopped directly in front of me, not the way I'd choose to die. In an abrupt move, he rushed toward Dante, drawing a line across his abdomen, the cut deeper than any of his previous assaults. Dante bellowed out, the screams and moans endless as blood flowed steadily from his stomach. Sickened by the scene unfolding in front of me, I retched. Bradley loosened his hold on me and I fell to my knees, Dante's cries cutting me open. Enough, I screamed, unable to take any more of this torment, struggling to see clearly through the relentless tears falling from my eyes. Enough, Marjorie bent down, leering at me. You're ready to tell me what I need to know? No, Dante said in a pained voice, his breathing labored. It's not an option. I'm dead anyway. Don't give this to her. Not because of me. What'll it be? Eleanor, she pushed, her face so close to mine. I peered at Dante. For Lily, please, he begged. As much as I hated watching him suffer, I couldn't let it be for nothing. Meeting Marjorie's eyes, I subtly shook my head. Well, then, I have another option for you to show just how empathetic I can be. She stepped away from me and looked at Bradley, her stare turning icy. Give me your gun. Ma'am, you heard me? A moment of hesitation passed. Bradley looked to me, then to Dante. Out of the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw the faintest hint of a nod from Dante, as if saying it was okay. It struck me as odd. Returning his attention to Marjorie, Bradley sighed, handing the pistol to her. Go ahead. She grabbed my elbow and hoisted me back to my feet. End it. She gestured toward Dante as she shoved the gun into my hand. I studied the heavy weight, my mouth growing dry. End it how? Use that brain of yours. Ellie, if you refuse to end your boyfriend's suffering by telling me where Cynthia is, you can do so by putting a bullet in him. I shot my eyes back to hers, my pulse skyrocketing. My legs shook as I struggled to maintain the little strength I had left. Or we can all stand here and watch him slowly die. She looked to Miguel. How long did it take Blake to finally die? 5 hours? She turned back to me. Do you want to watch him suffer for 5 more hours? I'm not going to do your dirty work for you. I bit out as my stomach rolled, bile rising in my throat. I hated the thought of Dante enduring any more brutality. But how could I be the one to end it? Are you sure about that? I swallowed hard, looking at Dante. His chest heaved, agony visible on every inch of him. Blood streamed from his abdomen. There was no surviving that wound without immediate medical attention. He'd bleed out soon. But how soon? How long could I make him suffer unimaginable pain? How long could I listen to his moans and pleas for relief? It's okay. Elle? He briefly closed his eyes, his complexion as white as a ghost, the life draining from him with every strangled breath. I continually shook my head, tears streaming from my eyes. Game over. His words hung in the air between us. a chill washing down my spine. Dante, please, it's too much. I need you to do this. I can't. It's too much. He closed his eyes, struggling for air. I know I'm not making it out of this. I've made my peace with God. He met my eyes, his voice low, pained. I'm ready to go home. I'm ready to be with Lily. My chin quivered as I listened to his words. I'll see you there, amore mio. He reminded me. I'll see you in your white sundress, my beautiful angel, and we'll spend our days among the vines, making love at sunset. I continued shaking my head, every inch of my body trembling. I hated the idea of saying goodbye, of admitting this was over, of being the one to end it. Sempre e per sempre, my beautiful Eleanor. Please, let me go. I beg you, make it stop hurting. I returned my eyes to his. Sempre e per sempre, I replied, drawing strength from the pledge we made to each other back in Italy. The same pledge we continued to make to each other nearly every day. No matter what, I repeated, the seconds stretching, every sound amplified as I raised the gun with a shaky hand. I tuned out everything else, the satisfaction crossing my mother's face, the background noise of conversation and sinister laughter, while the show of the century played out in front of this group of sadistic people. The half-dozen pairs of eyes glued to me as I hesitantly pointed the gun at the man I thought I'd spend the rest of my life with, the man who would father my children, the man I'd never stop loving. My chest rose and fell in a quicker pattern, the sound of my breathing echoing in my ears. Dante kept his eyes glued to mine, not looking away, telling me without words this was the right path, that he couldn't withstand any more torment. Then he began to pray in a low voice. Ave o Maria, piena di grazia. Il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù. Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen. God won't save you now. Marjorie sneered, but that did nothing to dissuade him. He continued, switching to the English version of the prayer. Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Somewhere in the recesses of my brain, I knew the verses to this, so I joined in, both of us praying as I continued to point the gun at him. I hoped our gesture to God would cause some sort of divine intervention. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us sinners, now and at the hour of our death. Amen. We continued muttering the same prayer over and over. I noticed some of the men standing off to the side grab a cross necklace out of their shirts, kissing it. After uttering those lines for the third or fourth time, Dante gave me a reassuring nod, falling silent. Seconds stretched. My hand itched with the weight it carried. My heart thumped against my chest. Just get on with it already, Marjorie huffed, pushing me. I stumbled on my unsteady legs, taking a moment to right myself, then returned my finger to the trigger. I met Dante's eyes, trying to imprint everything about the way he looked at me to my memory, knowing it would be the last time I'd ever see it. I hated the idea of doing this, of saying goodbye, but we weren't making it out of this. I couldn't let him suffer. I knew the course I needed to take, and Dante was right. He would see me again. I would make certain of that. It's okay. I've made my peace, he said once more, his voice barely louder than a whisper. Please, Elle, the pain, make it stop, please. Drawing in a deep breath, I slowly raised the gun again, everything seeming blurred and unfocused, except for that gun, the gun that would tear us apart, and the gun that would reunite us again. Applying more pressure, I flinched when a loud shot pierced the empty space. I looked down at the pistol in my hand, then at Dante, confused. Instantly, all hell broke loose as Bradley tackled me to the floor, covering my body with his. The sound of rapid percussive shots echoed throughout the building. Stay down, he ordered, then jumped up, moving quickly. I lifted my head to see Miguel and his men rushing toward the entrance as the entire place filled with agents wearing FBI vests. who fired at the half-dozen cartel members with incredible precision. Unsure what was going on, I remained frozen in place, bewildered as I witnessed cartel member after cartel member slump to the ground. Gunshots blended together and reverberated against the walls as the FBI methodically took out every last one. When I felt a pair of arms around me, I jumped. "It's all right. It's just me," a familiar voice said. I looked up, furrowing my brow. "Stephen, you're okay. Ellie." Relief covered his expression as he pulled me into his arms, kissing the top of my head. "You're okay," he breathed. It sounded like he said that more for his benefit than mine. "It was Marjorie," I managed to say, spying Bradley securing a pair of zip ties around her wrists. "I know." He wrapped a blanket around my body as I kept my eyes glued to Marjorie. "You'll regret this," she hissed, struggling against Bradley. "I hope you kissed your daughter goodnight because you'll never see her again." With incredible speed, he retrieved a knife he had hidden beneath his pant leg and raised it to her throat, his face reddening, every muscle in his body seeming to tighten. A new wave of nausea formed in my stomach when I remembered what he'd said to me when I'd first gotten here, that he did it all to keep his daughter safe. He really was just a pawn in Marjorie's game, too. "If I didn't want you to suffer in prison every day for the rest of your life, I'd slit your throat right now. You pathetic excuse for a human. But I won't, because you need to pay. You need to spend every day looking over your shoulder, praying someone isn't coming after you, praying someone isn't lurking in the shadows. You need to know what it feels like to suffer through what we have for months, years." He handed her off to an agent, then fell to the floor. Exhaustion from everything he'd been forced to endure seeming to finally take its toll on him, still dazed and having difficulty processing what was going on. I looked back at Stephen. "How did you know?" "James," he gestured a few feet away. I followed his line of sight to where James Harrison stood, watching as paramedics attached an IV drip to Dante's arm, concern and regret visible in every line of his face. "Oh God. Dante." I immediately snapped out of my shock, stumbling to my feet. "Hold on. Ellie," Stephen said, trying to keep me back, but I slipped out of the blanket he'd wrapped around me, rushing to Dante's side as he was transferred to a stretcher. "Eleanor," Dante's voice croaked out the instant I clutched his hand in mine. "I'm so sorry," I offered, kissing his dry lips, his cheeks, his nose, everywhere I could. Paramedics hastily checked his vitals, shouting orders left and right as they prepared to roll him out of there. "Stop apologizing," he managed to say. "I almost killed you, Dante, but you didn't. Everything happens for a reason," he said, his voice becoming lazy from what I assumed to be the pain medication he was given. Fate knew our time wasn't up yet. It was in the cards. I smiled as tears of relief streamed down my cheeks, keeping his hand enclosed in mine, even when the paramedics began rolling him out of the warehouse, insisting all their attention and resources be devoted to Dante. I stubbornly refused any medical treatment as I kept up with the EMTs, barely paying any attention to the bodies lying around me. We rushed to a waiting ambulance. Within seconds, the driver sped out of where I thought I would take my last breath. I peered out the back window, vindication filling me as I observed Marjorie being forced into the back of a waiting police cruiser, lights flashing. "Now do you believe in fate?" Dante managed to say. I returned my gaze to his, squeezing his hand just as it went limp. I brought it to my lips. "I have since I met you." I closed my eyes, fighting back the tears as paramedics shouted frantic orders to each other, pushing me out of their way. "You can't leave me now. Please, Dante. Don't leave me now. You promised. Sempre e per sempre, no matter what." Chapter 22. I followed the medical team from the medevac helicopter, which had been waiting for us after we sped away from the warehouse. My eyes trained on Dante's pale face. He'd gone into respiratory arrest during the short flight to San Diego from wherever we'd been held. All I could do was look on in terror as the paramedics did everything to save him, praying he'd make it through. "I'm sorry, ma'am," a tall blonde wearing blue scrubs said to me as we approached a freight elevator on the roof of the hospital. She grabbed my elbow, preventing me from following the medical team. I looked at her name tag, Emily, a trauma nurse, with more sympathy than I thought possible for a complete stranger. She led me out of the way, then took one of my hands in hers as I watched the stretcher carrying Dante disappear beyond the elevator doors. They're taking him to the OR. It's a sterile area. No one other than medical personnel is allowed in there. I've been told to bring you to an exam room so you can be checked out, as well. I'm fine, I insisted, freeing myself from her hold, heading toward the elevator and pressing the down button. I need to be nearby in case. I trailed off, swallowing hard, my face heated, feeling lightheaded at the thought of Dante going through everything he had and not surviving. I reached out, holding onto the stucco wall to steady myself, my legs weak. Ma'am Emily looked at me, seemingly assessing my appearance with her analytical eyes. I'm okay, I struggled to say, the world spinning around me now that the adrenaline of everything I'd endured the past few hours and days started wearing off. I clung tighter to the wall, spots obscuring my vision. The last thing I remembered was the sound of Emily's muddled voice calling for a wheelchair as my face hit the hard cement of the roof. My eyes fought to open, beeps and whirring machines slowly rousing me. I looked around what was obviously a hospital room. I squinted, trying to focus on a whiteboard on the wall across from me with the name of my nurse and other medical personnel scrawled on it. Below that was a date, November 10th, Saturday. Scanning my body, I saw I was dressed in a hospital gown. A needle attached to a narrow tube was secured to my arm, delivering some sort of fluid through the IV drip. Everything still felt foggy, my eyelids heavy. The door opened. A tall man with dark hair striding toward me. Ah, awake at last. A smile broke out onto his face as I propped myself up in the hospital bed. My name is Dr. Hayes. I'm one of the trauma unit's attending doctors. Trauma unit, I squeaked out, my throat feeling like sandpaper. Yes, we figured it was best to keep you here, just in case. He sat in the chair beside me. How do you feel? Like I haven't slept in weeks. Like I could sleep for a month and still be tired. It's going to take a few days for your system to right itself again. When we performed a tox screen, we found high levels of clonazepam in your system. The effects were only worsened by dehydration. We administered an IV drip, as you can see, to return nutrients to your body, as well as gave you a muscle strengthener to help counteract the effects of the drug. He placed his hand on my arm, but other than that, it doesn't look like you've suffered any additional physical trauma. He paused, narrowing his compassionate gaze on me. Psychological is a different story. I'm going to insist you speak to one of the hospital psychologists before I sign your discharge papers. I nodded. Of course. Good. Now, I'm going to send a nurse in to do a quick check of your vitals. As long as everything looks good, we'll discharge you tomorrow afternoon. I've instructed the FBI to refrain from questioning you until then. He stood, heading toward the door. What about Dante? I pressed. I'd barely heard a word he'd just said, preoccupied with one thing and one thing only, whether Dante was okay. He slowly turned around, exhaling a long breath. My muscles tightened as I braced myself for the news that he didn't make it, that the laceration to his abdomen was too deep and he'd lost too much blood. Mr. Luciano suffered through a great deal of trauma. Dr. Hayes began. Don't you think I know that I shot back? Every inch of me shaking as I stared at him, trying to swallow through the pain in my throat. I was there. I saw all of it. Every slash of the blade. Every stab of the knife. I blinked back the tears as the horror I'd witnessed flashed before my eyes. Every bit of blood that fell from his body. I saw it all. So don't tell me he suffered a great deal of trauma. I know exactly what he suffered. Please. I managed to say through my tears. I need to know. Did he make it? Dr. Hayes returned to the chair. His shoulders fell and he hung his head. When he peered up at me through sad eyes, bile rose in my throat, a chill washing over me. He was in surgery for nearly 8 hours. By the time they wheeled him into the OR, his pulse was extremely weak. I knew his chances of survival were slim going in, but a guardian angel must have been watching over him because, miraculously, he pulled through. He's alive, I blinked repeatedly, holding my breath. Yes, but his road to recovery isn't going to be an easy one. His small and large intestines were punctured, and several of the other lacerations to his body, while not life-threatening, were severe enough to require several hundred stitches, not to mention 3 cracked ribs, a dislocated jaw, and a broken leg. We performed surgery on the punctures to his intestines. He did go into cardiac arrest, but we were able to revive him, stem the loss of blood, and get his organs functioning again. So he's okay, he's breathing on his own. Yes, I made a move to get out of bed. But Dr. Hayes placed a gentle hand on my shoulder, keeping me in place. You can't see him yet. No one can. He's currently in ICU. Standard protocol for the first 24 hours after major surgery. He's heavily sedated for the moment, and probably will be for the next several days. But once he can have visitors, you'll tell me, I asked frantically, hating I was in the same hospital as Dante but couldn't see him, couldn't watch his chest rise and fall, couldn't hold his hand and listen to his heartbeat. I'll make sure you're the first to know. I briefly closed my eyes, allowing the fact that Dante had pulled through to comfort me, like a baby's blanket. Thank you. I returned my eyes to Dr. Hayes. Of course. He hesitated, studying me. There's something else I should tell you. My heart caught in my throat as I lifted my worried eyes to his. I was going to wait until you were a little less drugged up, but since we're on the subject, I may as well tell you now. What is it? I swallowed hard, searching his expression for a hint as to what he was about to say. He licked his lips. Your father. I closed my eyes, blinking back my tears as the image of his body growing limp replayed in my mind. The callousness Marjorie demonstrated in shooting him with absolutely no remorse. Unfortunately, the bullet nicked his spinal cord, so he'll require extensive physical therapy to be able to walk again. I shot my eyes to his, inhaling a sharp breath at his words, confused. He does have some lower body movement, which shows promise for a full recovery. What do you mean? I shook my head, not understanding. He's alive. Dr. Hayes smiled a small smile. When the paramedics discovered him, they thought he was dead, but they found a weak pulse. He was rushed here just after Mr. Luciano. Luckily, the bullet missed any vital organs. I released a sob, covering my mouth with my hand. If I weren't lying down, I was certain my knees would have buckled and given out under the weight of this turn of events. He's in recovery in ICU as well, but you should be able to see him tomorrow. A new wave of tears welled in my eyes. I wanted to jump out of this bed and fling my arms around Dr. Hayes' neck to show him how grateful I was. He squeezed my hand one last time, as if acknowledging my gratitude, then said, I'll send a nurse in, but you need to get some rest yourself. If you're not strong enough when your father and Mr. Luciano are able to have visitors, you won't be allowed to see them, so be sure to take care of yourself first. I will, I responded. His admonition the only motivation I needed to do everything I could to get discharged tomorrow. Good. Beaming. He turned from me, heading out of the room, my heart feeling like it was going to burst at the news that not only was Dante okay, but my father had survived, as well. I refocused my attention on the window, my mind reeling. I stared at the San Diego skyline in the distance, the sun heading closer and closer to the horizon. Then something caught my eye. From my perch on what I guessed to be the second floor of the hospital, I noticed a large group of people gathered by the parking garage, many of them holding candles and posters with positive thoughts and prayers. Some were here for Dante, others for my father. My insides flooded with warmth at the thought of how loved they were, how complete strangers had taken time out of their schedules to come here and offer their support. News of what happened must have been all over the networks. Part of me wanted to turn on the television in my room so I could see the media circus firsthand. But then I'd be forced to stare into Marjorie's cold, demeaning, remorseless eyes. The media always paid more attention to the offender than the victims in these types of situations, particularly when the responsible party was well known, like Marjorie was. If I never had to see her face again, it would be too soon. The sound of a knock on the door, followed by it opening, tore my attention away from the gathered masses as a nurse hurried into the room. smiling a comforting smile. She made small talk as she took my vitals. I answered questions about how I was feeling and my pain levels. Just when she was finishing up, saying to buzz if I needed anything, a flurry of strawberry blonde curls stormed into my room. Ellie. Mila stopped in her tracks, out of breath, her eyes bloodshot and frantic. She stared at me, her chin trembling. Then she rushed over, wrapping her arms around me and hugging me tighter than she ever had. I am so mad at you, but so fucking happy you're okay. She pulled back, holding me at arm's length before crushing me against her again. You have no idea how guilty I felt when I heard about your accident and how you disappeared. She squeezed me tighter. All I could think about was our last conversation. How I didn't stop you from leaving the bar when it was obvious something was wrong. I couldn't help but feel I could have prevented all of it. I pried her arms off me, forcing her to look into my eyes. You couldn't have prevented any of it. Mila, it was written in the cards. She laughed slightly, wiping at her tear-stained cheeks. You sound like me. No, I sound like me. The me I was always meant to be. Chapter 23. Who would you like to see first, Dr. Hayes asked as he led me from my room and into the recovery wing Sunday afternoon. I'd just been discharged and was anxious to see my father and Dante, to make sure they were both okay. My brain refused to fully believe it until I saw it with my own eyes. Mr. Luciano is still sedated due to the extent of the injuries he suffered. It will probably be a few days before we'll start stepping down his pain meds. And my father, Senator Crenshaw, is awake. He's weak and a bit groggy, but he's awake. As much as I hated the thought of being away from Dante any longer than necessary, I needed to see my father. I'd made a promise to myself that I'd never let a day pass where I didn't demonstrate how much I cared for him. He needed me right now, and I needed him, too. I needed to make up for all the years we had ripped away from us. And that started today. Then I'd like to see him first, of course. Dr. Hayes led me around a corner, and I immediately knew which room my father was in, based on the two men in dark suits standing outside. When they saw us approach, they nodded a greeting and stepped away from the door, allowing us to enter. The beeping of a heart rate monitor met me the instant I crossed the threshold. I immediately stopped in my tracks. Mila sat in a chair beside the bed, James Harrison standing just beyond her, both of them watching over my father. Never in a million years would I have expected to see Mila voluntarily in the same room as James Harrison and Francis Crenshaw. Ellie, she said when she noticed me. She jumped up from the chair, heading toward me. She placed her hands on my biceps, seemingly analyzing my appearance. What are you doing here? I asked. My brow furrowed. She smiled and grabbed my hand in hers, pulling me toward the bed. Keeping your father company, she explained, then looked toward James. We both were. Ellie. A tired voice cracked as I approached the bed, wires and tubes attached to his body monitoring him. My chin quivered as I met his brilliant blue eyes. I didn't think I'd ever see those eyes again, hear his voice again. I didn't know what I'd done to have such a wonderful guardian angel watching over not just Dante and me, but also my father. I'd never believed more in the power of fate than I did at that very moment. Dante was right. It wasn't his time yet, and it wasn't my father's either. Hey, Dad. I took his hand in mine, relishing in the warmth of his skin. Hey, sweet pea! I choked out a sob at the term of endearment he'd called me all those years ago, the one I'd heard him call me in my dreams. James cleared his throat. We'll give you two some privacy. My father tore his eyes from mine, offering James a smile. Thanks, brother, for everything. I looked between the two men, wondering how deep James' involvement in this went. As much as I wanted those answers, I couldn't think about any of it right now. I just wanted to focus on being with my father, on making up for all the time we'd lost over the years when we'd allowed Marjorie's animosity to tear us apart. We'd been blessed with a new start, and I wasn't going to waste it anytime. James squeezed my father's arm, then retreated from the bed. Mila planted a kiss on my temple and followed him, leaving my father and me alone. You're okay. He brought my hand up to his mouth, kissing it. His eyes shimmered with unshed tears as he scanned my appearance. I was so scared when I saw you in that place. I thought,
I'm okay, I assured him.
trying to push back the new wave of tears welling in my eyes as I recalled everything I'd endured the past several days. Just like new. I smiled, knowing nothing could be further from the truth. The depravity and brutality I'd witnessed would always stay with me. My father exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension seeming to roll off his body. I'm so sorry. Ellie, I should have told you the truth from the very beginning. It's okay, Dad. I know why you didn't. I lived under that woman's thumb for years, too. I knew how impossible it was to stand up to her. It wasn't just her, sweet pea. When I'd learned Merriweather was the one who took you from Lauren, I knew there was little I could do. That man, his evil was unmatched. He shook his head as he closed his eyes, struggling to reel in his emotions. He went to extreme lengths in order to retain his influence over some of the most powerful politicians out there, including me. Is he? I trailed off, lifting a brow. My father swallowed hard. The night of the election, after my victory speech, I realized who I'd been married to for the past several decades. I walked into my home office and found Merriweather with a bullet in the head. I have a feeling she was trying to set me up for his murder, too. He tore his eyes from mine and looked straight ahead, a lifetime of regrets seeming to torment him. I squeezed his hand, leaning down to place a soft kiss on his forehead. It's okay, Dad. It's all over now. You can finally live the life you want to live. We both can. Yes, we can, he breathed, his eyelids growing heavy. Although I'm going to miss you. What do you mean? When you moved to Italy, I shook my head, unsure what to say. Before all this happened, I had every intention of leaving this place and never looking back. Now, I didn't know what to do. You know it's the right path for you, but I don't want to abandon you. I struggled to say through the thickness in my throat, you won't. His eyes lit up. Lauren always wanted to see Rome. This gives me an excuse to take her. There was a devious glint in his gaze before his expression fell. Do you know where? He sighed. Stephen sent some agents to the house. It was abandoned, but there was no sign of a struggle. She's a smart girl, so she must have known something was going on when the news of your disappearance made headlines. She's probably just waiting for a few days. Then she'll be back. He inhaled a quivering breath. I could sense his own trepidation about where Lauren could be, whether she was safe. Images of her bound and strung from the ceiling in the same position as Dante had been flashing in my mind. I tried to bury them, praying Marjorie hadn't been one step ahead of us and figured out where Lauren was hiding. She's okay, I assured him. She has to be. I hope so, sweet pea, he said in a drowsy voice, his eyelids fluttering closed. After everything you've been through, you deserve to finally have a family who loves you. I squeezed his hand, then leaned down, kissing his forehead. I've always had a family who loves me. Dad, I've always had you. Chapter 24. 2 sunrises, 2 sunsets. That was how long I was forced to wait for Dante to finally return to life, for the pain to be manageable enough for the staff to step down his medications. I continued to sit with my father whenever he was awake, which wasn't much. The remainder of my time was spent in the room next door, where I'd hold Dante's hand, wishing there was something I could do to ease his pain. I had several visitors in the interim. Mila barely left my side, and Quinn stopped by to check on me, reassuring me that Blake's death wasn't my fault, even though I knew he would still be alive if I hadn't involved him in this mess in the first place. Just as the sun rose on Tuesday, Dante's eyelids fluttered open, a small smile crossing his lips when he saw me sitting by his side. It was the first sign of clarity he'd shown in days. The staff made the decision last night to start stepping down his pain meds to see how he did. At first, I hated the idea of him suffering any more than he already had, but when I was treated to that breathtaking smile of his, that smile I thought I'd never see again, it was worth it. Hey, he croaked out in a raspy voice. Hey. I took his outstretched hand and squeezed, relishing the warmth of his rough skin against mine. My eyes remained steady on his. I never wanted to stop staring into those deep pools, grateful to see the glimmer of life within. How are you feeling? Like I've been beaten and stabbed. He ran his free arm over his stomach, wincing. I laughed slightly at his ability to make light of what we'd been through. We needed it, otherwise. I feared we'd never move on. How are you doing? He pressed, his eyes scanning my body for any sign of harm. I'm okay. I was stuck in a bed for 36 hours while they flushed my system of all the drugs I'd been given to keep me knocked out, and I was treated for dehydration. Other than that, I'm fine. His eyes narrowed on me, and he ran his thumb over my knuckles, his delicate touch soothing me. How about other than physically? I took a sharp inhale of air, my lower lip trembling. I can't sleep, I admitted, swallowing back my tears. Every time I close my eyes, I know. He offered me an encouraging smile. We'll get through this. I blew out a long breath, allowing his reassurance to wrap me in some sort of comfort, when the sound of a throat clearing tore through the room. We both looked toward the doorway to see James Harrison's tall, lanky frame standing there. I'd grown so accustomed to seeing him in a suit, I almost didn't recognize him in a pair of jeans and a black button-down shirt. His dark hair had grayed over the years, wrinkles becoming more numerous as he aged. But I saw it. In his eyes, in his nose, in his smile. The resemblance between Dante and him was unmistakable. How had I never seen it before? May I come in? I looked at Dante, who didn't even hesitate before nodding. Of course. Thank you, he replied, walking into the room, stopping at the foot of the bed. How are you doing? I heard they started lowering your pain meds. Yes, everything is still sore and my stomach burns, but I'm alive. He looked at me, smiling. That's the important thing, James added. Yes, it is, Dante agreed. There was a brief pause as I looked between both men, wondering what the dynamic was here. I had been under the impression Dante still harbored a great deal of animosity toward his biological father. Now I wasn't sure what to think. I came to check on your recovery, but also to give you both an update on the investigation, James said finally. Away from your father. He narrowed his eyes at me. Your father, Dante lifted a brow. He made it. He survived. Marjorie missed hitting any vital organs. His spinal cord was nicked, so he'll be in a wheelchair for a while, but he's alive. He parted his lips, stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Eleanor, that's incredible. It took everyone by surprise, including Marjorie, James stated. But even with Frances's statement and the confession Bradley recorded corroborating everything, she's been keeping to her version of events. He looked at me, then back at Dante. She insists Frances was the one behind it all, that she was just an innocent victim. So Bradley was trying to help. I furrowed my brow, but he was on our side all along, James admitted. Well, after I figured out he was being blackmailed to play a part, that is, how my eyebrows gathered in as I stared at him. He opened his mouth to answer, then paused, grabbing a chair and pulling it closer to Dante and me. I should probably start at the beginning. It's kind of complicated. I looked at Dante for some sort of explanation, only to be met with a reassuring smile on his face. I couldn't shake the feeling that he already knew the story. But if he knew about Bradley, why hadn't he mentioned anything when we were locked up in that slaughterhouse? Moments away from death, I had trouble wrapping my brain around this. It all started when I heard of Gabriella's passing. James swallowed hard, frowning, appearing genuinely remorseful. I just wish it didn't take the death of someone I cared about to make me finally wake up. Despite my wife's protests, I jumped on a plane and headed to Italy for the funeral. I was livid when I saw him there. Dante added, I couldn't believe he'd be so bold as to finally want to be a part of her life when it was over, especially after years of pretending neither one of us existed. He didn't make any excuse for his behavior, though, even when I raised my voice. He said he wanted to make things right, make up for how he'd acted toward my mother, toward me, toward Lily. It took me a while to believe him. So I told him I would look into Spryliff, the drug Lily had been given the week leading up to her death. I didn't expect to find anything, but I wanted to show Dante my words were true, that I wanted to make amends for my past behavior. I figured this was a good way of doing so. But you found things, didn't you? I pressed. Not at first. Yes, I saw there was a slight increase of deaths over a short period of time, but nothing statistically significant to necessitate us looking into the drug. With drugs like this, particularly those that are meant to treat a life-threatening disease, there are always spikes and falls. He pinched his lips together. But then I learned of the death of Cynthia Edelman, the woman who just so happened to be chief legal counsel for the pharmaceutical company that manufactured Spryleaf. I remember reading about it when it happened, but it wasn't until recently that I learned who Cynthia Edelman really was. I nodded. Lauren Hall, my real mother. I looked down. James grabbed my hand, and I shot my eyes to his. He offered me a slight smile. I've known your father a very long time. We served together. He saw how happy I was with Gabriella when we were deployed in Italy. He encouraged me to forget about what my parents thought I should do. Like you, I came from a long line of politicians. I never loved my wife. Hell, I'd only joined the army to help in an eventual run for the presidency. And Carly, my wife, she had the right background to help propel me to that level. But your father tried to encourage me to follow my heart. He had said, "You only live once." But you didn't follow your heart, did you? No, I didn't. And it's always been the biggest regret of my life. I thought money and power would make me happy. And they did for the longest time. But none of it was real. Your father loved Lauren. I had no idea they were sleeping together all those years ago. Not until I went to him after I began looking into Spryleaf and realized who Cynthia Edelman was. He was reluctant at first. Then he finally told me everything, how they had an affair, which resulted in a pregnancy and a baby. Unfortunately, Lucas Merriweather found out about that baby, too. I don't understand why he cared so much. He wasn't the one in office. That's the dark side of politics. Ellie, the side so many people won't talk about. Your father had this sort of star quality to him. People called him the next Ronald Reagan. Lucas saw a proverbial gold mine in that. So it became his mission to do whatever necessary to help your father pave the same path as Reagan, all the way to the White House. And a baby he fathered with a college intern would ruin that. Most certainly. I stared into the distance, a knot building in my throat at the thought of how helpless my father must have felt for years, forced to remain silent by a power-hungry man. So how does Bradley factor into all of this? I asked after a moment, snapping back to the present. After a bit of pushing on my part, Francis finally told me the truth, that Lauren, or Cynthia, hadn't committed suicide, that he faked her death, then made her go into hiding. When I asked why, he told me about all the suspicious incidents the weeks prior. An out-of-control car, a gas leak, a mugging, a bomb threat. So I did what it sounds like your investigator, Blake, did. I looked into these events, was able to get my hands on video feeds many of the area businesses had from their security cameras. One man made an appearance at every single one of them. Bradley, I said. Yes. That's when James reached out to me again. Dante explained. He told me Bradley was involved, that Cynthia Edelman was still alive, and that Francis had an affair with her when they were younger. I didn't want to believe him at first. Then he told you who my real mother was? I said in an even voice. I looked at Dante, his expression remaining fixed. I still wasn't sure whether or not to trust him. Part of me thought this was his way of hooking me, but what was his reason for doing so? The more I thought about it, the more I knew he was probably telling the truth. The more I knew I had to do everything to protect you from this truth. I hated the thought of causing you any more pain. That was why I wanted to take you back to Italy so quickly when we reconnected. I wanted to get you away from this life, to give you a new start where your past didn't matter anymore. But didn't you think I had a right to know the truth? Of course, but I told him not to, James admitted. Francis warned me that Merriweather had a hand in this, that he was just waiting to find proof of his involvement. I've been in politics long enough. I'd heard rumors of other situations with Merriweather's mark. You didn't mess with him, so I cautioned Dante if he wanted you to stay alive. You couldn't know. Not yet. And you listened to him. I lifted a brow at Dante. I wanted to tell you the truth. I thought you deserved to know the truth. But there was this part of me that had to consider the possibility that James was right. What if I told you and something happened to you? I wouldn't be able to live with myself. So I decided I'd rather lose your love than you lose your life. I studied Dante, unsure how to react to the news that he would listen to his estranged father before considering my needs. Then I straightened my spine, turning back to James, keeping my hand enclosed in Dante's, my mind reeling. How did you figure out Marjorie was involved, too? Dante told me about the emails Francis sent to Cynthia, at least according to Bradley. It didn't sit right with me. I looked at the dates the emails were allegedly sent from a library here in Southern California. Well, that was their one slip-up. The day before one of the emails was sent, the one threatening Cynthia to get rid of the Dante Luciano problem or suffer the consequences. Francis had checked in and boarded a flight from LAX to SFO, along with one Cynthia Edelman. Marjorie had mentioned they were still sleeping together. I said softly, "They weren't just sleeping together, Ellie," James explained. "He's never stopped loving her." A sickness formed in the pit of my stomach at the thought of everything my father deprived himself of over the years, just to maintain his position in the Senate, just to keep Merriweather and Marjorie happy. They'd turned us into puppets, threatening to destroy us if we didn't jump, twirl, and dance when they demanded. It was easy to be on the outside and say you'd never allow yourself to become so manipulated. They'd perfected the art of forcing people to bend to their will. My father and I were no different than any of their other victims, including Cynthia. So we confronted Bradley about everything. Dante jumped in. He said he didn't have a choice. After I'd asked him to see if he could find out what happened to Lily, someone must have realized what he was looking into and blackmailed him, threatening his daughter's life. At first, he didn't take them seriously, but when he received word that his daughter's school was on lockdown because of a potential shooter, he knew it wasn't just an idle threat. Among other things, he was forced to scare Cynthia, to make me think Francis was involved, to bug your car. So we gave him a choice, James explained. Either be our mole or we go to the authorities. Thankfully, he agreed to help. We needed him. Not only was his access to inside information invaluable, he'd worked for the LAPD for 20 years. He'd gone deep undercover before. This was second nature to him. He knew how to play the game and figure out who was pulling the strings. Sure, we were suspicious this was all Merriweather's doing, but we had no way of proving it. We knew what he was capable of, how cunning and smart he was. So we needed to be just as cunning and smart. As much as we wanted to alert the authorities to what we knew, we had no way of knowing who Merriweather had dirt on, who he had in his back pocket, whose lives were at risk. We simply had to be patient and hope he'd eventually reveal his hand. That's a bit of a gamble, don't you think? I pressed. James shrugged. It was... And we thought it was all about to go pear-shaped when Bradley called and said he'd been ordered to grab you, then deliver you to a remote location by the California-Mexico border. At that point, he was ready to walk away, to take his daughter and disappear. But I reminded him that if he didn't do this, someone else would, that this was his way of ensuring your safety. I put out calls to my contacts at the FBI and DEA, explained a little bit of the situation, and said we'd need teams on standby. Steve and I lifted a brow. James nodded. He'd been looking into Brock, I guess as retribution for what he did to you in Italy. I swallowed hard at the reminder, still able to feel the ghost of his body smothering me, the pain of his elbow cutting off my oxygen. I should have been happy karma had finally paid him back for all his actions. But I wasn't. Brock had done some horrible things. But did he deserve to die the way he did? He came to me asking questions about a few conversations Brock's secretary had overheard about drug contamination. It seemed like too much of a coincidence, so our threesome became a foursome. When I told him what Bradley was about to do, he didn't like my plan, didn't like the idea of him abducting you. But he knew there was no other way. This wouldn't end until we had enough information to put whoever was behind this in prison for the rest of their lives. Of course, he made Bradley send time-stamped photos every hour on the hour and threatened that if he missed even one check-in, all hell would rain down. I smirked. That sounds like Steven. When I finally returned to an area with cell service and heard what had happened, you can't imagine how scared I was. Dante squeezed my hand, the fear he must have felt at that moment filling his expression. It felt like the world opened up beneath me and I was falling without a net. I worried something like this might happen, but James assured me he'd be watching out for you while I was gone. But when Bradley showed up with you and Miguel informed him that you had information his boss needed, he knew things were about to get a lot worse. James interjected, particularly based on Miguel's reputation. I couldn't let you go through any of that. Dante swallowed hard. So I told Bradley to try to convince Miguel to deviate from his plan just slightly. And what's that, I asked, although I grew sick at the words I knew were about to fall from his mouth. Bradley said if you refused to disclose Cynthia's location, Miguel had ways of making you disclose it. Then he told me who Miguel really was. El Carnicero de Tijuana. I couldn't let him hurt you. Not when this was my mess to begin with. So I told Bradley to try to sell them on a different idea. A better idea. He'd tell them I was about to land at LAX after hearing about my missing girlfriend. He'd offer to come pick me up, then slip something into my water bottle to ensure I was unconscious. He'd bring me to the slaughterhouse and tell the cartel that he knew the dynamic between you and myself very well from being our driver for months. That you were a noble and proud woman who would take the secret of Cynthia's location to the grave, regardless of the pain you had to endure. But you wouldn't be able to stomach the idea of a loved one suffering. You didn't. I shook my head, tears welling behind my eyes at the thought that Dante willingly put himself through everything just to protect me. Why didn't you tell me any of this? We needed you to believe it was all real, James said. None of this would end until we had all the information. The election happened. Francis won. He gave a heartwarming victory speech against the backdrop of his missing daughter. His lips formed a tight line, his nostrils flaring. It makes my stomach churn to think that he stood in front of the cameras and begged the nation to come forward with any information they may have about your whereabouts, when the person responsible was standing by his side, offering him comfort. There were so many times I wanted to pick up the phone and tell him what I knew, but I didn't, because Bradley still couldn't confirm whether Merriweather was behind all of it. I certainly had my doubts that he would be involved in something like this. If Francis went to prison, Merriweather would lose everything he'd worked for. Then I remembered something Francis said during his last campaign. He'd been asked if he ever planned on making a run for the White House. He adamantly refused to even consider it. Said his mission was to serve the people of California. He liked his position in the Senate and had no intention of changing that. It must have pissed off Merriweather so much he conspired with Marjorie to... He trailed off, his shoulders falling as he met Dante's eyes. Part of me wonders if I'd told Francis. Maybe you wouldn't have... You can't think that way, Dante interrupted. The compassion and sympathy he had for what James was going through heartwarming and heartbreaking at the same time. James took a deep breath, pausing to settle his emotions, then looked back at me. Finally. After you'd been missing for a week and Dante had been there for 24 hours, I got the phone call I'd been waiting for. I can't even tell you how surprised I was to learn Marjorie was the one behind everything, that she'd been working with Merriweather on this for the past 6 years. But once we had her confession, we were free to move in. You listened to the confession, I lifted a brow. Every word. Bradley began recording the instant Brock brought you into the dining room. He briefly closed his eyes, biting his lips. I'm sorry, I offered, grabbing James's hand in mine and squeezing. His eyes lifted to mine. You have nothing to be sorry about. I need to bear the brunt of the responsibility for this. I was brought up to believe that having power gave you choices. Unfortunately, I passed that knowledge on to Brock and it ended up killing him. It's never too late to make things right, I said. It's not, and that's why I'm here now, to make things right. He looked toward his son. It's going to take some time, Dante admitted, but I'm more than willing to try. James gave him a small smile. That's all I can ask. I looked between the two men, a warmth filling me when Dante stretched his hand toward James. Relief washed over him as he took it in his shaking. Thank you, Dante said, smiling, for saving my life and Eleanor's. I didn't do anything. You saved her life, as did Bradley, just like he swore he would. A brief moment passed as the men kept their hands connected, both offering their thanks without saying a single word. Then James cleared his throat, taking a step back. "Well, I'll let you two have some privacy." He smiled at Dante, then looked at me. "Spend some time with him, but I'd like to talk to you when you have a free minute." I nodded. "I'll come find you once he falls asleep." "Of course, I'll be with your father." He paused, his eyes floating over both of us. Then he retreated toward the door. "Wait, James," I called out just as he was about to walk out. "Yes," he stopped, lifting a brow. "What about all the drugs, the flu vaccine? Every single drug that has been contaminated since this began has been pulled off the market until we can verify it's safe. We've also tracked down all the people Marjorie and Brock blackmailed. Brock kept meticulous files on every single one of them. They're all cooperating." I blew out a long breath, a weight lifting off me. No one else will die because of Marjorie's jealousy and greed. James gave me a reassuring look. Or Brock's. That's a relief. He pinched his lips together, a sort of melancholy washing over his expression. I couldn't imagine what he was going through, being forced to come to terms with the truth that his son wasn't the man he thought him to be. Then he relaxed his posture. "I'll leave you two." He turned, closing the door behind him. The instant we were alone, Dante's gaze met mine. "Lay down with me." He lifted a brow, hesitant, as if waiting for me to storm out of the room now that I knew the truth. I should have been livid that he'd kept such an important piece of information from me, but could I really fault him when I'd kept so much from him? 2. After we reconnected, weeks had passed before I even mentioned I'd been looking into my father. I'd refused to share everything I knew about Cynthia, about her true identity and the pregnancy. Why didn't I tell him? Maybe because I thought by keeping him in the dark, I could keep him safe from enduring any more pain. Didn't he do the same thing? A slight smile building on my lips. I slowly rose from the chair and squeezed in beside him. I felt all the tension leave his body as he gingerly wrapped his arm around me. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you." The vibration of his voice filled me with comfort. I nuzzled into his chest, relishing in his warmth. I wanted to tell you the second I found out. "I get it. I know why you didn't." I couldn't stomach the idea of anything happening to you, so I begged you to walk away after you told me what you'd been looking into. I was so worried you'd find out on your own and I wouldn't be able to protect you from that. I did walk away, for a little while. Blake had been so busy with other cases at the firm that he hadn't come to me with any new information. It wasn't until Friday. I trailed off as I ran a light finger over Dante's chest. I was with Mila when I finally put the pieces together and realized my father had an affair with Cynthia all those years ago. So I hurried back to the law firm to talk to Blake and I found his notes that Marjorie couldn't be my mother. "How did he figure it out?" Dante asked. "Our blood types. Marjorie had type O. My father's type A. I'm type AB. I felt him nod. "There was no way Marjorie could have been your mother. She fooled all of us," I murmured. Silence filling the room once more. I kept my head glued to Dante's chest, grateful for each drum of his heartbeat. "Do you know what's going to happen to Bradley?" I asked after a while. "When he agreed to help us, James promised to work out a deal with the FBI on his behalf. He'll do a little time in a minimum security prison." "That's good." I remained motionless for a moment. Then my eyebrows furrowed and I shot up. "Wait a minute." Dante groaned, briefly closing his eyes, my sudden movement causing him pain. "Oops, sorry," I cringed. "It's okay," he assured me. "Just took me by surprise. What is it?" "If you knew Bradley was on your side, that help was on the way. Why did you tell me to shoot you?" "I didn't know help was on the way. I hoped it was. But once I was locked up and Miguel and his guys took over, Bradley made sure not to interact with me. We'd come so far. The last thing any of us wanted to do was raise their suspicions. I'd been through so much already, hours of kicks to the stomach and punches to the face, just so I'd already look like I was on death's door when you finally saw me again. I was so out of it when Bradley brought you into that slaughterhouse. I thought I had died, that you were an angel. Then when they came back, and Miguel started slicing me open, he shook his head, grimacing at the reminder of what he'd endured. I thought I was going to die from the sheer agony of it. It was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Eleanor. It felt like someone had cut me open and set my insides ablaze while my heart was still beating. Even that sounds better than what I went through. I tried. He closed his eyes, his lip quivering from the memory. I tried to hang on, but I couldn't. It was too much. That's when I pleaded with you to put me out of my misery, without knowing if help was on the way. I broke down. I hated leaving you, but I knew Bradley would make sure nothing would happen to you. When this all began, he swore he would. And it's been his ability and influence that allowed him to fulfill that promise. Why did you do it? I choked out. Why did you almost die for me? Because... Eleanor. He swiped at the few tears falling down my cheeks. Because I love you. The thought of you suffering, even for a second, gutted me. And I would gladly take another beating, another knife to the stomach, to the heart, to the liver, to save you from enduring any pain. I wouldn't even hesitate. He reached his free arm across his body, pulling me back against him. I almost shot you. Dante. I blinked back my tears, my chest squeezing as I thought how different today could have been. How I could have been standing at his grave instead of snuggling against his warm body. If the FBI had come in 1 second later, but they didn't. He cupped my cheek, like I said the other night. This was all in the cards. This was the path we had to take. He brought his lips close, sparks shooting through me when they brushed against mine for the first time in days. I hope the rest of our path is filled with unicorns and rainbows. Me, too. He chuckled slightly, then winced. But if it's not, we'll get through it, just like we got through all of this. He grabbed my left hand in his, bringing it to his lips. Together. He placed a delicate kiss on the vacant ring finger. His eyes filled with promise before they closed, and he slowly drifted off to sleep. I listened to his breathing even out, then slowly peeled my body from his, doing my best not to disturb him as I made my way across his room. Just as I was about to close the door behind me, I took one last look at him. If you ask me, I'll say yes. Dante, I whispered. His lips curved into a flirtatious smile. I know, he murmured groggily. Chapter 25. I struggled to keep my eyes open as I walked down the hall toward the waiting area to get a coffee before finding James. Mila jumped up the instant she saw me approach. How's he doing? She asked. She and Stephen had barely left the hospital since Saturday. I'd told them they didn't need to hang around, that we were fine, but they insisted on staying. I couldn't fault them. If the shoe were on the other foot, I'd do the same. He's sleeping again. Now that they've started cutting back on the pain meds a bit, he's more awake and coherent. We had a good talk with James. He told me everything. I looked at Stephen. I'm sorry I didn't tell you what I was working on. I had just hoped to find something on Brock to wipe that permanent self-righteous smirk off his face and hold him accountable for what I know happened in Rome. Although you refused to tell me any details. But in my gut, I knew it couldn't be good. Never would I have thought I'd stumble on what I did. How did you? I put the fear of God into that bimbo secretary he was screwing. It's amazing how agreeable people get when they see a badge. I was just looking for information on whether he'd ever been violent with her. But she ended up spilling her guts and telling me about some of the phone calls she'd overheard where he mentioned drug contamination and winning the Senate seat. Since he was running for the House and not the Senate, I knew something was going on. I went to James just to ask a few questions and hit the proverbial gold mine. So what's going to happen now? Mila asked after a brief silence. I shrugged. My dad will probably be discharged tomorrow. We've already made arrangements for home nursing care for him, and he'll have to go through vigorous physical therapy. But the doctors are optimistic he'll be walking again in no time. And Dante? He'll still be here another 3 or 4 days. Regardless, his doctor doesn't want us doing any major traveling for at least 2 months, just in case there are any complications. Do you still want to do any major traveling? She lifted a brow. I pulled my bottom lip between my teeth. When I first learned my father survived, my gut reaction was that I couldn't go. Not now, not after everything, but I don't know. I shrugged. Staying here doesn't feel right. Dante and I both need a fresh start, and we can have that in Italy. I'll be back throughout the year, but this place doesn't feel like home anymore. The instant I met Dante, Italy became my home. Mila nodded, running her hands down my arms. Then you need to go. She pinched her lips and we shared a look before I averted my eyes, clearing my throat. Well, I told James I'd find him once Dante fell asleep. You guys should get back to LA. We're both okay. Go home and give those kiddos a big hug for me. Are you sure, Mila pressed? We don't mind staying. What if... Mila, I love you. But if I learned anything from this ordeal, it's that family comes first. Go see your girls. I'd do anything to get back the time I wasted with my father. Don't make the same mistake. She nodded in understanding, then wrapped her arms around me, giving me a longer than normal hug. Okay. But if you need me, just say the word. I'll be out the door and on my way back here in a heartbeat. I inhaled a long breath, relishing in the feel of her embrace. You got it. I released my hold on her and flung my arms around Stephen, squeezing him tighter than I ever had. Thank you, I whispered. So much. He kissed my cheek. You bet, Ellie. I held him for a moment longer, then stepped back before heading down the hallway toward the vending area, keeping my head lowered. Every sound still had me on edge. I felt the heat of 100 eyes scorching my skin, whispers about what I'd been forced to endure making the hairs on my nape stand on end. One of the reasons I'd stayed at the hospital once I'd been discharged was because of the news crews camped out front, waiting for either Dante or me to emerge so they could shove a microphone into our face and blind us with the lights of their cameras, begging for a soundbite they could play on the 6 o'clock news about what we'd been through. I didn't want to talk to them. I didn't think I'd ever be ready for that. I ducked into the small vending room, reaching into my purse for my wallet and inserting a bill into one of the machines. As I waited for it to spit out my coffee, I rested my forehead against the machine and closed my eyes, letting out a long breath. Without warning, Dante's bloodied and near-lifeless body flashed before me. I immediately flung my eyes open, reminding myself that we were safe, that we'd survived. But all I could hear were his agonizing pleas for relief surrounding me like a sadistic chorus. I stepped back, covering my ears as I sank to the floor, trying to drown out the sounds. I dug my fingers into my hair, tugging at it, struggling to capture a breath as my world seemed to spin around me. Would I ever be able to close my eyes and not see that horrible sight? Not hear his anguish, not smell the stench of death? I drew in breath after breath, nothing soothing the fire in my throat. I knew there would come a time when everything I'd been through would finally hit me, causing me to break down. I just thought it wouldn't happen until I was somewhere with a bit more privacy. Before I had a chance to figure out what was going on, I felt a pair of arms around me. My God. Ellie, a familiar gruff voice said, his own tone shaky with emotion. I looked up through my tear-filled eyes to see James sitting beside me, pulling me into his arms. He kissed my forehead, rubbing my back. It's going to be okay. You're okay. I almost killed him. My entire body trembled as I mentally returned to that moment, feeling the weight of the gun in my hands, hearing the jeers of all the men watching. I peered at him. My finger was on the trigger. James. We prayed. I almost shot him. He blinked, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. But you didn't. Don't dwell on what could have happened. Focus on what's important, what really matters. That you survived, that you're okay, that you're both okay, and you're going to go on to live long, healthy lives. That the person responsible for Lily's death, for hundreds of deaths, will finally be brought to justice. He pulled me closer, rubbing a soothing hand down my back as we sat on the floor. She used Brock, too, I said after a long silence, staring at the wall in front of me. He had no idea. I shook my head. She promised she'd support him in a run for my father's open Senate seat if he helped, but she had no intention of doing so. She probably planned to kill him all along. I trailed off. I love my son, and what happened to him was tragic, but he made his decision. While I don't believe he deserved to die for his actions, it was an unfortunate consequence of his poor judgment. We all must suffer the consequences of our decisions. He looked forward, running his large hand over his face. I could physically feel his guilt and remorse for how he'd treated Dante the past several decades. "He'll come around," I offered. I didn't know what else to say. I didn't know why I felt so much compassion toward him. If I'd learned anything over the past several days, it was the importance of forgiveness, to allow people to make amends for their mistakes. I hope so. I remained in his embrace for several long moments. When my tears had subsided, he stood, holding out his hand toward me. "Come on, there's something I need you to see." "What is it?" I furrowed my brow. "Just come with me. Afterward, I'll take you to get a real coffee, not this crappy swill they have here." I smiled, taking his hand. "I'd like that." He helped me to my feet, then slung his arm over my shoulders, leading me out of the vending room. It felt a little strange to have this sort of familiarity with him. I'd known him since I was a baby. In fact, I couldn't remember a time when James Harrison wasn't a permanent fixture in my father's life. But this was different. There were no attempts to pretend to be someone we weren't. Not anymore. For the first time, I could be myself. And I had a feeling James finally could as well. We passed the reception area, the desk buzzing with activity. My sneakers squeaked against the linoleum floor as James continued to lead me down the hallways, skirting staff and visitors, some of their eyes puffy and bloodshot from crying. I wondered who they were visiting, why they were upset. I said another prayer that I wasn't in that position, that despite what I'd been through, I still had my life. I still had Dante. As we approached my father's room, the two Secret Service agents stationed outside nodded a greeting, then stepped back, allowing us to proceed past them. James hesitated briefly when he put his hand on the door, glancing at me. My heart immediately began to race, wondering what he was about to show me. Then he smiled a wide smile and slowly opened the door. Crossing the threshold, my eyes fell on my father's bed. My heart immediately dropped to the pit of my stomach at the sight of the woman sitting in the chair beside him, holding his hand, planting soft kisses on his knuckles. James cleared his throat and she shot her head up, her eyes meeting mine for the first time. "Eleanor." She released her hold on my father and stood, stepping around the bed toward me, pausing a few feet away. My lips parting, I slowly walked toward her, studying her. I knew she was on the other side of 50, but she looked remarkably young, barely any lines on her fair skin. Her shoulder-length dark brown hair had a subtle curl to it, her deep hazel eyes full of decades of apologies and regrets. "I know you probably have so many questions," she began nervously, fidgeting with her hands. "And you have every right to be angry." Not allowing her to mutter another word, I flung my arms around her neck, squeezing her tightly as tears fell down my face. She briefly tensed up, then relaxed, her arms welcoming me back home after years of being apart. "I am so sorry, baby. I'm sorry I let her take you." She kissed my temple, and I melted into her. I was almost 29 years old, but I felt just like the sad little girl who cried into her nanny's chest, wondering why her mother didn't love her. I just didn't know what else to do. "I've prayed for this day for years. I remember you." I pulled out of her embrace, meeting her eyes. "I thought you were an angel. But I remember playing hide and seek when I was a little girl." A warm smile lit up her face. "You loved that game." She held me at arm's length, gazing fondly at me. "I'm so sorry I didn't fight harder for you, that I gave you up so easily." "I know why you did. Dad told me how Merriweather went to you," I said, looking at my father, who simply beamed at the sight of us together. "That's true," he said, "but I think you deserve the whole story, not just the shortened version. It may just restore your faith in fairy tales, although I'm pretty sure Dante's already done that." He winked. Cynthia grabbed my hand and led me toward the bed, sitting down beside him. When I took the vacant chair next to her, James smiled, then retreated silently, closing the door behind him to give us some space to talk. "You were born early." She looked at my father. "Frances didn't even know I was pregnant until I was 9 months along. I had left DMC and was in my first year of law school in Connecticut." "You left your internship early. Was it I lifted a brow. She nodded. Yes, I didn't want him to know I was pregnant. After all, he had a wife, who I'd told you time and time again I'd leave in a heartbeat for you. And like I told you time and time again, I couldn't allow you to destroy your career, she retorted. I knew how powerful her family was, how hungry Lucas Merriweather was to finally spread his influence to the White House. I worried what they'd do to you, to me, to us if they found out. She turned her attention back to me. So I left D.C. without another word to Francis, until one day in early January when he tracked me down at the office I was temping in. After the initial shock wore off, I was over the moon. Dad continued. I had to get back to DTC for an important vote, but promised to return in time for your birth. Like I said, I went into labor early, Cynthia interjected, meeting my eyes. This was the late 80s, so there wasn't any texting or cell phones. I certainly couldn't call his home phone to let him know. I tried calling his office, but I couldn't arouse suspicion, so my messages were pretty vague. I didn't get any of them, so I had absolutely no idea she'd even called. Merriweather, I lifted a brow. I think so. I'd given him so much power and control over my office and staff. I won the election, but he was the one making decisions, not me. So you were completely oblivious to the fact that I was born. He nodded, his eyes heavy with remorse. The hospital discharged me 48 hours after you were born, Cynthia explained. I was all alone, in a small apartment, trying to take care of this human. When days went by and I still hadn't heard from Francis, I started to wonder whether all his promises to me were just lies. I was struggling to breastfeed, and you were crying all the time. I thought maybe I'd made a mistake. She swiped at the tears trickling down her cheek. So when Lucas Merriweather showed up on my doorstep, I didn't know what else to do. I was at such a vulnerable time in my life. I don't even remember agreeing to give you up. 1 minute, I was trying to soothe your cries. The next, silence rang in my apartment. Not even 24 hours later, your father was banging on my door, demanding I let him in and tell him why I'd done it. But I couldn't face him, so I ignored him, and I ignored everyone else for weeks. When the regret from what I'd done was more than I could handle, I bought a train ticket with my last few dollars and went to D.C. to get you back. But Merriweather answered the door and threatened to have me arrested for kidnapping. But you were my mother, not anymore. This was before computers really took off. Merriweather had enough pull to convince someone to manipulate the record to reflect that Marjorie was the biological mother, and that's exactly what happened. So I left without speaking to Francis, without letting him know that I did care about you, allowing him to think I gave you up. And I allowed him to think that for the first year of your life. I never returned to Yale. I ended up staying in the area, crashing with a few friends in Northern Virginia while I looked for a job. I began working as a waitress at a few upscale restaurants in D.C. and was finally able to move into my own place. Nothing special, but it was all mine. I thought I was getting my life together. Then, just after your first birthday, it all crumbled when I saw Francis walk into my restaurant, then get seated at a table in my section. I ran into the kitchen and found my boss, trying to come up with some excuse about why I couldn't be there. Luckily, the last thing any restaurant wants is an employee with a stomach bug serving food to their customers, so I was able to leave, but not before Frances noticed me. My father gave her a slight smile. I thought I was hallucinating when I saw this flash of dark hair dash out the doors. I'd been on edge from the instant I'd walked into that restaurant. I can't explain it. He ran his thumb along her knuckles. There was this charge in the air. I had a feeling it was her, so I darted from my table and ran after her, hoping it wasn't a complete stranger. When I placed my hand on her shoulder and forced her to stop, that same charge I'd felt the first time her fingers brushed against mine trickled through me. I knew it was her. She turned around and our eyes locked for the first time in over a year. The pain and hurt I saw. Her chin quivered, her eyes filling with tears. It wrecked me. But I still refused to tell him the truth, that my hand was forced, that I would do anything to take it back. I feared what would happen to you if I did, she said to me, so I remained quiet. but I think he knew something was off.
How?
I asked her if she wanted to see you, Dad answered. I didn't know what to say at first, so he told me he'd be at the zoo the following day, with just you. I lay awake the entire night, unsure what to do, unsure whether I would be strong enough to lose you all over again. Her lips curved into a smile, but when he rounded the corner and I saw him pushing you in your stroller, her shoulders relaxed as she clasped my hand in hers. I finally felt full, and I knew no matter what pain I would be forced to endure, it would be worth it just to have you back in my life. And over the next several years, you were... Whenever Marjorie was out of the house, Francis would let me know and I'd drop everything to come spend time with you. He'd send your nanny home, and I'd be able to sing you to sleep. If you were such a big part of my life early on, what happened? Drawing in a deep breath, she pulled away from me. Lucas Merriweather happened. To be honest, I was surprised it took him as long as it did to figure out what was going on. She shook her head, swallowing hard. Marjorie was visiting family out west, so I came to take you to a park down the street while your father was in session. It was April, one of the first nice spring days, and we spent hours there just enjoying the weather, playing on the swings, chasing butterflies.
She ran her hand over her face.
And when she looked at me again, I could see the dark circles under her eyes from living with the guilt and remorse for all these years. We were playing hide and seek. You were giggling one minute. The next, you started screaming for me. She looked into the distance, recalling that day, the day from my nightmares. I tried to get to you, but I couldn't. I was hauled into the back of a dark SUV. She shook her head. It took me a minute to figure out what was going on, but when I looked next to me and saw Merriweather sitting there, I knew it was all over. He threatened to not only make sure I was charged with abduction of a child, but also murder. When I said I didn't kill anyone, he just gave me a knowing look. I knew what he was referring to. She shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then he handed me an envelope containing a substantial amount of cash and a completely new identity, with sufficient educational background to get me into the law school of my choice. When I asked why, he told me so Francis wouldn't be able to find me. It killed me to walk away, but I didn't see any other option. He said as long as I no longer had contact with you, and made sure no one ever found out the truth of what really happened, no harm would come to you or Francis, or me. So I left for Chicago. When I got out of session that afternoon, I expected to walk in and see Lauren playing with you. My father said she took a sharp inhale of air, flinging her eyes to my father's. It's so good to hear you call me by my real name again. His lips curved and he squeezed her hand. It feels so good to finally say it again. They shared a look. Then he turned back to me. I tore through the house, trying to figure out what was going on, where Lauren was, where you were. When I saw Merriweather sitting behind my desk in my office, my heart sank. He laid everything out for me. He said Marjorie would be returning to California permanently with our daughter. When I started to remind him you weren't Marjorie's daughter, he reminded me I never would have gotten elected if he hadn't worked as my campaign manager, if he hadn't forged relationships with huge donors, who essentially made sure I'd been elected. Then he dropped a bomb on me I never expected. What's that? He blew out a small breath. He told me he'd bribed officials in various voting districts to forget to count certain ballots, that he'd made sure my fingerprints were all over the crime, not his, and he held that over my head for years, decades. Part of me wanted to tell him I didn't care, but I had you to worry about, he said with a sympathetic look. I remained quiet, absorbing their story. It would take me some time to fully understand the depths Lucas Merriweather would go to in order to retain power and influence over everything. When did you see each other again? I asked. Not for quite some time, Lauren answered. I finished law school at DePaul and eventually began working as in-house counsel for a new pharmaceutical company. This was about 19 years ago. I was dating a man named Brian. It wasn't anything too serious, but I ended up getting pregnant. The result of a drunken night of sex, and both of us being too uncoordinated to want to mess around with a condom. It turned out to be a blessing in disguise. We got married and had 2 beautiful daughters together. And the pharmaceutical company was flexible enough to allow me to work from home most of the week. As the company grew, it decided to relocate its home office to California, so we moved out here. I almost wondered if it was fate's way of saying it wasn't over yet. I couldn't help but smile at her words. But you got divorced, didn't you? She nodded. I loved Brian. I still do. But I was never in love with him. There's such a huge difference. My entire being never lit up when he touched me. I never sensed his presence the instant he walked into a room. Not like with Francis. So, about 8 years ago, we both came to the mutual decision to get divorced before we did any damage to our relationship. We've remained close friends throughout the years. And I think our daughters are better off because of it. When did you two reconnect? About 7 years ago. I had agreed to meet a friend from Chicago for a drink at her hotel while she was in town. To my surprise, your father was at the same hotel giving a speech at a fundraiser. I remember feeling a sort of electricity in the air as I entered the lobby. Dad interjected. I looked around, dumbfounded when I saw a mature version of Lauren sitting at the bar. Merriweather was my campaign manager, so he was with me. I made some excuse about needing to make a phone call. Luckily, he bought it. I excused myself and headed toward the bar to see if it really was her. I didn't know what to do, Lauren added. I knew I should get up and leave, but I was frozen. I'll never forget the look in his eyes when he approached me, then leaned toward me, grabbing my hand. She looked at him, a brilliant smile building on her lips. The instant I felt her skin on mine, I promised never to let her go again, regardless of anything Merriweather threatened me with. So I asked her to meet me at a dive bar in Santa Monica later that night. I told her I never stopped loving her. He met her eyes, and I still haven't. My sparrow. Sighing, she leaned over, placing a soft kiss on his lips before pulling back and facing me once more. I couldn't help but smile at their beautiful exchange. As much I knew I shouldn't go. Some outside force led me to Santa Monica that evening. My divorce had been finalized for a few months, but I knew Francis was still married. Regardless, I was more than aware of the fact that it was a marriage in name only. When I got to the bar, he wasn't there yet, so I waited. I can't even tell you how many times I almost got up and left. When he walked in, it felt like all the oxygen had been sucked from the room. I instantly remembered why I fell for him all those years ago. And the passing of time didn't change that, for me or for him. We tried to keep our affair secret. I was planning on leaving Marjorie, but I needed to make sure there would be no backlash. When Lauren came to me and told me she was being blackmailed, I knew Merriweather must have figured it out, that this was his way of making her pay for getting involved with me again. All along, I was convinced it was just Merriweather and possibly Brock. I never would have thought Marjorie was working with them. I was so worried about something happening to Francis or you or anyone else I was close to. Lauren met my eyes. I didn't know what else to do, so I followed Merriweather's demands, until Dante started calling around and I caught wind of it. Then I heard what happened to his daughter. I couldn't stomach the thought that I could have prevented it, so I decided it was time to come clean. But Merriweather must have had eyes and ears everywhere because he knew. I had one of the investigators at my law firm look into this. I interjected in a quiet voice. I found video of you on the day you faked your death. You were looking at something or someone off camera, the terror on your face. I swallowed hard. Was it? I lifted a brow. She nodded. Merriweather. For weeks, your father had encouraged me to hide, to disappear. I didn't want to bow down to pressure, to this man who thought he was untouchable. But he sent me a sign that he was serious about the threats he made to me all those years ago. The car accident and all that stuff, I asked. She slowly shook her head. No. When I got back to my office that afternoon, there was a package waiting for me. I opened it and my heart sank. What was it? She licked her lips, peering at me through remorse-filled eyes. A photo of you in a hospital bed. I furrowed my brow. Nothing ever happened to me, apart from these last few days. The only other time I've been to the hospital in the last few years is when I came down with the flu and fainted at... I trailed off. Realization hitting me. She swallowed hard, blinking back tears. Under the photo was a revolver, filled with 5 hollow-point bullets, along with a suicide note with my signature on it. I gasped, covering my mouth with my hand. Lucas always had an uncanny ability to get other people to do his dirty work for him. My father explained. His hands have always been remarkably clean. It was a message. I knew about the contamination. I found out over-the-counter cold medicine had been among some of the drugs contaminated. This was his way of saying if I wanted you to get better, I needed to put that revolver and note to use. So that's what we let them believe. My dad said, I hated the idea of disappearing, of hurting my kids and Brian, but it was the only way. We both knew Merriweather was behind all of this, but we had no way of proving it. Until we could. Lauren needed to stay in hiding to keep you safe. Your father. She looked at me, then at him. He's the only reason I'm alive right now. I was moments away from doing what Merriweather wanted so you'd be okay. Your father put his life on the line for me, for us. Despite everything you want to believe, despite everything Marjorie tricked you into believing, he's a very good man, and he's always loved you so very much. I nodded, trying not to weigh myself down with 28 years of regrets. I always hoped to be able to reunite you two one day, Dad said, that we'd finally be a family. Like in the story you told me. I reached across the bed, grabbing his free hand in mine. The look of peace on his face as he held both our hands was unlike any expression I'd ever seen. I told you, Ellie, fairy tales can come true. Chapter 26. A deep baritone moaned as a strong arm wrapped around my waist, yanking me back into a hard, muscular body. That smells delicious. Dante's breath warmed the crook of my neck, and I tilted my head, giving him better access. When his lips met my skin, I sighed, melting into his touch. It's just shallots, I responded, adding chopped fennel and onion to the pan, allowing their aroma to fill the air. I wasn't talking about the shallots. I was talking about you, Eleanor. He circled his hips against me, eliciting a moan from me. I quickly spun around, his devilish eyes piercing me. I smiled, the way he looked at me reminding me of the day we met. It seemed like it was just yesterday that I sat on that Boeing 777 headed across the Atlantic, and a smug, arrogant Italian made a horrible attempt at flirting with me. It didn't seem real that we were now entertaining our families for our first Christmas in our California home. Remember what the doctor said? I reminded him in a sing-song manner. I raised myself onto my toes, our mouths almost touching. No strenuous activity just yet. He wants you taking it easy for 2 more weeks. I closed my eyes, bringing my lips within a breath of his. You don't want to do anything to set back all the progress you've made, do you? I murmured in a throaty voice. Then you may have to wait another 2 weeks to engage in strenuous activity. My lips ghosted against his grip on my waist tightening. We don't want that now, do we? We certainly do not. He brought his mouth toward mine. I leaned back, narrowly escaping his kiss. Are you trying to be a tease? He asked in a sultry tone. Maybe. He hovered over me, the gap between us diminishing once more. Haven't you learned by now? What's that? When I see something I want, I stop at nothing until I get it. And you want me? You bet your beautiful ass I do. He fisted his hand in my hair and tugged me against him, his crutch falling to the floor. His mouth covered mine, stealing my breath as he kissed me like it was the first time all over again. Kissed me like he worried it would be the last time. After everything we'd been through, neither one of us would ever take our kisses for granted again. Hey, Ellie, we need more. Dante and I quickly tore ourselves away from each other, whipping our heads toward the hallway where Mila approached with a large white platter. Cocktail sauce? She finished with a grin, setting the platter down on the island. Of course. I turned from Dante and retrieved his crutch, handing it to him, passing him a sly smile. I headed toward the refrigerator, grabbing the ingredients I needed to make some more sauce. What can I do to help? Dante asked, watching me work. You can go out into the great room and be a good host. I answered with a smile. Mila smirked. It's kind of funny, isn't it? He's the chef, yet you're the one preparing Christmas Eve dinner. I tried, he told her, but she's refused to let me so much as lift a knife since I got home from the hospital. Doctor's orders, I reminded him, squirting ketchup into a bowl, then adding a bit of horseradish, Worcestershire sauce, and hot sauce before mixing it up. He'd been discharged just a few days after my real mother reappeared in my life. I'd spent the last several weeks taking care of my father and playing nurse to Dante, who constantly made jokes about a nurse-patient roleplay once he was feeling better. You're still healing. I only have to use one crutch now, and don't have to sleep with the soft cast on. But he still said you had to take it easy. I can slice an onion just fine. I squeezed a lemon into the mixture, then tasted it to make sure it was right. Well, maybe I wanted to do something for you after everything you've done for me. I met his eyes. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you. So let me do this. I promise. Next Christmas Eve, you can be in charge. I poured the sauce into a small bowl on the platter, added a bit more shrimp, then shoved the tray into Dante's free hand. I hoisted myself onto my toes, my mouth a whisper from his ear. In more ways than one. I lingered long enough to feel his muscles tense, then stepped back. Now go. I smirked, ushering him out of the kitchen, watching as he hobbled away. Despite the temporary handicap, he had no trouble balancing the tray. Just as he was about to disappear from view, he glanced over his shoulder and winked. All I could do was sigh. There was nothing sexier than Dante's wink. I never thought I'd see that. Mila's voice cut through. What do you mean? I asked. Someone kicking Dante Luciano out of his own kitchen. What can I say? I returned my attention to the pan, shifting the aromatics around before adding some diced tomatoes. He likes it when I take charge. I bet he does. She nudged me, then handed me my wine, raising her glass toward me. To a well-deserved new beginning. I met her eyes, smiling a bittersweet smile. I hated the thought that this would be the last Christmas Eve I'd spend with Mila, but I couldn't wait to finally start this next chapter with Dante. To new beginnings, I repeated, clinking my glass with hers. And lots of sex and babies, she added, always having to finish on a light and somewhat perverse note. Mila, we're not even married yet, or engaged for that matter. Whatever, that doesn't matter, at least according to my latest vision. Here we go again. I rolled my eyes, then added some fish stock to the tomato mixture, waiting for Mila to embellish on what her vision was. When she remained silent, I looked at her. Aren't you going to tell me about it? Why should I? You obviously don't think they mean anything. It's not like I envisioned you meeting Dante in the first place or anything. Just tell me. No, you wouldn't be interested. Tell me, I urged, louder this time. She studied me. Fine, I'll tell you, but only if you finally admit that I may have a gift, that these visions may be real. Mila, say it, Ellie! I narrowed my gaze at her, wanting to tell her she was crazy, but I couldn't. Not after the past 6 months. Fine, I exclaimed finally. You may actually have a gift. Okay. She surveyed my demeanor, seeming to debate whether my acknowledgement was sufficient enough, then nodded. Okay, I'll tell you. She leaned against the island, sipping her wine. I had a vision of your next Christmas. You had a beautiful tree, decorated in golds and silvers and reds. It was set in this rustic house. There were lots of whites and beige tones, but the ceiling had stunning exposed beams running along the length. I slowly turned my attention away from the pan, struggling to hide my shock. I'd never shared what Dante's Tuscan villa looked like, yet here Mila was, describing its decor perfectly. There were presents everywhere. Beatrice and Giuseppe were there with their little boys. And so were over a dozen other people, speaking in Italian. And you spoke it with them, albeit a bit timidly. Your father and Lauren were there. So was James. They were all gathered around this breathtaking tree, saying what they were thankful for. When it was your turn, you looked down, and that's when I realized you were holding a little bundle in your arms. A bundle, I asked, swallowing hard through the lump in my throat. Yes, Ellie, a little girl with a full head of dark hair. You'll finally have what you've always deserved. Mila wrapped her arms around me, pulling me in tightly. Love, happiness, family. I looked around the great room at over a dozen faces talking animatedly amongst themselves, enjoying a few cookies after having eaten more food than was necessary. Never in a million years would I have envisioned myself here, in a house I owned with the man I hoped to spend the rest of my life with, surrounded by people I genuinely cared about, and vice versa. I was so accustomed to attending dinners and parties where the sole purpose was to earn favor with some high-power executive or politician. To be able to host my own gathering on Christmas Eve with important people in both Dante's and my life meant more to me than anyone would ever know. Wrapping paper was strewn all over the floor, both Mila's and Beatrice's kids having ravaged the presents we'd set aside for them to open tonight. It was remarkable watching the four of them interact, despite the language barrier. That didn't matter to them. Luca and Angelo had even picked up some English. Just like Ashlyn and Harley had learned some Italian phrases, I hoped these four would form a lifelong bond. Based on how seamlessly they all played together with the Legos Luca had gotten, I had a feeling they already had. It feels good, doesn't it? Dante asked, wrapping his arm around me as we sat on the couch, enjoying a bit of wine. It does. This is exactly what I always imagined it would be like. He grabbed my chin, forcing my eyes to his. Thank you for letting me give you the Christmas of your dreams, for choosing me. I clutched his cheeks, pulling his lips toward me. It wasn't even a choice. There never was with you. I love you, Eleanor Jean. And I love you, Dante Pietro. Merry Christmas, Passerata. He brought my mouth toward his. Buon Natale, amore mio. Our lips brushed together. Though the kiss was simple, it still sent a spark to my core in a way only Dante's kisses had been able to do. This was the time most people looked back upon the past year and reflected on everything. I had never felt thankful for much. Yes, I had always been provided for in terms of material things, but I never had what was most important, love. Now I did, and I would be eternally grateful that fate, destiny, God finally blessed me with the love of a family. We need to take off. A deep voice cut through. Dante and I snapped our heads up to see James and Lauren standing there, my father in a wheelchair in front of them. At first, I wasn't sure what name to call her, but she insisted that Cynthia Edelman remain dead, that she was finally free to be Lauren Hall again. Let us walk you out. Dante slowly lifted himself from the couch, wincing slightly in discomfort. I stood and helped him maintain his balance, then handed him his crutch. Once he had his footing, we walked toward the entrance. I smiled at Lauren, grateful to have her in my life. Thanks for inviting us, she said as we approached the front door. Yes, thank you, James added, giving us a sincere look. For everything, for opening up your home and your lives to us these past several weeks. Why wouldn't we? Your family, I responded, meeting Lauren's eyes, then glancing at James. You all are. Yes, you are, Dante agreed. It took a while for Dante to fully accept James as part of his life, but after he'd been at the hospital nearly every day, even making sure to stop by our house just as often once he'd been discharged, the animosity he'd harbored toward James slowly chipped away. I'd even walked into Dante's office one day to see both men sitting on the couch, looking over photos Dante had of Gabriella and Lily, the two of them sharing stories. Despite everything we'd both lost the past several months, we'd also gained a great deal. Dante had James. I had my real parents back in my life, as well as two half-sisters I'd been lucky enough to spend time getting to know. Before I take off, I wanted you to have this. Lauren retrieved a t-shirt-sized box from beneath my father's wheelchair and held it out. You didn't have to get me anything. We were just doing presents for the kids. I know, but I wanted you to have it. I met her hazel eyes, then returned my attention to the box, staring at it. It was such a small gesture, one that probably wasn't a huge deal to her. But this was the first time someone other than Mila had gotten me a Christmas present. It wasn't about material things. I didn't care about those. It was nice to know someone thought of me. Though, sliding my finger under the green and red wrapping, I ripped the paper off the box. Dad took it from me and I lifted the lid, peeling back the tissue. My lips parted as I stared down at a faded pink and white striped knit blanket. I ran my fingers over the yarn, the texture reminding me of kisses, laughter, love. I started knitting that when I found out you were a girl. I had horrible heartburn that sometimes kept me up half the night, so I'd knit to take my mind off everything. Everyone said you'd be born with a lot of hair because of the heartburn, if you believe those kinds of things. And you certainly were. You had a full head of dark hair, the cutest little nose, and the most perfect pink lips. After everything that happened, after being forced out of your life, I almost threw this blanket out. It was the only reminder I had of you, and it hurt so much. She swiped at the tears falling down her cheeks. But I didn't. I guess a part of me hoped we'd eventually be reunited, and I'd be able to give this to you so you could use it for your own baby one day. Words seeming completely inadequate to properly convey how much this gift meant to me, I flung my arms around her, hugging her. Thank you so much. I love you. I hesitated, then added, Mom. She stilled, then melted into me. I've been waiting too long to hear those words come out of your mouth. I looked past her to see unshed tears forming at the corner of my father's eyes and squatted, wrapping an arm around him as well. He kissed the top of my head, then Lauren's temple, squeezing both of us tightly. Me too, I said through the lump in my throat. Me too. Chapter 27. Antonio navigated through the fevered traffic, the breathtaking architecture of Rome zooming by as I sat in the back of the dark sedan. When Dante's hand wrapped around mine, I glanced to my left, smiling, bringing it to my lips. I placed a soft kiss on his knuckles, then exhaled a contented sigh, feeling as if I'd finally arrived home after a nearly 30-year absence. While I was hesitant to follow through on my plan to move to Italy with Dante, particularly with everything my father had been through, I knew he was in good hands, that Lauren would look after him. She promised to do as much during a small ceremony on the beach just a week ago. I'd never seen my father as happy as he was when she pledged to be his wife. He and Lauren finally had their fresh start, and I finally had mine too, albeit after a longer than anticipated delay. Antonio brought the car to a stop and I peered out the window. Noticing we were parked in front of Dante's restaurant, I glanced at him, seeing a boyish smirk on his face. Any particular reason we're here? He winked. You'll see. He stepped out of the car, hurrying to my side. While he wasn't back to being 100% just yet, he was finally able to move around with little discomfort. And he certainly showed absolutely no sign of any impairment in the bedroom. He was back to being the Dante who'd opened my eyes, who'd invaded my soul, who'd given me my wings. My door opened and he held his hand out. I placed mine in it and stood, caught by surprise when he tugged my body against his, draping my arm over his shoulder. I played with the curls hanging over his collar. How does it feel to be in Italy knowing this is your home? Now and forevermore, he asked, brushing his lips against mine, like I'm exactly where I was always meant to be. I answered honestly, me too, amor mio. He pressed his mouth against mine, treating me to a full kiss, then pulled back. Come. He held his elbow out for me. I looped my arm through his, tugging my jacket tighter around me as we walked through the crisp February air. While the temperatures weren't freezing, it was still chilly for someone who'd grown up in Southern California. Still the same Eleanor you were when we first walked this path together back in June, Dante mused. Still think anything below 20 degrees is cold. Still the same Dante you were, too. Still quoting temperatures in terms of Celsius. He smiled, his eyes bright as he looked down at me. If I had it to do all over again, I wouldn't change a thing. I'd still quote temperatures in terms of Celsius. I felt a blush bloom on my cheeks, a warmth running through me as we turned the corner toward the Trevi fountain. The sight like coming home again after too long of an absence, and I'd still proposition you for a one-night stand. I'd still ask you to stay with me for the week, he continued, his voice becoming more sincere. And I'd still say yes? He stopped walking, peering down at me. I'll always say yes, Dante, sempre e per sempre. Sempre e per sempre, he replied with a smile. I saw the faint flicker of camera flashes, but unlike the first time Dante brought me here, I ignored them. I'd grown accustomed to them over the past several months, especially with Marjorie's criminal trial starting soon and the news that the prosecutor would be seeking the death penalty. Cameras and reporters no longer bothered me. Dante cleared his throat, cutting through the building tension. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Then he grabbed my hand and pulled me through the crowd of people who had come to see the Trevi fountain and throw their coins in it. As we approached the ledge, the sea of onlookers seemed to part, giving us space. My heart drummed in my chest, every inch of me alive with anticipation and excitement, remembering what Dante had shared with me when he thought he was moments away from death, with a smile and a sparkle in his eyes. He released his hold on me, turning to face me. He drew in a deep breath. I could feel his nerves, the energy buzzing between us. Reaching into his pocket, he stared intently into my eyes, his gaze unwavering. So what'll it be? Eleanor, 1, 2, or 3 coins? He opened his fist, revealing 3 50-cent euro coins sitting in his palm. Keeping my eyes glued to his, I began to reach for the coins, then stopped. We were just talking about how, if we had it to do all over again, we wouldn't change a thing. I began. The past 2 times we stood here, in this very spot, I took 1 coin to throw into the fountain. He simply nodded, licking his lips as he seemed to absorb every word. Not anymore. I would never just throw 1 coin into the fountain again. Not now that I know you, that I know how empty my life is without you. Smiling, I reached for his outstretched hand, taking all 3 coins. From this moment forward, I'll always hope for wedding bells. Turning my back toward the fountain, I closed my eyes, tossing the coins over my shoulder into the pool behind me. A loud gasp ripped through the crowd, coupled with a few voices saying, "Dio mio." I immediately opened my eyes, wondering if I'd hit someone. Then I saw what had caused the crowd to react that way. Dante had told me about his plan for this moment, but words couldn't describe just how magical, beautiful, and perfect it was to open my eyes and peer down at this man kneeling before me. His gaze focused on mine, an open ring box in his hand. I sucked in a breath, covering my mouth with my hand to hide my quivering chin. Tears welled in my eyes, a lump forming in my throat. More and more people assembled around us, but I didn't see any of them. All I saw was Dante, and I knew he'd be the only man I'd ever see for the rest of my life. The first time I saw you, a strange feeling ripped through me. He began, his voice deep, soft, endearing. We were in the first-class lounge. You were nervously tapping your nails on the table and constantly looking at the clock. I was nursing my 3rd scotch. As I raised my drink to my lips, I smelled something other than liquor. I smelled lilies. I choked out a sob, struggling to reel in the tears steadily streaming down my face. Now I know it was a sign. It was Lily's way of saying you were the one for me. As much as I didn't want to believe it, she was right. You are the only woman for me, and you have been since the day you propositioned me for a one-night stand. A smile lit up my face at the memory of our unconventional beginnings.
I know you haven't had the easiest life,
but I promise to do everything in my power to make you laugh, to make you smile, to make you feel loved. I promise to do everything I can not to wake you up with my snores, to rub your feet every night, and to always leave the toilet seat down. But mostly, I promise to love you, to treat you like the goddess you are, to do everything I can to be the man of your dreams. So please, Eleanor Jean Crenshaw, let me worship you. Let me love you. He licked his lips, swallowing hard. Let me marry you. He barely got the last few words out before I yanked him to his feet, flinging my arms around him and pressing my lips against his. He stilled momentarily, then melted into the kiss, our tongues tangling as we savored this moment. Standing in front of the Trevi fountain, onlookers snapping our photo, pledging ourselves to each other for the rest of our lives. "Is that a yes?" he asked when I pulled away. "That's a yes," I answered with a smile. bringing my left hand up so he could slide the ring on it. I beamed as I stared at the princess-cut diamond surrounded by a band of smaller stones, the light of the sun making it sparkle. "It's perfect. You deserve nothing less," he said, leaning toward me, his lips ghosting against mine. "For the rest of our lives." He took my hand in his, toying with the ring as he kissed me once more, filling me with hope, faith, and love. It was only fitting that this was the place where we pledged to honor and respect each other. It was where it all began for us. On that clear night in June all those months ago, when a handsome, mysterious stranger asked me how many coins I wanted to throw into the fountain. Never would I have imagined I'd be standing here 8 months later with his ring on my finger. I'd come to Italy to figure out who I was as a person. Dante showed me who that was back then. And even to this day, I constantly saw myself anew every time he looked at me with that devotion, that yearning, that admiration in his eyes. In his eyes was my heart, my family, my home. I was finally home. Epilogue. 10 months later, Dante. Over the years, I've come to regret many things. The irrational fights I got into with my mother when she tried to confront me about my drug problem, not doing more to make sure Ali was okay after Lily died, working too much when Lily was alive. But I do not regret doing everything in my power to keep Eleanor safe, even if that meant keeping information from her. True. Lies were the foundation of our relationship, but the walls were filled with love, a roof of memories keeping us warm. Everything happens for a reason. If one thing were different, if I refused to swallow my pride and finally work with my father to get to the truth behind Lily's death, if Bradley didn't put his own life on the line, if Francis didn't do everything he could to keep both Lauren and Eleanor safe, I wouldn't be sitting in the darkness, the moon shining into a room that used to cause me nothing but pain and anguish, humming Edelweiss to my second chance, my hope for a future, my promise to be a better man. A breeze blows through the room, the aroma of honey and powder invading my senses. I lift my head, a warmth washing over me when I see my Eleanor's silhouette standing in the doorway, the long silk robe covering her body making her look like an angel. "Hey," she whispers, patting toward me with light steps. "Hey," I murmur, gingerly standing from the rocking chair so as not to wake up the sleeping beauty in my arms. I didn't even hear her cry on the monitor. I would have gotten up to feed her. "I don't mind. You need to sleep, too." I lean down to kiss the top of her head, lingering for a moment to savor in the feeling of her. Then I pull away. Plus, little Eva Gabriella needed some time with her Babbo. I bring the little bundle to my lips and place a tender kiss on her head, peering at her perfect little face, her mother's soft skin, my dark eyes, and hair that's a combination of both of us. I grow overwhelmed with the love I have for this little 8-pound human. Leaning over the side of the crib, I gently place our daughter on the mattress and slowly withdraw my hands so she doesn't wake up from the sudden change. Then I wrap Eleanor in my embrace as we stand, admiring the life we'd created. "Happy New Year, Eleanor," I whisper. "Happy birthday, Dante," she replies, melting into me. I marvel at how perfect she fits, as if she were made just for me. And, in this moment, I know she was, that we were made for each other, that the strings of fate had been sewn in a way that our two lives would intersect and become one. We remained silent, watching our baby slumber peacefully beneath a mural I had painted of a field of lilies. All the heartache and pain we'd both endured, worth it to finally be here, to finally be at peace with the demons of our past. Fate brought us together, two broken people who didn't think they were deserving of love, of being happy. But in each other, we found our missing pieces. We found happiness. We found love. A love that continues to burn, even through midnight feedings, constant diaper changes, and sleepless nights. And it's this devotion to each other, to this love, that keeps our flame burning night after night, month after month, year after year. Sempre y per sempre, always and forever, no matter what. The End, Playlist, The One, Codaline, Duet, Penny and Sparrow, featuring Stephanie Briggs, Flesh, Simon Curtis, Gorilla, Bruno Mars, Open Hands, Ingrid Michaelson, featuring Trent Dabbs, When Will I Learn, Keena Grannis, Same Old, The Civil Wars, In My Arms, Johnny Swim, By My Side, William Fitzsimmons, North, Sleeping at Last, Move Together, James Bay, Willow, Raylan Baxter, Out of My Hands, Dave Matthews, Some Devil, Dave Matthews, Black Parade, Jen Wigmore, No Milk Today, Joshua James. All of this could have been yours. Shooter Jennings, Benediction, Luke Sital Singh, Your Home, Carrie Noble, The Whistler, The White Buffalo, Carry Me Home, The Sweeplings, Monument, Beta Radio, I Will Spend My Whole Life Loving You, Imaginary Future, Never Seen Anything Quite Like You, The Script, Coming Soon, a brand new heart-wrenching second chance. Friends to Lovers Romance is coming summer 2018 from T.K. Leigh. She was my sister's best friend. She thought I didn't notice her. She couldn't be more wrong. Add For the Love of Brooklyn to your Goodreads TBR today. http://bit.ly/. Sign up for TK's newsletter for release date reminders and updates. www.tkleagueauthor.com/mailing list. Join her reader group on Facebook for exclusive sneak peeks. https://facebook.com/groups/fansoftclee. Acknowledgements. I always hate getting to the point in the process where I have to write my acknowledgements. Not because I don't want to thank people, I absolutely do. But because it means it's time to say goodbye to the story that's captivated my attention for months and the characters that have become like family to me. It may sound weird, but these people I've made up in my mind are family. Since I began writing Inferno Part 1 back in April of 2017, thinking it would just be a short, sinful novella, Ellie and Dante, and the rest of the cast of characters, have become family to me. It's never easy to say goodbye, but I'm certainly looking forward to meeting my next cast of characters, my next family. Like I've said before, I wasn't planning on writing this particular story. When I originally came up with the idea of writing a story of a runaway bride who meets a handsome, mysterious Italian man, I didn't expect it to turn into what it has. If you could have been a fly on the wall in my house when I was writing, and Brock showed up at the end of Part 1, you'd have a laugh at the expletives coming from my mouth, especially when he said he was Dante's brother. That was so not where I wanted to take the story, but I'm glad Brock had other plans. This has been quite the journey, and I'm happy to be able to travel this road with so many wonderful and supportive people in my life. First and foremost, a huge thanks to my husband, Stan, for always supporting me. Sempre e per sempre, always and forever, no matter what. I hear so many stories from fellow authors whose spouses don't really support them in their writing ventures, and I'm so grateful mine always has. And of course, I have to thank my beautiful daughter Harper Lee, who inspires me daily, and a huge thanks to my nannies, Sharon and Brooke, for watching Harper and loving her like their own so I can have extra time to write. Another big thanks to Kim Young, the only woman I'll ever trust with my manuscripts. I am forever grateful for all your care and expertise in treating my work as you would your own. Thank you. Thank you to my lovely Italian editor, Laura Rossi, who took time out of her own writing schedule to ensure my mediocre knowledge of the Italian language was correct. Grazie bella. Thank you to my amazing admin team, Melissa, Victoria, Joelle, and Leah. Thanks for keeping my social media going and for kicking me off social media when I should be writing. Your support means the world to me. To my fantastic beta readers, Joelle, Lynn, Melissa, Stacy, Sylvia, and Victoria. Thanks for all your patience as I wrote and reworked this story. And you won. Bring back Francis. To my angels and Burnham bitches, thanks for volunteering your time to help promote me on social media. Hatch Alexander who. To Emily and the rest of the girls at Social Butterfly. Holy crap, we did it. Next time I approach you and say I'm releasing a book a month for 4 months, especially during tax season, show this to me. Regardless, you took on the task like it was no big deal, and I can't thank you enough for keeping me organized in the chaos. To my reader group, you've all become like a family to me. Even though I haven't met many of you men and women, I am so grateful for your support and friendship. To all bloggers out there, thanks for all you do in sharing your love for reading with the rest of the world. There would be no indie community without you. If you don't hear it enough, thank you. And last but not least, thank you to you, my amazing readers, whether Inferno was your first book or 14th. Thanks for taking a chance on me and the worlds I create. I can't wait for you to see what I have coming out next. Peace and love. Take care. Books by Leigh.